Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. Are we live? Is everything working? Can you guys hear me? 5 seconds lady hates us. Hello, funnelers. Welcome to the stream. Yes, that's right. I hate you guys. Oh, you hear me? Hey, great. I say my night. Hi, Chris. Hi, Arne. He doesn't hate us. Indeed, I don't. Indeed, I don't. Boy. Oh, this is... Why is my stream always 20 seconds behind? Australian internet, it's better not to question it. It's better for your mental health and or sanity. Good morning. Hey, Arden Top. Good morning, good morning. Or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Happy Thanksgiving to those of you who celebrate that holiday. Urumao. Oh. It's been really sobering to pay attention to the news in Australia for like the first time in a few weeks. Because I usually do it in batches, so because it's just not very fun. But over the past week, Australian news has been really rough to watch, especially paying attention to what our government seems to be doing. I sound too low? Hold on. Let me... Did you see Maxwell's Alive? Yeah, I saw that his new video came out. I'm halfway through watching it. Hold on. Let me see if I turn up... Is the sound okay for you guys? Is the audio balanced? Could I get a 1 if it's good? Could I get a 2 if it's a little soft? I need to watch it still, yeah. He spent like half a year on it or something. 1? 1? Okay, it seems to be fine. Seems to be okay. Shouldn't you do a poll? I think this works just fine as well. How true is it actually that Australia is a testbed for the rest of the world's future shenanigans? That's exactly why I'm going through this right now. Because there is a worrying blueprint that's being set for a lot of the countries in the West, especially the EU, depending on what happens after our government is done, how do I say, is done with its clown show. Yeah, half a year's a long time to spend on a video. Although it's, I'd say it's worth it as a viewer, because Maxwell's visuals are always unique. I'm outside either way, so max the volume, but you sound clear. Hey, okay, that's good. Also saw that Sakamata Chloe has just graduated, or announced her graduation. Pseudo-graduation, I suppose, since she's still technically an affiliate. But it definitely does seem like the thing that I said, what was it, last week? About how HoloLive is pivoting in a new direction that may or may not alienate some of the older, not necessarily older, but just some of the talents that were around more for simply streaming and nothing else. Or little else, I should say. As if the post-US election isn't a clown show. You're right. But unfortunately, when it comes to our country, and I've said this on stream before, when you guys have an election in the US, all of our news stations basically become extensions of your news stations for a little while. Only recently have our media organizations pivoted back to actually reporting on things going on in Australia, which is it's a funny cycle every 4 years, but Mercurius August, thank you for the 5. I'm torn between staying here or going to Nene Amano's graduation stream. Oh, I didn't know that was happening. I mean, whichever one works out for you. The VOD's going to be up anyway, so, and once I timestamp it, it's going to be easier to watch as well. No more stinky orca. Is life even worth living anymore? Being a Hollow fan is truly suffering this year. post-US election clown show isn't. It doesn't truly start until January. We're still in the pre-show. It really does seem like your current government is doing everything possible to go out with a bang. If the news is anything to go by, although granted it is the news, so. Yo, I caught you live. Hey, Alan, welcome to the stream. Doxing, you can do both. True, just dual wield the two streams. I hope her health issues improve and that her future career is prosperous. Amen, amen. I got recommended stuff from Sky News, like none of it is about Australia. Yeah, exactly. Although, to be fair, they are owned by Sky News and many other news outlets over here are owned by Rupert Murdoch or News Corp. So it would make sense that they pivot their priorities and start talking about the US elections. On top of the fact that it's also really good algorithmically on YouTube. I don't think I've ever seen Sky News do the numbers that it does during US election cycle outside of the US election cycle. So it is a unique steroid for their viewership. Dual wielding streams is what multiple monitors are for. Amen. Hello from that place with probably worse government than yours. Where is that, Yuri? Where exactly are you referring to? At least Holofans had to face the worst before. That's true. That's true. Corpus I watch are only Bibu and NASA. Fair enough. We're still trying to get our present leader out of office? Huh. Wait, where is this? Where is this? Which country is this? Sooner or later, graduations from Hololive will hurt less than it usually is. Again, it's important to pinpoint the reason why they're graduating, because if it is simply a shift in direction, I think it's pretty unavoidable, but also not that... I don't think that's a sign of a deeper systemic problem necessarily. Again, I'm open to having my mind changed on that. But I do think if the company is pivoting to more of a, let's say, idol-esque focus, things like concerts, covers, and stuff like that, I can understand why some streamers might not want to stick around. Hint that blackface meme from COVID times. Sorry, I can't think of it at the moment. It's lost to me. I don't pay as much attention to Europe as a whole, but Australia, the UK, and US are interesting trifecta. I think I said this before. I've said this before on stream, but Australian politics is essentially defined and dictated by Chinese politics and American politics. Because Chinese politics will determine how right we lean, and American politics will determine how left we lean. Which is, it's kind of funny. Canada? Oh, Trudeau. Oh, I do remember something about Trudeau doing blackface in the past. I see. Oh. Ugh. Canada's going through an interesting time as well, in terms of your policies. What a name, Mr. Goodenough. Yeah, the one good thing to come out of this entire fiasco as I've been looking into it is I've learned the names of more politicians than I've ever known before. And when I was looking for people who voted through some of the more appalling policies that we're going to be looking at in this stream, I realized that one of them had the name Mr. Goodenough, which is a mood. But yeah. Canada is worse. Worse is a difficult... it's a difficult judgment to make. It is definitely... It has similarities, though. Who is this Trudeau? How do they expect tech companies to implement age restriction without asking for ID? That's the fun part, Sinful Lad. They don't. They only say that they do, but they don't. Oh, hi, Cutesio. Welcome to the stream. Hold on, give me a second to close the door to my room, and then we shall begin. I'm also realizing that I may or may not have a slight case of the sniffles. It's less bad than it was last week, but it is still there, so I may or may not have to periodically mute so I can vacate the nostrils. If anything, I wonder what Gemma's take on Edison Motors' PR strategy is. I haven't seen any ads that they've put out recently, so I don't have an opinion formed on that. Could be worse. Some states are trying to ban porn. Yeah. Oh, good thing I said that at 10 minutes exactly, so that hopefully the VOD doesn't get nuked. This will be a very, very interesting VOD to see if it stays up. I hope it does. I think that some of the stuff we're going to be talking about is worth having out in the open. But in any case, I saw a Reddit comment suggesting that it's the government asking for money from big tech. Since it's so vague and poorly defined, the government can selectively fund as needed. The problem is, though, if it does that, then there is always a chance that Twitter will simply pull a Brazil, for example, where they just pull out of the region entirely. Our government has tried that in the past with a law that they call the Media Bargaining Code, where they tried to charge platforms money for hosting Australian quote-unquote journalism. And the result is that all journalism was instantly deprioritized everywhere on social media platforms. So I'm not quite sure that the government knows what it's doing when it tries a bargain like that. But yeah. Place your bets 5 or 8 hours. I'm going to try to keep it so it doesn't go that long. Let me check the slide count. It's only 120 slides, so it shouldn't be too long. But there is a lot, yeah. There's quite a bit to get through. So, might as well get started. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose preemptively. Oh, marginally better. Okay, so, before we get started, few disclaimers as usual. First, I am going to be bringing up quite a few people that I am going to be quite critical of. However, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form, even though they are politicians. Even though they are politicians. In any case, second, all videos and images shown during this stream are shown for the purposes of critique and or commentary throughout this stream and are therefore protected under fair use. And finally, if I'm blocking something on the screen or if chat is obscuring something slightly, don't worry. I'm going to be narrating everything that's on screen anyways. So, what are you trying to recall? Which government do you hate? That's a tough question to answer, D-suffers. Alright, so, before we get started, a few things. First, I just want to introduce some of the basics when it comes to understanding Australian politics and lawmaking. So, to start off with, in Australia, like in quite a few other countries in the West, we mainly go by a two-party system, where there are two parties on opposite ends of the political spectrum, or they claim to be on opposite ends of the political spectrum, and these are usually the parties that are so big that voting for any other parties are kind of inconsequential most of the time. So, on one hand, we have the Labour Party, founded on the 8th of May in 1901, and the Labour Party is usually the party that leans more left. On the other hand, you have the Australian Liberal Party, that was founded on the 16th of October 1944. This is usually the party that leans more right. However, as we will get to later on in this stream, there are more than a few instances where the two have decided to agree on something, and the entire country, as a result, has been pissed off a little bit because we haven't really had a real choice, since this is a two-party system. Second thing, in Australia, we have, our country is, like many others, is divided up into different states. From memory, if I do some quick maths, we have 8 states. Now, most people will know the first 7. Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, that's the Alabama of Australia, by the way, South Australia, Western Australia, and the Northern Territory. What people usually forget, however, if they're not Australian, and even sometimes if they are Australian, is that we have an 8th state. Right down here, that little dot that says the Australian Capital Territory, or Canberra. Think of this as a little bit of a city-state, where the population consists mostly of politicians and or bureaucrats, as well as the baristas that have to serve them on a daily basis. But that is essentially the population of this tiny little dot here. Again, 8th state, people usually forget about it, but that's where most of our politicians and bureaucrats live. Next, little bit of lawmaking jargon. And I'm no lawyer, I want to make that very clear. These are just layman's definitions, according to what the Australian government has put onto their websites. So, first, a referendum. A referendum is a vote to change the constitution, and the success of a referendum requires assent from a national majority of voters plus a majority of states. So essentially, what that means is not only do you need a majority in each state to vote yes to whatever is put up to the referendum, but the majority of states need to be able to vote yes as well. Second, a bill. This is basically the technical term for a proposal to change a law or add in a new law. House of Representatives. One of the 2 houses. Appreciate the effort, but I'm going to forget halfway through anyways. That's perfectly fine. I'm just explaining this so I can use the words later on. By the way, if at any point it's too disconnected, just say something in chat and I'll remind you guys briefly as well. So no problems there. House of Representatives. One of the 2 houses that form the Australian Parliament. Its members are elected by the people during federal elections. Senate. The second house that forms the Australian Parliament. It has the power to block and amend bills that pass the House of Representatives. Essentially, in order to pass a law, you need to get through both of these. Next, Governor General. Think of it as a ceremonial role that is left over from when Australia was still a monarchy. Essentially, the Governor General is a federal representative of the King or Queen of the UK, and they have to give royal assent, which is basically a stamp of approval, to any bills after they pass before they can become law. An act is the official name for a approved law, and a royal commission is the technical term for an independent public inquiry on matters of public importance. Now, when it comes to the actual lawmaking process, again, really, really simplified. Essentially what happens is one of the parties gets an idea for a new law or an amendment for a new law, and that is drafted up in the form of a bill. And then that bill is passed on to the House of Representatives, where it gets debated among the members of the House. Essentially, if this bill is too shoddily written up and all of the politicians poo-poo it, it goes back into the drafts and they work on it again until they can try again in the future. However, if it passes the House of Representatives, it is then passed on to the Senate, and just in a similar way, the Senate, people who are sitting there, debate it once again. They argue on its merits, its downsides, how viable it seems to be, and then it is either rejected, in which case it is spat back out into the House of Representatives or spat back out for the drafting process again, or it passes on and it is given royal assent by the Governor General, and from there is actually written into Australian law. Again, this only applies to new laws or amendments to laws, not changes to the Constitution. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5. Australia is still a constitutional monarchy and will be for the near future. Yeah, fair enough. Why is Australia still part of the Commonwealth? I think it's just because our government never decided to leave, from my understanding. But yeah, again, this is supposed to be, on paper at least, this is supposed to be an effective filtering process because any new laws have to go into one house, has to be debated, has to be approved, then it has to go through another house where it goes through the similar process, and only afterwards is it supposed to be able to actually make it into the world. However, the problem is, if you are an elected party, and you also happen to hold a majority in the Senate, what that means is you can pass laws really, really easily because you are the elected party, you own a majority of the House of Representatives. However, if you also happen to own a majority of the Senate, then you basically have little to no opposition whenever you want to force something through. This will be important later. And the final thing that I want to introduce are two independent regulatory bodies. One of them being the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA for short, who are, quote, an independent Commonwealth statutory authority. We regulate communications and media services in Australia. We have an authority, with a capital A, that makes decisions and an executive team that oversees our work. ACMA nuts! Yes. And the other one is called the E-Safety Commissioner, whose job is, according to their website, helping Australians have safer experiences online. E-Safety is Australia's independent regulator for online safety. We educate Australians about online safety risks and help to remove harmful content such as cyberbullying of children, adult or cyber abuse, and intimate images or videos shared without consent. On paper, a lot of those functions sound fine. However, as Zvezda pointed out in chat earlier, what you are going to realize as we go on in this stream is that independent, that word specifically, is actually a code word for something else. Now, sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Kyutsuyoi? Education? Like the camps? You're not too far off, honestly. Okay, so, now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, I've introduced the major players, the major terms. Don't worry, I'll remind you later on if need be as to what those terms and players are. I want to start off with a history lesson. And this is going to be an actual history lesson, because it's going to involve something that happened almost 2 centuries ago from today. JV Robagato, thank you for the 125 pesos. My understanding is that as long as the government is reasonably stable, the Governor General doesn't have to step in. The Governor General is basically a symbolic, a ceremonial role, shall we say, where their job is basically to simply give a stamp of approval to what the Prime Minister or the main government is doing. Most of the time, that's how it works. But yeah. So, and this history is going to be a little dark. On the 9th of May, in 1837, a report was released by the British Parliamentary Select Committee about a royal commission, about the findings of a royal commission into the health of the Aboriginal tribes in British colonies. Now, essentially what was going on is the British Crown recognized that across all of their colonies, the population of the indigenous peoples seemed to be declining quite rapidly, and as a result, they sought to launch an investigation into how they could possibly, in their words, halt that decline. And in this report, there were a few findings, a few recommendations. And some of the recommendations are, to the more astute people who are watching, you'll see why they're a little problematic, to say the least. One of the first recommendations that this report makes is, well, the recommendation that in each colony they would appoint protectors in other words, representatives of the executive government who the Crown has empowered to make decisions regarding all matters involving, quote, the interests of the native tribes, end quote. The second recommendation that's worthy of note is that they recommend the establishment and maintenance of missionaries who would be charged with, quote, instructing, end quote, the Aboriginal peoples of the colonies in addition to the protectors whose duty was to, quote, defend, end quote, the Aboriginal people. They also state in this report that regarding the duties that accompany the role of protectors, there is greater room for specific suggestions, end quote. Now, to put that into perspective, what that basically means is we have an idea for what we want this new government role to do, but we are open to further suggestions, which is just a very, a fancy way of saying we haven't really defined the role very well. We can always add more at a later date if need be. And finally, a few things. This report offered a preliminary outline for the duties of the protectors that includes the following. First, to learn the culture and language of the Aboriginal people. This one is pretty self-explanatory. You can't be in charge of the well-being of a group of people unless you can actually communicate with them and understand them, at least to some degree. 2, to establish rapport with individual tribes through the provision of gifts, and the gifts that they give as examples, ornaments and liquor. 3, to encourage the Aboriginal people to gain employment, or in their words, the closest form of employment that is least foreign to both them and to the British occupiers. 4, to bring Aboriginal people under the rule of British law, or to suggest temporary laws and legal frameworks to local governments that would act as a suitable substitute until this was possible. Essentially, try your best to make sure that British law can apply to Aboriginal people as well, and if that's not possible, just make shit up until it is. And finally, 5, to enlist Aborigines as part of the local police force. So, again, the way that this report phrases it, if you have Aboriginal people who are willing to cooperate with you, it is best to use them as police officers to enforce British law upon the convicts in those colonies. And finally, 6, to report regularly to the local government with detailed statistical information and suggestions for ways of, quote, advancing the interests and maintaining the security of the objects of his care, end quote. I would assume his pertains to the monarch at the time. But yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to explain. Aboriginal means it's an adjective meaning meaning the native peoples to Australia, or the indigenous peoples to Australia. Lamau makes shit up? Yeah, that is legitimately what this document advocates for, legally. So, the thing is, there is a word for this kind of government, a government that seeks to control various aspects of the lives of its people in the name of supposedly making their lives better. And that term is paternalism. In other words, the policy or practice of restricting the freedom and or responsibilities of a population in their supposed interests. Hand over your freedom, it's good for you, I promise. And for a modern-day example of that, look no further than the COVID pandemic and the way that our governments worldwide handled them. In Australia, there were a few measures that the government implemented that infringed upon the individual liberties of the citizens for the sake of security of the collective whole, supposedly. The first was the implementation of digital ID, contact tracing, and vaccine passports. In other words, in order to access certain venues in society once the lockdowns ended, you needed to have a digital passport or a physical passport that certified that you had been vaccinated before you were allowed entry into those venues. And, well, for people who weren't vaccinated, they basically became second-class citizens for a little bit. And I only say that in a half-jerking way. Second, censorship. When people would complain about things like lockdowns, or they would raise risks or about the health concerns surrounding vaccines, for example, some of the side effects that have now been confirmed to actually be a thing, their posts on social media especially were deprioritized, and they were pretty much eliminated from any sort of mainstream media coverage as well. So that was another one of the methods to control the narrative surrounding how the pandemic unfolded and how the government was responding to it. I'm dying. Oh, Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I hope the 5 new Footstools enjoy them. Welcome to the club. Sorry, I think I might have accidentally inhaled part of the sneeze. The third, and this is the one that is most obvious, lockdowns. Now, were the lockdowns effective for curbing spread, at least for a little bit? Sure. But the long-lasting effects of lockdowns, we're only starting to see the beginnings of that, especially among the children who were essentially barred from any sort of socialization with their peers on a face-to-face basis for around 2-3 years. And that's guaranteed to fuck with anybody's mind, let alone a developing child's. Fourth, media fear-mongering. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Every single time COVID was shown on the news, it was always about how devastating it was, how doctors are only barely holding back the tide, etc., etc. Now, I'm not saying that that is completely unwarranted. After all, the early days of the pandemic were quite scary. This was a completely unknown virus that seemingly popped up out of nowhere and was spreading with no known vaccine or cure. I think it is quite reasonable to be worried in that case. However, the degree of fear-mongering that happened in the media and the degree to which it was sustained over those 4 years is something that I have criticized on this channel before, because there is always going to be repercussions to any media strategy that a government implements on its population. In this particular case, some of the results of this kind of media coverage of the pandemic has resulted in sky-high vaccine skepticism and overall decrease in trust when it comes to public media and public media messaging. That is something that may or may not have extreme consequences the next time our species has to deal with a worldwide pandemic. But, in any case, this was certainly one of the examples of the media infringing upon the freedoms of the citizens in the name of keeping them secure. It was like we were ostracized as an entire society. The ancients used it as capital punishment, exile and execution. Yeah. Apparently they're still doing it. My parents are always telling me about the new COVID strain. Yeah, they are. But it's not working nearly as much because people have simply gotten used to COVID. The idea of it, in any case. And finally, vaccine mandates. Now, I want to make this very clear. Do I think vaccines were effective at reducing the symptoms or the spread of COVID? Sure. However, it cannot be ignored that mandating people to get vaccines has done incredible damage to public trust in health officials. And when you mandate the acceptance of a vaccine, you should always expect pushback. It may not manifest instantly, depending on how tightly you control media coverage and the way that people communicate with one another, as governments did during COVID. However, it will crop up eventually, and I think we're starting to see that now as well. Oh, Legal Mindset, welcome to the stream. Great topic, mandates did zero. Amen, amen. So again, you can say that vaccines are effective, and I wouldn't really argue with you. But to say that vaccine mandates were effective is another question entirely. and I'm more than a little skeptical of the idea that, and again, I want to make this very clear, I'm not vaccine skeptical per se. I am skeptical of mandates, because they tend to backfire quite spectacularly in the long term. Now, the reason why I bring up all of these things is because in all of these examples, the trade that the government is proposing to its citizens is quite simple. You give up a little bit of your freedom, we give you, presumably, a lot more security. There is a threat, we are fighting it, and in order to fight it with us, you're going to need to sacrifice a few things. And the reason why I give you this example is because after that Royal Commission in 1837, the Australian government started implementing new laws and establishing that kind of trade with its citizens surrounding the supposed crisis, or actually, not even supposed, the crisis that was the decline of indigenous populations. In 1869, the Aborigines Protection Act was passed in Victoria, and it established what was called an organization called the Aborigines Protection Board, and the board's purpose was supposedly to manage the interests of Aboriginal people. The governor, who was appointed at the head of this board, could order the removal of any child from their family to a reformatory or industrial schooling institution. So essentially, what had happened is, out of interest for solving the problem, or what they called at this point in time the, quote, Aboriginal problem, end quote, they decided that leaving Aboriginal children, again, they specified in the report specifically half-blooded Aboriginal children, so people who are half Aboriginal and half white. However, so essentially what they said was, leaving half Aboriginal children with Aboriginal parents is a bad thing, so we're going to establish this board so that the government can step in and protect, quote unquote, these children so that we can make them grow up in better white society or something along those lines. Now, on paper, it was only supposed to be half-blooded children or half-caste children that were on the receiving end of this. However, more often than not, there were reports of this happening to full-blooded Aboriginal children as well. Again, in case this isn't clear, this was government-sanctioned kidnapping of children, supposedly for the purposes of quote-unquote protection. Yeah, this sounds bad? Because it is. Southside Slider, thank you for the 5. I would say mandating anything would hurt the actual adoption of it. Vaccines, EVs both come to mind. Also, I love the content. Hey, thanks. That's very kind of you to say. And you're absolutely right. Anytime the government tries to force a behavior, some form of backlash in the future is inevitable. There will always be a counter reaction to it. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. I'm skeptical of the experimental COVID vaccines. You're not alone. There are more and more people that are becoming more and more skeptical of them as well. And to be honest, it's nobody's fault but the government's for the way that they pushed them. So, someone in chat, hold on, let me see if I can find you. Yeah, Mythicus, very Orwellian. Before Orwell even wrote 1984, which he published in 1949, I believe, the Australian government was essentially experimenting with implementing that kind of system of surveillance, but only with the Aboriginal people of Australia. Now, in terms of going into further detail as to what this supposed Aborigines Protection Board was allowed to do, this act specified, in terms of their remit, the people that were under their power, these people were specified as, quote, every native Aboriginal of Australia and every Aboriginal half-caste, meaning half-blood, or child of a half-caste, such half-caste or child habitually associating and living with Aboriginals shall be deemed an Aboriginal within the meaning of this act. Essentially, what this part of the law was trying to do was spread the net for the definition of Aboriginal as wide as possible so that this board would have absolute control over anyone who even had a little bit of Aboriginal heritage. this encompassed people who, they said, simply habitually associated and lived with the Aboriginals. Specifically a child that habitually associated or lived with the Aboriginals. So again, if you fit any of those criteria, this board would have complete control over where you got to live, where you traveled to. They got the right to keep track of where you were at any point in time. They got to control where you could work, and in addition to that, who you can marry. So when I say that this was the definition of an Orwellian government before Orwell even wrote the book that we now think of when it comes to things like, totalitarianism, 1984, etc., etc. This is an example of that. This was a government-appointed agency that had the ability to surveil everything you were doing, every aspect of your life, and they could step in at any point. It was purely at their discretion. And the thing is, this didn't stay confined to Victoria. Over the next few decades, similar acts would be passed in all of the other states as well. For example, in 1905, the Aborigines Act was passed in Western Australia. In 1911, the Northern Territory Aboriginals Ordinance was passed in the Northern Territories. The Aborigines Act was passed in South Australia. In 1897, the Aboriginal Protection and Restriction of the Sale of Opium Act was passed in Queensland. In 1909, the Aborigines Protection Act was passed in New South Wales, and 6 years later, the Aborigines Protection Amending Act would be added on that would give the protector the ability to remove Aboriginal children from their families without having to suspect them of neglect, which is pretty dystopian. And in 1935, the Infants Welfare Act was passed in Tasmania that gave similar powers to the protector, quote-unquote, of the Aboriginal families there. Yeah, baked potatoes, they were playing Sims with the Aboriginals. Unironically, that was what was happening. You could say that they viewed the Aboriginal people as people, but that's not how you treat people. This was a degree of government control over the lives of its civilians, in the name of protection, mind you, that completely removed any individual agency, any individual freedom, any individual choice from the matter entirely. That sounds like Japan, kind of. When you talk about social credit systems in society, this is, I would say this was one of the more severe examples of that actually being implemented in society. Which is funny, because nowadays, when in Australia, in, let's say, some form of social media discourse or whatever, or what our legacy media likes to talk about, whenever the term social credit system gets brought up, it's almost always in reference to China, as if Australia has never had a system like that before, when in actuality, we very much have. It was just something that isn't really talked about or isn't really properly handled in the way that our children are educated in schools about our country's history. And I'll get into more detail as to what I mean by that in a bit, but yeah, this was rough. So like apartheid, kind of, but I would say a bit more severe than simply separating the two. Now, what you saw happening, though, when you looked at all of these acts and the ways that they were implemented, when new powers, new bureaucratic positions were established so that more government officials could have more control over the lives of more Aboriginal people, is you saw the establishment of a little bit of a pattern. And it starts with citizens being deemed incapable of living independently of the state by government bureaucrats. Essentially, government officials would peer in from the outside and come to the decision, oh, okay, the people of our country don't seem to be doing too hot. We're going to step in. And that's what brings us to the second stage, which is that paternalistic policies are established by the state bureaucracy in order to expand itself under the pretext of quote-unquote protection. And once these policies are implemented, that's when it starts to cause problems for the people that it's supposed to protect. Regulations are enforced via surveillance, control, and displacement, which disrupts the lives and livelihoods of the citizens. Which finally brings us to the final stage of this cycle. Citizens experience a reduced quality of living, and they struggle to survive without external aid, which then repeats the cycle, because once the citizens experience a lower quality of living, this lower quality of living is observed by the state, and the proposed solution is more government intervention, and so on and so on, so forth, ad infinitum, ad nauseum. And that was exactly what was happening with this government intervention into the lives of Aboriginal people in Australia. The government saw that their quality of life was lowered due to a combination of reasons. They decided to intervene, and they lowered those standards of life even further, which called for further intervention and rinse and repeat. I wish this stuff didn't sound so familiar. Yeah, me too. This is damn Orwellian. Agreed. You're being helped. Please do not resist our situation. That is exactly what this is. So, in terms of the effects of this, well, or the rationale behind this, I should say. In 1997, a report was released by the Australian government as a result of another Royal Commission into the effects of all of these paternalistic policies on the Aboriginal people. And the report was titled Bringing Them Home, National Inquiry into the Separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children from Their Families. And there were a few findings about the rationale that was used to justify this among government officials that were quite sobering to read. First, on page 24, the report states, quote, government officials theorized that by forcibly removing Indigenous children from their families and sending them away from their communities to work for non-Indigenous people, this mixed descent population would, over time, merge with the non-Indigenous population. As Brisbane's Telegraph newspaper reported in May of 1937, Mr. Neville, the Chief Protector of Western Australia, holds the view that within 100 years the pure black will be extinct, but the half-caste problem was increasing every year. Therefore, their idea was to keep the pure blacks segregated and absorb the half-castes into the white population. 60 years ago, he said, there were over 60,000 full-blooded natives in Western Australia. Today, there are only 20,000. In time, there would be none. Perhaps it would take 100 years, perhaps longer, but the race was dying. The pure-blooded Aboriginal was not a quick breeder. On the other hand, the half-caste was. In Western Australia, there were half-caste families of 20 and upwards. This showed the magnitude of the problem. Quoted by Beauty, I don't know how to say that name, 1995 on page 35. So yeah, so some people are pointing out this sounds like segregation. This was worse. This is not just segregation. This was an attempt at forced assimilation. The way that the problem was phrased, by a chief protector, mind you, was that supposedly the population could be bred out by simply prioritizing and removing all of the quote-unquote half-caste children from their parents and forcing them to live in white society that would supposedly accept them and therefore cause for an infinite feedback loop until there were no quote-unquote pure blacks, end quote, left. So again, this wasn't just separation. This was an attempt to eliminate the population. Or at least, if not an intentional attempt at eliminating, at least an approach that took it for granted that they would be eliminated at the end. And then finally, on the next page, it states, quote, as the ultimate purpose of removal was to control the reproduction of Indigenous people with a view to, quote, merging or, quote, absorbing them into the non-Indigenous population, Indigenous girls were targeted for removal and sent to work as domestics. Apart from satisfying a demand for cheap servants, work increasingly eschewed by non-Indigenous females, it was thought that the long hours and exhausting work would curb the sexual promiscuity attributed to them by non-Indigenous people. So essentially what that is saying is they targeted girls especially because they wanted to use them as domestic labor. Domestic labor that would take up the jobs that, well, the white population or women in the white population didn't want to take. And as a result, hopefully, they were also hoping that the hard labor would make them less inclined to procreate. And they were hoping that this would further curb the population. Or at least, again, they were taking it for granted, if not outright intending for that to happen. Jordan Brown, Warwolf, thank you for the 10. This sounds like a soft version of the Lebensraum plan somehow. Yeah, pretty much. And also a sex slave? Possibly. Kyutsuyo. Although, that's not outright stated by any of the policies, understandably. But functionally, I wouldn't be surprised if that was more often than not what happened. And as you can probably predict, this system of removing children from their parents and then putting them in the houses of other families as quote-unquote servants led to quite a lot of abuse. Abuse that was, if anything, grossly underreported for decades. Southside Slider, thank you for the 2. To the Everyman Orwell wrote dystopian horror. To bureaucrats he wrote amazing playbooks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, that's a fair reaction. Now, while this was happening, of course, this was referred to under many names, right? Most of them euphemistic, a lot of them involving the word protection and well-being and welfare and guardianship, etc., etc. However, in the time after this period of forced assimilation ended, Australia as a whole would come up with a name for these children that had been removed from their families by force. And that name was the Stolen Generations. This was the title that we settled on as a country when it comes to describing all of the various children who were abducted, essentially, by the government and relocated by force so that they could supposedly assimilate into white society. And when this is taught in schools, if it is taught in schools, it is almost always taught as a kind of national horror story. Understandably so, of course. You would hear anecdotes about parents trying to hide their children in their house when local law enforcement would come round for regular checkups. You would hear stories about fathers, patrolling the grounds outside of their house with a shotgun in hand, willing to defend their child with a shootout with the police in case it actually came down to that. You would hear about children that had been abused every year of their lives because of the fact that they had suddenly been relocated from, their actual parents into a completely different household, not even family, just household that may or may not care about them as kids. And again, this is for our country, this was one of the darkest parts of our history, especially in the way that it's taught to kids nowadays. However, this didn't last forever, as you can probably tell. Eventually, this degree of paternalism, or at least this obvious degree of paternalism, eventually started winding down in around 1940. So, in 1940, the New South Wales Aborigines Protection Board loses its power to remove Indigenous children from their families. The board is then renamed to the Aborigines Welfare Board. In 1969, or by 1969, all states have now repealed the legislation that allowed for the removal of Aboriginal children under the policy of quote-unquote protection. and in this same year, the Aborigines Welfare Board is finally abolished. In 1991, the Council for Aboriginal Reconciliation is established, funded by the Commonwealth Government. Parliament notes that there has not been a formal process of reconciliation to date. There has been no apology on the part of any of the governments to the Aboriginal people for what they went through at the hands of state bureaucracy. And in 1997, the Australian Human Rights Commission presents the Bringing Them Home report on the findings of the National Inquiry into the Separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families to the Commonwealth Government. The Parliaments and the governments all issue statements recognizing and publicly apologizing to the stolen generations. Ayana Shirakawa, that unironically goes hard as a name, probably because it is, in a nice, refreshing way, the stolen generations is a term that does not try to euphemistically avoid what is going on. It was entire generations that have been affected by this, and the children were stolen from their families, which probably explains why, as a name, it kind of resonates. Because it's accurate. It doesn't try to disguise through positive connotation or euphemism, any of what happened. So, yeah. Eventually, the Australian government gained a conscience and felt bad. See, A2, it might be tempting to think that, but that's not quite what's going on here. And you'll see why. Because when we look at some of the apologies, you start to notice a little bit of a pattern. Hold on, give me a sec. So, when you looked at some of the public apologies that the government issued, well, the one that most people in this country know of was the apology that was delivered by Kevin Rudd, a Labour Prime Minister, in, I believe, 2007 or 2008, one of those two. However, the inception of that movement of apologizing to members of the stolen generations began on the 26th of May in 1997, where, in the Bringing Home report, the investigators emphasized the grief and loss caused by the breaking of cultural, spiritual, and family ties and the intergenerational impact on the lives and well-being of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, as well as their resilience and dignity. Quote, for individuals, their removal as children and the abuse they experienced at the hands of the authorities or their delegates have permanently scarred their lives. The harm continues in later generations, affecting their children and grandchildren. A key recommendation of the report was the need for an official acknowledgement and apology for the forcible removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. Again, the acknowledgement and the apology, they're not really going to do anything, but they are a symbolic step that is necessary for the government to establish the fact that it fucked up really, really badly. JV Robagado, thank you for the 125 pesos. It's good that the Australians are educating their children just like the Germans are doing with their dark history. We'll get to that in a second, because I do agree, educating children about this is very important, but the way that Australia does it, that's a little up for debate. And again, we'll get to why in a sec. Quote, the government has to explain why it happened. What was the intention? I have to know why I was taken. I have to know why I was given the life I was given. Why I'm scarred today. Why was my mum meant to suffer? Why was I made to suffer with no aboriginality and no identity, no culture? What did they think that the life they gave me was better than the one my mum would give me? Oh, sorry, why did they think the life they gave me was better than the one my mum would give me? And an apology is important because I've never been apologized to. My mother's never been apologized to, not once, and I would like to be apologized to. Confidential evidence 139, Victoria, a woman who was removed at 12 months in 1967, from the Bring Them Home report. Now, in response to this, though, in 1998, a cultural tradition would be born where Australia as a nation and the Australian civilian population would begin to participate in a campaign of saying sorry. Now, there's an entire page of this on the, I believe, in one of the Australian government's websites, where it states, quote, in 1998, thousands of Australians participated in the Sorry Book campaign, which culminated in the first National Sorry Day on the 26th of May, 1998. This grassroots movement was described as, quote, the People's Apology, end quote. Between 1997 and 1999, all state and territory parliaments officially apologized to the stolen generations, their families and communities for the laws, policies and practices which had governed forcible removal. In 1999, the Australian government offered a motion of reconciliation in the National Parliament, which expressed, quote, deep and sincere regret, end quote. For almost 10 years, the Australian government rejected any suggestion of a national apology. And in May of 2000, in support of the reconciliation and in protest of the Australian government's lack of an official apology, nearly 250,000 Australians walked across the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Thousands more walked across bridges across the country. Now, you can start to see where some of the issue that I may have with this practice of, quote, saying sorry lies. Some of you in chat are already pointing it out, right? Sorry Day, a national apology, virtue signaling, tokenism. However, again, to see where the problem starts, we can look at some of the state apologies that were issued by the governments of those states to the Aboriginal people. Now, some of them, like, for example, this apology that was issued by Premier Bob Carr of New South Wales in 1997 on the 18th of June, this is an example of one of the apologies that I would say are better than the others. The apology consists of the following parts. First, the House, on behalf of the people of New South Wales, apologises unreservedly to the Aboriginal people of Australia for the systematic separation of generations of Aboriginal children from their parents, families and communities, acknowledges and regrets the Parliament's role in enacting laws and endorsing policies of successive governments whereby profound grief and loss have been inflicted upon Aboriginal Australians. Third, calls upon all Australian governments to respond with compassion, understanding and justice to the report of the Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commission and entitled Bringing Them Home. And fourth, reaffirms its commitments to the goals and processes of reconciliation in New South Wales and throughout Australia. Now, again, all of these parts of the apology are pretty good. It identifies what went wrong, the fact that, they did something, they fucked up, basically. However, the part that I have a problem with is right at the beginning. On behalf of the people of New South Wales. To point out the obvious, the people of New South Wales didn't make the legislation that authorized the separation of children from their families. That was a state law that was conceived and passed by state bureaucrats. And you can see a similar pattern happening in the other state apologies as well. Premier of Tasmania, that this Parliament, on behalf of all Tasmanians, expresses its deep and sincere regrets at the hurt and distress caused by past policies under which Aboriginal children were removed from their families and homes. Premier of Victoria, that this House apologised to the Aboriginal people on behalf of all Victorians for the past policies under which the Aboriginal children were removed from their families and expresses deep regret. Now, again, there is a pattern here. The state is essentially muddying the waters between who was responsible for the creation of those policies. Population, civilian population, citizen population, and state bureaucrats are all being lumped together for this apology tour. And to be fair, and I do want to give politicians their due, as funny as that sounds, because not every politician seemed to buy into this practice. For example, in 1999, in a motion for reconciliation, the then Prime Minister, Mr. Howard, stated the following: We can debate the detail of this or that practice. We can argue about the detail of particular reports and particular propositions, but the purpose of this motion is to generically express in relation to a number of issues the regret that the people of Australia feel for those past practices and the continuing consequences of them. I have frequently said, and I will say it again today, that present generations of Australians cannot be held accountable, and we should not seek to hold them accountable for the errors and misdeeds of earlier generations. Now, again, this is better because it is saying, look, there's no point in putting the blame on present-day populations of Australians. However, note that when Mr. Howard says says errors and misdeeds of earlier, he doesn't say earlier governments or earlier legislators. He says earlier generations. Now, again, you can make the argument that since the population also participated in this by being the adoptees or the missionaries, that there is blame to be allocated there. Sure. However, again, they did not make the policies. They had no say in those policies because they were purely cooked up and implemented by the state, by the bureaucrats. Nor should we ever forget that many people who were involved in some of the practices which caused the hurt and trauma felt at the time that those practices were properly based. Now, at this point in time, based means something different to what it does today. To apply retrospectively the standards of today in relation to their behavior does some of those people who were sincere an immense injustice, and I think that it is understood by most people within the Australian community. Now, again, this is a little bit of weasel wording here, because good intentions are irrelevant. The results are pretty clear. This destroyed entire generations of Aboriginal families. Not even directly through things like self-harm or, patterns of abuse, etc. But simply, again, it's become a little bit overdone in the way that it's taught. But intergenerational trauma is very real when it comes to things like this. So, again, based on what indeed exactly? I hate government bureaucrats so much. Now that is based. So, throughout this entire thing, despite the fact that he does call for the exemption of present-day Australians from the sins of the past, there is yet more muddling between state bureaucrats and citizen populations. And this all culminated in February of 2008, where Prime Minister Kevin Rudd would offer an official apology to the stolen generations, but not on behalf of the government, not on behalf of all government officials, but on behalf of the nation to Australia's Indigenous peoples, particularly the stolen generations. And the apology is as follows. Sorry, give me a sec. I move that today we honor the Indigenous peoples of this land, the oldest continuing cultures in human history. We reflect on their past mistreatment. We reflect, in particular, on the mistreatment of those who were stolen generations, this blemished chapter in our nation's history. The time has now come for the nation to turn a new page in Australia's history by righting the wrongs of the past and moving forward with confidence to the future. We apologize for the laws and policies of successive parliaments and governments that have inflicted profound grief, suffering, and loss on those of our fellow Australians. We apologize especially for the removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families, their communities, and their country. For the pain, suffering, and hurt of these stolen generations, their descendants, and for their families left behind, we say sorry. To the mothers and the fathers, the brothers and the sisters, for the breaking up of families and communities, we say sorry. And for the indignity and degradation this inflicted on a proud people and a proud culture, we say sorry. The Honourable Kevin Rudd, 13th of February, 2008. Just like with those previous apologies, I have the exact same issue with this one. Who the fuck is we? We, as in the civilians, the citizens, never had a say in this. This, in terms of the policies that caused all of this paternalistic meddling, this was purely state and parliament. States and parliament. That was it. And yet, when it comes to we reflect on these. We apologize. We commit to moving forward. Who is the we? Because there doesn't exist, at least in the words of the apology, a specific distinction between, like I keep saying, state bureaucrats and citizens. They are not the same thing. And so, when you consider this entire chapter, like Mr. Rudd says, this blemished chapter in Australian history, when you consider it as a whole, you start to realize that it all seems to form part of one continuous movement, I suppose is the best way of describing it. One continuous system, because you cannot consider the apologies without considering what came before. And to consider what came before as separate from the apologies would, in my opinion, be a little bit of a mistake. Because when you look at it as a whole, when you look at it as one entire system, you can then start to make a bit of a judgment as to what this system was actually designed to do. And when it comes to evaluating systems, one thing that many people have said before me, and one thing that I'll reiterate now, is that the purpose of a system is defined by its outcomes. Don't look at the intentions, don't look at what politicians or bureaucrats are saying about the system they're trying to implement. Look at what it creates. Look at what it makes. Because what it creates and what it makes are the true purpose behind the system. And again, when we look at the stolen generations as a whole, the paternalistic policies that created it and the apologies that follow, there are two very distinct outcomes of the stolen generations. The first is the creation of what I can only describe as a political serf class. Because if you look at statistics from the Parliament of Australia about welfare, specifically about Indigenous Australians and welfare, one of the statistics that has caused alarm among both general populations, the media, and politicians is the fact that among Indigenous Australians, the adult population, so voting age population, at least 50% of them, or around 50% of them, are reliant on government welfare to survive. Not receive, because that would be different. No, they're reliant on government welfare to survive. Essentially what that means is around 50% of the Indigenous population is now essentially is tied at the hip, is joined at the hip with whatever the government is doing. The second thing is the whole apology thing. It ended up creating a set of cultural practices that normalized citizens of the nation sharing in the responsibility for the state's decisions, both past and present. The sins of the bureaucracy became the sins of the nation. There was no separation between nation and state. There was no separation between state bureaucrats, politicians, who, again, made all of the policies among themselves, and the population. Now, like I said before, yes, some of the population did participate in this system by functioning as adoptees, by functioning as missionaries, etc., etc. Again, there were police who were enforcing this as well. However, to say that the entirety of the civilian population is implicated in this as well, when they had no say in these laws being made and passed, I would say that's too far. And some people may disagree with me, and that's their prerogative. But when you consider these two outcomes of the entire sordid process of the stolen generations, you start to see how this is a bureaucracy that never seems to lose. Because even when there is wrongdoing to be admitted, that wrongdoing has been diffused, the responsibility for that wrongdoing has been diffused among so many different parties that it is now essentially impossible to hold the state to account. And this all comes back to the problem that I have with how the stolen generations is taught in schools, whenever it is taught. Because what tends to happen is that when children are taught about the stolen generations, the teachings center mostly around emphasizing the tragedy and the injustice of it all, how it was the product of racist beliefs, systemic racism, and how the intergenerational trauma is something that people should not only feel sorry for, but feel responsible for. And while I'm not saying that either of these aren't true, to focus solely on this is to miss some of the, I would say, very important lessons that were taught throughout this entire event that have more to do with the governmental side of things. How did the stolen generations actually happen? And these two lessons, the two lessons that are routinely neglected by schools, by teachers. You'll never get a child who comes out of anywhere from K to 12 who will probably think about these as a result of what is being taught in classrooms, by the way. The two lessons that are almost never talked about. One, the threat of a state that believes that it has the right to control its citizens in the name of protecting them. And two, the nature of bureaucracy as a system that is designed to diffuse responsibility and blame. Because when we talk about the stolen generations, when we talk about who was responsible for the stolen generations, it almost always comes back to, the entirety of Australia, not the specific state bureaucrats that drafted legislation and passed it in Parliament. And as a result, when we look at the stolen generations as a lesson for our country on what to be wary of, it all tunnels in on injustice and tragedy, but it always seems to neglect paternalism and bureaucracy, two of the greatest yet most subtle dangers that our history has warned us against in the past. These are two concepts that are not touched on with a 10-foot pole in our classrooms. And as a result, when our children emerge out of the schooling system, they have no fucking clue what either of these terms mean the overwhelming majority of the time. And so they can't perceive it as a danger whenever it does happen, either in history or in modern day. Southside Slider, thank you for the 5. Growing up in southern USA, I can tell you having original sin forced upon you can really screw up a child and should be considered abuse, in your opinion. Yeah, I would entirely agree. Again, this all stems from the problem that in our culture, it has become normalized for civilians, to share in responsibility for the state's decisions, which were, again, made entirely independently of them. There's that word again, independently. So, this also creates a little bit of a as a result of all of this, as a result of Australia's history of paternalistic policies, a bit of a buzzword that's being slung around in the news, or has been regularly slung around in the news in recent memory, has been the term nanny state. Essentially, the nanny state is originally a British term that describes a government that is overprotective or interferes unduly with the personal choice of its citizens. In other words, in an attempt to protect them from various things, including themselves, the government resorts to removing their freedoms or convincing them to give up their freedoms. Again, basically being a state helicopter, a state that becomes a helicopter parent of sorts. I sure didn't learn about Australia. Yeah, fair enough. This is my first time hearing about it. That's wild to me. Again, when people hear about the stolen generations, not only is it the case that it's not always taught, but when it is taught, again, it always centers around intergenerational trauma and racism. Never things like this. Never things like state bureaucracy, the dangers of bureaucrats that are too disconnected from the general population, who believe they know better than the general population, and also things like how paternalism, protectionism is overwhelmingly a bad thing. So, mommy state. Now that's something different, D suffers. Nanny state is quite different. However, again, when we talk about things like a government that is overprotective, that interferes unduly with the personal choice of its citizens, the reason why I bring all of this up, the reason why I went on that entire spiel about the stolen generations, how certain aspects of it are covered up, have been neglected by the way that it's taught to children in this country, is because it has happened over and over throughout our history, and it is happening again. On the 23rd of June, 2021, the Liberal government, which was at that time in power, passed something called the Online Safety Act of 2021. Now, in Section 3 of this law, it states that the objects of this act are A, to improve online safety for Australians, and 2, to promote online safety. It just said the two things. To promote online safety for Australians. So, to reiterate, first objective, improve online safety. Second objective, promote online safety. It was this, in Section 4 of this Act, it was stated that the simplified outline of this Act would include, 1, that there has to be an e-safety commission, and 2, that the functions of the e-safety commissioner include promoting online safety for Australians, administering a complaint system for... I'm dying. 2, administering a complaint system for cyberbullying material targeted at Australian children and adults. 3, administering a complaint system... 3, administering a complaint system for non-consensual sharing of intimate images, for administering an online content scheme. We'll get into what that means exactly in a sec. And finally, coordinating activities of Commonwealth departments, authorities, and agencies relating to online safety. Now, the thing is, the e-safety commissioner is not actually a new thing. In fact, it existed all the way back in 2015, where it was, at the time, the Children's e-safety commissioner. This was then expanded 2 years later to become simply the e-safety commissioner for all Australians. This is definitely not beating the nanny state allegations, by the way. In Section 27, the Act goes into more detail when it comes to specifying the functions of the commissioner. First, the functions of the commissioner are A, such functions as are conferred on the commissioner by 1, this Act, or 2, any other law of the Commonwealth. Basically, the point of this commissioner, what they can do, what their purpose is defined by this Act and any subsequent amendments to this Act. B, to promote online safety for Australians. C, to support and encourage the implementation of measures to improve online safety for Australians. Already you can tell that this is worryingly vague. D, to coordinate activities of Commonwealth departments, authorities, and agencies relating to online safety for Australians. And E, to collect, analyse, interpret, and disseminate information relating to online safety for Australians. And F, to support, encourage, and conduct, accredit, and evaluate educational, promotional, and community awareness programs that are relevant to online safety for Australians. And G, to make, on behalf of the Commonwealth, grants to financial assistance in relation to online safety for Australians. And H, again, it just goes on and on and on to say, basically the point of this commissioner is to improve online safety for Australians, whatever that involves and entails, to fund efforts at making these things happen, and to create some sort of promotional educational material for Australians in general so that they get all of these things, right? And again, this is all pretty vague. Let's see if they get into more detail later on in this act. In section 28, it specifies the powers of the commissioner are: the commissioner has power to do all things necessary or convenient to be done for or in connection with the performance of the commissioner's functions. Essentially, what this sentence boils down to is the powers of the commissioner are whatever the commissioner needs powers for. That's essentially how this reads. And then, funny thing is, it says here at the bottom, for supplementary powers, see section 178. And then when you go down to section 178, it says, the powers of the commissioner include, but are not limited to, the power to enter contracts. Any contract entered into by the commissioner is entered into on behalf of the Commonwealth. Any real or personal property held by the commissioner is held for and on behalf of the Commonwealth. Any money received by the commissioner is received for and on behalf of the Commonwealth. The commissioner cannot hold real or personal property or money on trust for a person other than the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth holds real personal property. To avoid doubt, a right to sue is taken not to be personal property for the purposes of subsection 3. So again, aside from that one sentence that was kind of meaningless right at the top, it does state that essentially the commissioner is supposed to represent the Commonwealth. Any money they take or receive, it's done so on behalf of the Commonwealth. Pretty self-explanatory. Except for the fact that, well, as of right now in reading through this act, there has been no statement as to what the oversight for the commissioner is. They essentially have what sounds like carte blanche to do whatever they think is within their duty. It's completely up to their own discretion as to how they should fulfill the goals that they supposedly have. On section 4, in the outline of the act, they specify that 2 of the functions of the commissioner are to deal with cyberbullying material, but not just cyberbullying material targeted at Australian children, no, but also cyberbullying abuse material targeted at Australian adults. And in section 6, they go into more detail as to what exactly this includes. Cyberbullying material targeted at an Australian child. For the purposes of this act, if material satisfies the following conditions, it is considered cyberbullying. First, the material is provided on a social media service or relevant electronic service or designated internet service. And 2, an ordinary, reasonable person would conclude that 1, it is likely that the material was intended to have an effect on a particular Australian child, and 2, the material would likely have an effect on an Australian child of seriously threatening, seriously intimidating, seriously harassing, or seriously humiliating the Australian child. C. Such other conditions, if any, are set out for legislative rules, then the material is cyberbullying material targeted at an Australian child, and the Australian child is the target of the material. An effect mentioned in subsection 1 may be a direct result of the material being accessed by or delivered to the Australian child, or an indirect result of the material being accessed by or delivered to one or more persons. Again, what this is basically saying is the material is considered cyberbullying if it occurs on an internet or electronic or social media service, and if it is intended to have a particular effect on the child. And it can also be counted if the material has that effect as a result of being transmitted directly to the child or simply transmitted to a bunch of other people besides the child. So essentially, anything. That just means anything. Subsection 1 has the effect to subsection 4, and subsection 4 says, for the purposes of this act, if A, the person is, 1, in a position of authority over the Australian child and an end user of the social media service, relevant electronic services, or designated internet service, and B, the lawful exercise of that authority in the person post material on that service, and C, the posting of the material is reasonable action taken in a reasonable manner, the material is taken not to be cyberbullying targeted at an Australian child. Essentially, if you are a guardian of the child, you cannot cyberbully your own child, is what this part of section 6 says. So long as what you are saying is, quote, reasonable in manner. and a reasonable action, whatever that means. And I would assume that's up to interpretation by the e-safety commissioner. Now, in Section 7, funnily enough, it's a little shorter. It's basically the exact same thing as the section on cyberbullying a child, except there's no stipulation at the end saying that if you are a guardian of an adult, you are fine, or there's exemptions for you if you satisfy the criterion. So, exactly the same thing. For something to be considered cyberbullying material, it must occur on social media, an electronic device, or an electronic or internet service. It should also have a, quote, intended effect of causing serious harm, and as to what that serious harm constitutes, they specify here something that is menacing, harassing, or offensive. Again, not a lot of definition as to what any of those terms mean, so you would assume that the person who gets to decide, Ayane, good question, who gets to decide what is reasonable, who gets to decide what serious harm means, who gets to decide what menacing, harassing, or offensive means, I would assume that's all up to the e-safety commissioner, because it doesn't specify here in the Act. In Section 8, it also states, determining whether material is offensive. The matters to be taken into account in deciding the purposes of this Act, whether an ordinary reasonable person in the position of a particular Australian adult would regard particular material as being in all circumstances offensive, include A, the standards of morality, decency, and propriety generally accepted by reasonable adults, and B, the literary, artistic, or educational merit, if any, of the material, and C, the general character of the material, including whether it's a medical, legal, or scientific character. So, again, pretty broad. When it comes to what is deemed as offensive, it must be whatever is generally accepted by reasonable adults in Australia. Now, anyone can see the problem with that. This shifts over time, and depending on which group of Australian adults you look at, the answer may vary drastically. Also, the literary, artistic, or educational merit of the material, who gets to decide that? The only answer I can come to is the e-safety commissioner, because that's the only one that's given carte blanche to make decisions like this, according to the Act. And finally, the general character of the material, including whether it is medical, legal, or scientific. And in a world where papers can be censored or pulled from circulation because they are regarded as offensive, I'm not sure I really want this being included into the Act. I'd much rather the offensive material simply not be specified as part of the law to begin with. Because there are people who are delusional enough to be offended by scientific facts. And the problem is, should they become a sample population upon which offensiveness is judged, well, you can see why that creates a little bit of an issue. Another part of Section 4 is they specify that the commissioner needs to administer an online content scheme. And as to what this online content scheme is, it specifies a bit more in Sections 38 and 39. Now, essentially what they did is they separated content into two classes. Complaints about Class 1 or Class 2 material. If a person has reason to believe that the end users in Australia can access a Class 1 material that is provided on the internet or some sort of electronic service, or Class 2 material that is covered by paragraphs 107, etc., etc. So basically, if anyone can access Class 1 or Class 2 material, we'll get to what Class 1 and 2 means in a second, then the e-safety commissioner has the ability to intervene and request that that material be removed or blocked, according to the content scheme. Now, in Section 106, they finally define what exactly they mean by Class 1 material. Class 1 material basically means, well, they specify if it is a film or if it is... oh, this is so stupid. If the material is a film or in the contents of the film, or if it is a film and it has been classified under the classification system of our country, or if it has not been classified by the classification system of our country, if it is a publication and it has been classified or unclassified by the content classification system of our country, or if it is a game that has been or has not been classified under the content classification guidelines of our country. Essentially, what all of this is saying is that if it fits into any of these three genres, film, publication, or game, regardless of whether it has been classified under our content classification guidelines or not, it falls under this category if it would exceed the R18 rating according to our country's content classification guidelines. That was quite a lot of things to keep track of. But essentially, if the media in question falls under any of these three genres, mediums, and they exceed R18, they count as Class 1 material. However, that's not all, because at the at the final part of Section 106, it says, material where the following conditions are satisfied. The material is not a film, the contents of a film, a computer game, or a publication, or the contents of a publication. The material were to be classified by it, the film would be classified, but it would be classified according to the content classifications, they would be deemed as exceeding R18. So essentially, what has just happened over the course of this single section, they have specified the mediums as films, publications, and games, and then in this last little bit of the section, they said, oh yeah, everything aside from that as well. So those three categories, plus everything that doesn't fall inside that category. Brother, that means everything. You might as well have just said everything is counted. If anything online exceeds the R18 ratings allocation according to our national content classification scheme, then it is classed as Class 1 material. There was there's no point in saying all this. I'm lost, Lamau. Fair enough. Ayane, essentially, what this part of the law is saying is it doesn't matter what medium the content falls under. If it would be deemed as exceeding an R18 rating, it is automatically regarded as Class 1 material that needs to be removed. That is essentially what it's saying. Because the Act went through the entire song and dance of identifying specific mediums, film, publication, and games, and then right at the end specified any material that does not fall under those categories as well. Yeah, they're being a little underhanded here. Wading through this has been insane as well. Dang, seeing the word. Yeah. So art can be Class 1. Yeah, again, if it's deemed as something that is exceeding R18 in terms of content rating, then yeah. It's so stupid. In Section 94, they have an entire part of the law that is dedicated to defining material that depicts abhorrent, violent conduct. Now, this will become very relevant in a few minutes, but to give you the simplified outline of what this part of the law is supposed to deal with, it tries to define exactly what sort of abhorrent conduct would be weeded out according to the Class 1 classification. An internet service provider may be requested or required to block access to A. Material that promotes abhorrent violent conduct, B. Material that incites abhorrent violent conduct, C. Material that instructs in abhorrent violent conduct, or D. Material that depicts abhorrent violent conduct. The problem is, between these four, that's basically everything. Everything and anything that may or may not deal with abhorrent violent conduct can be classed under this umbrella, basically. If I were to narrate to you a play-by-play of somebody getting stabbed in a city square, technically you could make the argument that that's classed under D, material that depicts abhorrent violent conduct. So, again, this is a really broad and really vague law. In Section 95, they start specifying in this act what the e-safety commissioner can actually do. So the first thing, or one of the first things they can do, is a blocking request. Basically, this is the e-safety commissioner asking that whatever service provider is hosting the problematic content blocks Australian access to said content, removes URLs, geo-blocks, etc., etc. In Section 104, it starts specifying material that may be exempt to these rules. And this is where things get a little funky, because right at the end of this section, it states, quote, "The material can be exempt from these classifications if it relates to a news report or a current affairs report that, one, is in the public interest, and two, is made by a person working in a professional capacity as a journalist." So for whatever reason, journalists and news companies are functionally exempt from these rules. That's wild. In section 109, the Act then specifies some of the other things that the eSafety Commissioner can compel platforms to do. Division 2, removal notices relating to Class 1 material. Removal notices given to the provider of a social media service, relevant electronic service, or designated internet service. If the material has been provided by one of these services, the Commissioner is satisfied that the material is Class 1, and the material can be accessed by end users in Australia, and the service is not an exempt parliamentary content service, an exempt court tribunal content service, an official inquiry content service, the Commissioner can give the provider of the service a written notice, to be known as a removal notice, requiring the provider to take all reasonable steps to ensure the removal of the material from the service, and to do so within 24 hours of the notice, or any such longer period as the Commissioner allows. Again, it's basically a little bit afterwards to say the Commissioner has discretion to make more decisions. And two, so far as reasonably practicable, the material must be identified in the removal notice that is sufficient to enable the provider of the service to comply with the notices. Again, if the eSafety Commissioner thinks that something on your platform is Class 1 content, this law gives them the ability to send you a takedown notice that supposedly these platforms have to comply with. And the service itself cannot be parliamentary, cannot be related to the courts, and cannot be related to official inquiry content services, which I assume means journalists. Now, in section 193, 194, they go even further. They state some of the other powers that the eSafety Commissioner has. And this isn't just powers relating to platforms. No. This eSafety Commissioner also has powers relating to everyday Australian citizens. Information gathering powers. A simplified outline of this part. The Commissioner may obtain the following information about an end user of a social media service, relevant electronic service, or designated internet service. A. Information about the identity of the end user, so they can dox you if they want. B. The contact details of the end user. Now, in case have you noticed that throughout all of these pages, they use the term end user a lot? However, when you look at the glossary that they have right at the beginning, where they define all of the terms that are going to be used in this document, the funny thing is they never define what an end user is in the glossary, despite the fact that they define things like federal court means the Federal Court of Australia. So things that are as obvious as that, they define. But end user, a word that comes up several times over the course of this act, for some reason they don't define that. Now, you and I know that end user basically means anyone in Australia who uses one of these services. But it is a little weird that they would leave that out. But in any case, what this essentially gives the eSafety Commissioner the ability to do is require platforms and or users to submit their personal information or identifying information about themselves to the eSafety Commissioner on request. D suffers, so literally China. Yeah, pretty much. We're not too far off from there, to be honest. And the thing is, that's not all, because in section 197, and all the way from there to section 205, it further states that not only does the eSafety Commissioner have the ability to request the identification of an end user in the name of, security, protection, etc., but they also have certain powers for the purposes of an investigation. Now, as to what that means, it says, For the purposes of an investigation, the Commissioner may give a written notice to a person summoning the person to attend before the Commissioner, or a delegate of the Commissioner named in the notice, to produce documents or to answer questions, or to provide documents or other information to the Commissioner relevant to the subject matter of the investigation. Again, what this basically means is not only can they identify you, but they can ask you to go talk to them for whatever reason, to have a talk with them if they deem it necessary. On top of that, they can also say, they also state that if a person is summoned to attend before the Commissioner or a delegate of the Commissioner, the Commissioner or delegate may examine the person on oath or affirmation, and for the purposes of requiring the person to take an oath to make an affirmation, or may administer an oath or affirmation to the person. Basically, they can ask you to say things under oath. The examination to take place is supposed to be in private. The examination of the examination of a person for the purposes of an investigation must be conducted in private, but the person is entitled to have an advisor present for the examination. A record must be kept of the examination. Documents can be asked to be produced for the purposes of the investigation, and persons who are involved in the investigation are given the same sort of witness protection as they would be in a high court case. Yeah, it sounds really healthy and non-threatening. Exactly. E-Safety Commissioner, I just want to talk. Yeah, that's basically what this is, but in legal speak. Now, here's where it gets really funky, because in section 205, this is where the law states that not only can the Commissioner request the identity of an end user, not only can they compel the end user to attend or help with an investigation, but non-compliance, they can hand out penalties for that as well. Non-compliance with requirement to give evidence. A person required to answer a question, to give evidence, or to produce documents under this part must not: A, when required to take an oath make an affirmation, refuse or fail to take the oath or make the affirmation. B, refuse or fail to answer a question that the person is required to answer. Or C, refuse or fail to produce a document that the person is required to produce. And guess who decides to decide all of these things? That's right, the E-Safety Commissioner. And the penalty? Imprisonment for 12 months. 2. If a person is required to answer a question, to give evidence, or to produce documents, and they do not successfully do so, the civil penalty can be 100 penalty units, whatever that is. 3. Subsections 1 and 2 do not apply if the person has a reasonable excuse. A little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Note, a defendant bears an evidential burden in relation to the matters mentioned in subsections. See subsection 13 of the Criminal Code and section 96 of the Regulatory Powers Act 2014. If I'm reading this correctly, and I might be wrong, if Legal Mindsets in chat, maybe he could specify, but this to me sounds like the burden of proving that you have a reasonable excuse lies with the defendant, not with the E-Safety Commissioner. The assumption is always going to be that you should comply and you have no reason not to. Again, this is my understanding of what this section means, but I could be wrong. 4. Subsections 1 or 2 do not apply to a refusal to answer a question or a refusal to produce a document if the answer to the question or the production of the document would tend to incriminate the person. So essentially this is a little bit saying that, you have to comply unless what you say unless you end up incriminating yourself with what you say. Now, again, the defendant bears evidential burden here. So I would assume the same thing goes. You have to prove that you have a reasonable excuse not to do this because you would incriminate yourself by doing so. And then 5. Subsections 1 and 2 do not apply if A, the person is a journalist, and B, the answer to the question or the production of the document would tend to disclose the identity of a person who supplied information in confidence to the journalist. Basically, this cannot be enforced against journalists, especially not journalists who want to protect their sources. So isn't that great that journalists get to exist on a whole other playing field compared to the average citizen when it comes to matters like this? In sections 166 to 170, after dealing with all of these things to do with what the e-safety commissioner is actually capable of doing and has full remit by the government to do, we finally get to who actually gets to become an e-safety commissioner. How is the e-safety commissioner decided on? Are they elected? Spoilers, no. Now, simple outline of the part. It states, when describing the administrative provisions regarding to the commissioner, that, first, the commissioner is to be appointed by the minister. We're starting to get a little bit of an idea as to what the word independent means when it refers to government agencies. And right now, it seems to mean that the persons in charge of those agencies are not elected, but appointed by someone who maybe has been elected. 2. The commissioner may delegate the commissioner's functions and powers. 3. The commissioner must prepare an annual report. 4. The ACMA, so the Australian Communications and Media Authority, must assist the commissioner. And 5. The minister may give directions to the commissioner. Again, this is basically somebody, a government official, who has been appointed by the minister, not elected by the people, and they can receive instructions from the minister that appointed them. I can't see any way that that goes wrong. It specifies even further in sections 167 to 170. Appointment of the commissioner. The commissioner is to be appointed by the minister by written instrument. Basically, you need a letter or something saying that they've been appointed. The person is not eligible for appointment unless the minister is satisfied that the person has substantial experience or knowledge and significant standing, whatever significant standing means. Significant standing, I'm more inclined to think is, Ardentop, that's exactly right. Nepotism and or, Robin, cronyism. One of the two. Technically, in theory, this part of the law is supposed to rule out cronyism because it states that the person who's appointed, they need to have some sort of background in this field. But again, that seems to be purely optional. In at least one of the following fields, the operation of the social media services. They need to have experience in at least one of the following fields. The operation of social media services, the operation of the internet industry, public engagement on issues relating to online safety, or public policy in relation to the communications sector. The commissioner holds office on a full-time basis. Period of appointment. The commissioner holds office for a period specified in the instrument of appointment. This period must not exceed 5 years, which is fine until you read the little note under it. The commissioner may be reappointed. See the Acts of Interpretation Act of 1901. So essentially what that means is it's okay if the commissioner ends up serving 10 years consecutively, so long as after their first 5-year stint is over, they get reappointed by the minister. 169. Acting appointments. The minister may appoint a person to act as the commissioner during a vacancy in the office of the commissioner, whether or not the appointment was previously been made to the office, or during all periods when the commissioner is absent from duty or from Australia, or is for any reason unable to perform the duties of office. The person is not eligible for appointment to act as commissioner unless the person is eligible for appointment as the commissioner. So again, basically, if your commissioner is out of action for whatever reason, the minister can just appoint another one. However, the other one they need to satisfy the exact same set of criterion. Yeah, Twisted Jack, I'd say that's a pretty accurate comparison. 170. Application of finance law. For the purposes of finance law within the meaning of this act, the commissioner is an official of the ACMA. Now, all of this is to say that this is a little scary. The commissioner seems to have a lot of powers, a lot of authority, and they are purely unelected. They are appointed by a minister, which means that the public has no say in who this commissioner is, and they are replaceable at the drop of a hat, which means that so long as they are absent for whatever reason, the government, the minister, can simply appoint another one. Now, not only can this commissioner, to remind you guys, request that you dox yourself if you use an internet service or an online service of any kind, but they can also apply penalties if you refuse to go along with an investigation after they have identified you. Now, there is one hole in this policy. Because although they can request that you dox yourself once they know who you are, it's a good thing that, at the moment at least, there is no law that makes it so that people actually have to give their real-life identity when signing up to use a social media service. Good thing that hasn't changed yet, because it would be really, really awkward if not only did this e-safety commissioner have the ability to request that you dox yourself, but also made it so that you had to give accurate real-life information to a social media platform before you were allowed to use it. That would be really, really awkward, wouldn't it? But, to go on, our current e-safety commissioner has been in office since 2017, so that's 7 years, because she was reappointed after her 5-year stint, after her first 5-year stint ended. And our e-safety commissioner is a woman by the name of Julie Inman Grant. She has a bio on the official e-safety commissioner website, and it states, Julie Inman Grant is Australia's e-safety commissioner. In this role, Julie leads the world's first government regulatory agency committed to keeping its citizens safer online. Julie has extensive experience in non-profit and government sectors and spent 2 decades working in senior public policy and safety roles in the tech industry at Microsoft, Twitter, and Adobe. As commissioner, Julie plays an important global role as chair of the Child Dignity Alliance's technical working group and as a board member of the We Protect Global Alliance. This is basically a UNWEF-esque organization that is trying to establish a regulation or a regulatory framework for online platforms across multiple different countries. The commissioner also serves the World Economic Forum's Global Coalition for Digital Safety. Surprise, surprise, she's a member of the WEF. I know that quite a few of you may have thoughts about that. I do too. And their XR Ecosystem Governance Steering Committee on building and defining the metaverse. Under her leadership, eSafety has joined forces on the White House Gender Policy Council and Government of Denmark on the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Harassment and Abuse. Now, chairmanship? Yeah, that's right, my countryman. Now, the funny thing is about Ms. Grant is she wasn't born in Australia. She's actually also an American citizen. And it gets even funnier because apparently before she came to Australia, she almost became a glowy. Top cyber watchdog's crazy job offer. Courier Mail, Australia's top cyber watchdog, has revealed that she was almost a spy for the CIA, but the insane job restrictions turned off her accepting the gig. Apparently this was right after she exited college as well, so she was a prospective glowy before she became the head of Australia's e-safety commission. Now, here's a funny thing. In Australia, when it comes to our politicians, we actually have a constitutional law against people becoming parliamentarians when they have a dual citizenship in order to protect us from undue foreign influences. According to Section 44 of our Constitution, any person who is under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to foreign power, or is a subject or a citizen, or entitled to the rights of the privileges of a subject or citizen of a foreign power, is unable to sit in Parliament. Now, here's the thing. Because the eSafety Commissioner is an independent authority, this constitutional thing does not apply to them. So, it doesn't matter if Ms. Grant is a dual citizen between America and Australia. It doesn't matter if she was almost a glowy. She can still operate with parliament, well, essentially government power, while dodging these requirements of parliamentary or people in parliamentary positions. You can start to see where the problem lies then in establishing all of these arms of bureaucracy that essentially act as extensions of the state, but don't seem to have as many restrictions as the state has. Because not only do they not need to be elected, they are appointed. That's part of independent or independence. But also, they don't have to follow the same restrictions, meaning they can be dual citizens. And I'm sure you can start to see why this is looking a little dodgy. Now, the structure of the E-Safety Commissioners, the E-Safety Commission, is also outlined as being the following. At the very top, you have the E-Safety Commissioner. Basically, like I said before, given carte blanche to do whatever it is they think they need to do in order to live up to the role that they've been designated. However, under them, they also have a set of officials that form the ACMA, or they get support from the ACMA. And here's the funny thing. When you look at the ACMA, they also happen to be a quote-unquote independent regulatory body. When you look at the roles, the services, the areas of expertise that the ACMA offers, some of them are, pretty necessary. Online gambling rules, protecting people from scams, self-excluding from online and phone wagering, things like maintaining television and radio services, understanding product compliance and regulation, understanding gambling advertising rules, safety and emergencies, etc., etc. All of these things seem fine. And then you start getting into what exactly they do, because if you remember, just to give you a refresher, in their on the section of their webpage where they describe who we are, they state we are an independent. At this point, you understand what independent might mean. Commonwealth statutory authority. We regulate communications and media services in Australia. We have an authority that makes decisions and an executive team that oversees our work. Now, the reason why they capitalized authority in that second sentence, that second paragraph, is because the authority is a body of people. And who are these people? Well, they define it further in a section titled The Authority. We have an authority that makes decisions on important matters for the ACMA. The authority is made up of a chair, a deputy chair, three full-time members, and 2 associate members. They have chairs in the authority. Now, usually I would be ecstatic, but not so much here. The members are appointed by the Governor-General. If you remember, the Governor-General is that ceremonial position that is appointed themselves by the monarch of Australia, not elected. So this is essentially a group of people who are appointed by someone who is appointed by someone who is unelected by Australia. The minister may also appoint associate members. The authority makes its decisions at formal weekly meetings. It also works with our staff in committees that deal with content and gambling matters, telco consumer issues, and spectrum management. That's not the that's not the autistic spectrum. That's a different spectrum. The ACMA Code of Conduct for authority members and associate members outlines the role of authority and the standards expected of members. You would think such an independent body would be subject to the same restrictions since they are delegated governmental powers by the state? Yeah, not so much. And this is very much, I suspect, part of the reason why governments like to create these bureaucratic agencies or these bureaucratic arms, because they are appointed, meaning that they are purely selected at the whims of whoever is currently in charge of the state. However, they don't have anywhere near the same restrictions. So they can act as proxies for politicians doing something that people would usually oust them for doing. Now, again, the key word here is appointed. people don't get to elect these members of the authority. And when you look at who these authority members are, well, let's go through a few. The current chair of ACMA has been the chair since 2017 because, surprise, surprise, even though the term limits seem to be 5 years, there's nothing stopping them from being reappointed afterwards. Nerida O'Loughlin as the chair and Craina Chapman as the deputy chair. Again, Craina is also someone who was appointed in 2018 for 5 years and has since been reappointed afterwards for 18 months after it expired in 2023. Now, let's take a look at some of the other appointed members. Oh, would you look at that? Anna Brakey, part-time associate member. Katrina Lau, part-time associate member. Adam Suckling, full-time member. Samantha York, full-time member. Carolyn Lidgerwood, full-time member. Now, if you look at if you look at some of the photos of these members, a lot of you may notice a few trends here. For starters, you are right in pointing out that the overwhelming majority are women. The other thing, though, and more importantly, there doesn't seem to, and this could just be me being Chinese, but there doesn't seem to be a single person in any of these photos and any of these roles that looks to be below 40. Or even 50 if I'm being a little harsh. So, when it comes to entrusting these people with regulating online platforms, I'm not entirely confident that they will have the suitable experience, not as a regulatory official, but as an everyday user. And granted, this is quite a bit of prejudice on my part, but I don't think that this is very representative of the average social media user, to say the least. Star. Yeah, that is, Suckling is a little bit of an unfortunate last name. But in any case, to sum it all up, just so you have an idea of how removed these bureaucrats are from the actual Australian population, both of these are positions that are purely made through appointments. With ACMA, all of its members are appointed by a Governor-General, who herself was appointed by the Monarch of Australia, the Monarch of Australia having nothing to do with the Australian public. Now, on the other hand, the only form of contact or secondary contact that the Australian public has with any of these processes of selection are through electing our preferred party between the two, Labour or Liberal. And in this case, the party leader becomes the Prime Minister. In this case, our Prime Minister, as of right now, is Anthony Albanese. And it's Anthony that appoints the E-Safety Commissioner and recommends the Governor-General. So, in this entire process, there are at least 2 degrees of separation between the population having a choice in anything, any sort of electoral process involving the general population, and any official from any of these government bureaucracies. So, not only is it the case that it's completely disconnected, but like I said before, they have carte blanche. They can do whatever they think is necessary to supposedly enforce their laws or their role as the guardians of online safety for all Australians. Yeah, they're all Australian legacy media plants. I think that's not even I don't even think that's a rat. I think that's just reasonable assumption, honestly. So, you might think there may be the occasional person in the audience who thinks, oh, okay, well, it doesn't really matter if they're not elected, they do their job, right? Right? So, I want to give you an example of the E-Safety Commissioner doing their job. And it starts with a stabbing. On the 15th of April this year, this is morbidly fascinating. A bishop by the name of H.G. Mari Emmanuel, now that's a funny name, was live streaming a church service at the Christ of the Good Shepherd Church. Now, this was something that he pretty regularly did. However, this particular live stream was going to be different because during the course of this live stream, around 7 p.m. in Australia, a masked teenager in a black hoodie approached Bishop Emmanuel and stabbed him 5 times on camera, putting out one of his eyes. Now, in response to this, there was a whole deluge of media coverage from legacy media. Teen charged with attempted murder over alleged stabbing of Wakeley Bishop by The Guardian. Teenager accused of Wakeley church attack on Bishop charged with additional offences. ABC News. New South Wales police declare Wakeley church stabbing allegedly by 16-year-old boy in Sydney's West a, quote, terror incident. Sky News. But this wasn't the only way that this incident spread, because footage of this live-streamed incident also spread to Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And here's where things took a turn, because, as you may remember, a stabbing on camera, whether it be censored or not censored, would probably class as Class 1 material under Section 109 of the Online Safety Act. This is something that would likely exceed the R18 rating, according to our content classification systems. Yeah, an alleged stabbing. Again, I suspect that they say alleged because, it's they weren't in the room when it happened. I'm pretty sure that's just legalese because they have to say that. Now, as a result of footage of this being put onto Twitter, the E-Safety Commissioner lodged a removal request on the 16th of April, the very next day, under Section 109 of the Online Safety Act. And Twitter, at least partially, ended up complying because they geo-blocked all of the footage of this happening for Australian users. However, if you remember, Section 109 is a removal notice. The E-Safety Commissioner was trying to get Twitter to not only block Australians from being able to see this, if their IP was tied to Australia, but to get Twitter to remove all of the evidence of this happening from their platform, so that the only thing that would remain would be news reports or written verbal accounts. And presumably, well, as you can probably guess, Elon wasn't really interested in complying with that, because it's one thing to geo-block a bit of footage from Australia. It's quite another to try and remove it from every other part of your platform for every other one of its users, because this, Twitter, is international. And so, the E-Safety Commissioner sued Twitter. On the 22nd of April, a notice was released from the from the Federal Court of Australia that detailed how this case went down. Important facts giving rise to the claim. X is a social media service within the meaning of Section 13 of the Online Safety Act 2021 and is provided by according to what is provided by the respondent. 2. On the 16th of April 2024, a delegate of the applicant being the E-Safety Commissioner, gave Xcorp a notice under 109, Section 109 of the Act, requiring it to take all reasonable steps to ensure the removal of the material from the X service, formerly known as Twitter, identified in the notice within 24 hours. 3. The notice identified the material to be removed by way of URL. At each URL was a video of a teenage male stabbing a bishop in the head, neck, and upper body 5 times at Christ of the Good Shepherd Church in Wakeley, New South Wales. The attack occurred during a live-streamed church service and began at approximately 7:15 p.m. on the 15th of April 2024. 4. In purported compliance with the notice, X Corp geo-blocked the URLs in Australia. The effect of doing so is that an X user with an IP address in Australia cannot access the material at those URLs. X Corp did not, however, take any other step which would stop a user in Australia from accessing the material at those URLs by using, for example, a virtual private network, VPN, to access the material as if they were in a location other than Australia. X Corp has denied that it needs to take any such additional step. And finally, 5. The applicant, the eSafety Commissioner, contends that merely geo-blocking the URLs in Australia is not enough to comply with X Corp's obligations in circumstances where it is technologically feasible for X Corp to do more. Essentially, what the eSafety Commissioner was saying is it's not good enough to geo-block Australians because they can still get around it using VPNs. This must be removed entirely, even if the Australians in question, of their own volition, switched on their VPNs in order to see this material, or came across this material as a result of having their VPNs turned on. That is crazy. Now, thankfully, by the 13th of May, 2024, the federal court ruled that X was in the right, that the eSafety Commissioner actually doesn't have the right to tell an international platform to remove footage at its whims. The court orders that, 1, the application to extend the interlocutory injunction granted on the 22nd of April, as extended on the 24th of April 2024, is refused. Now, basically what that means is what the applicant was trying to get has been refused. 2, the costs of the application are reserved. So X won, Elon won, the eSafety Commissioner lost, yada yada yada. This entire case then kicked off a statutory review of the Online Safety Act by the Law Council of Australia, and this review was published on the 2nd of July this year. And there is a specific section in this review that states, quote, "The impacts of overregulation. The Law Council understands the importance of protecting the community from the dissemination of abhorrent content online. While we support strengthening protections in the ways described in this submission, we caution against overregulation to the extent that it may lead to undue restriction on freedom of expression." And they go on. Justice Jeffrey Kennett, so the federal judge that ruled in that case, held that it would be reasonable for X Corp to remove the content, but unreasonable for the commissioner to compel removal through Section 109 of the Act. So essentially what that means is the judge thought that, yes, it is a reasonable request, but it is unreasonable to force that request. His Honour found that, if given the reach contended for by the Commissioner, the removal notice would govern and subject to punitive consequences under Australian law the activities of a foreign corporation in the United States, where X Corp's corporate decision-making occurs, and every country where its servers are located, and it would likewise govern the relationships between that corporation and its users everywhere in the world. The Commissioner would be deciding what users of social media services throughout the world were allowed to see on those services. The content to which access may be denied by a removal notice is not limited to Australian content. The potential consequences for orderly and amicable relations between nations if a notice with the breadth contended for were enforced are obvious. Most likely, the notice would be ignored or disparaged in other countries. So basically what he's pointing out is if you want an international platform to remove something just because you don't want Australians to see it, you're either going to be ignored or be disparaged by users in other countries. Understandably so. Australia is not the center of the world. You don't get to remove a bit of content from an international platform just because you don't want Australians seeing it. And even then, that's assuming that it is great and justified to try and prevent Australians from seeing something that you deem as being harmful. And finally, the result is that the, quote, reasonable steps, end quote, required by a removal notice issued under Section 109 do not include the steps which the Commissioner seeks to compel X Corp to take in the present case. Now this was a very important precedent because, as was stated later on, this judgment is
is likely to have significant implications for actions for the removal of content, as it demonstrates that 1. Courts can and will reject attempts by one country to regulate the global internet by compelling the removal of content, and 2. Governments should be cautious in considering the powers of the Commissioner as to the potential impact of overregulation on fundamental rights such as freedom of expression and the right to privacy. Now, it's pretty obvious as to how it impacts freedom of expression, but right to privacy? We're going to see how exactly the E-Safety Commission threatens that in a second. But, to sum it all up, essentially what was happening here is that we were beginning to see, 3 years after this act was created and passed, that the Online Safety Act of 2021 was a little bit of a parting gift. A turd wrapped in a fancy box that was presented as a present from the Liberal Party to Australia. And it was a parting present because in 2022, on the 21st of May, when we had our last federal election, the Australian population decided that the Liberal government was not for them, and the Australian Labor Party were elected into power instead. Now, usually, in a two-party system, when a population votes for one party over the other to, be in charge of parliament and stuff like that, there is an underlying assumption that there will be different policies, there will be different priorities, there will be different rhetoric, there will be different attitudes. What people don't expect is that not only will they end up doing and thinking the exact same thing, but they will end up building on and extending what the previous party had attempted to do with their policies. Because on the 21st of November, so just over a week ago now, the Labour Party put forward an amendment to the Online Safety Act of 2021, titled the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Now, this was fucked up for a number of reasons, because not only was it weird that this seemed to be a bipartisan movement to essentially curb the ability of Australians to use social media or restrict it in some way or control it in some way. So that was a bipartisan thing. But on top of that, the approach towards this policy were not even that different because, as we'll get into in a second, this did not repeal any of the things that were outlined in the original act. No, this expanded on the remit of the E-Safety Commissioner. Yeah, the illusion of choice. Uniparty for the win. Yeah, that word has made a lot of... It's become very frequently used in Australia since this act was introduced. And for good reason. Because, well, any politician can lie about their policies. And it's to the point where I think the only thing that really matters when picking a political party is whether they will allow the citizens the right to complain when they fail to live up to their promises. This is why, when I'm picking a party to vote for, I tend to prioritize looking at their attitudes towards free speech, because you can't guarantee that a party is going to follow through on policy. But you can look at whether a party is going to allow you to complain about that. And this is not a very promising direction for prioritization and protection of free speech in Australia. Now, on the surface, right, this was supposed to be a bill that was for the purposes of protecting children, right? Making sure that children are protected from social media. Now, in previous streams, I've been very, very vocal about how I don't think that social media is a very healthy thing. It is a tool just like any other, but it's a tool that is often misused by people who don't seem to know how to acknowledge and accept that it is only designed to act as an engagement tool and then end up using it in unhealthy ways. I also have been very vocal about how I don't think minors should be on social media because these platforms are built to hack the human brain. And, well, minors don't really have too much of a brain to hack which means that they have even less of a brain to resist the hacking. However, that being said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that social media is absolutely useless to minors, because especially in a post-pandemic world, in a world where societies across the globe decided to lock their citizens down as a way of preventing the spread of a virus, without social media, I would say that the kids would be even more fucked mentally, psychologically, emotionally, socially than they are now. Now, granted, things like Discord have done irreparable damage to the practices of dating in modern society, but I would say that it's no worse than what lockdowns would have done anyways. So, again, it's a bit of a complex issue, and if you would remember, when I pitched the premise of this stream topic, I did say that it was a bad idea to ban minors from social media legally. And when I say legally, I mean with the law. And the reason for that has to do with how Labour has suggested we go about banning minors off of social media. Now, despite the premise, which I think a few people might be able to see merit in, there were a few red flags as to why this policy was very ill-advised. The first of them started on the 19th of May 2024, because this policy didn't exactly come out of nowhere. Media organizations were already beginning to lay the groundwork for trying to shift social attitudes in support of this bill. Funless, thank you for the 5. Funnily enough, Google as a company, the founders set the motto, "Don't be evil." That's a funny joke. But yeah, in any case, in past streams, I have talked about things like agenda setting, which is basically when the news media, legacy media, creates a list of priorities for things that they want the population to think about and talk about. And these priorities, these subjects, are shown across a bunch of different outlets in a coordinated manner, so that they end up dictating what are the common talking points of everyday conversations among citizens of a country or in a society. And the thing is, starting around May, News Corp, the media conglomerate that is owned by Rupert Murdoch, started using a whole bunch of different media outlets that they owned to put out the same message. Your children, Australia, your children are at risk of falling prey to social media. How much at risk is your child? Take our quiz and find out. Let them be kids. They launched an entire campaign across a whole bunch of different newspapers for this purpose. And they posted a bunch of different news articles as well, front page on their respective publications. Sunday Mail, the grim toll must end. Sunday Telegraph, the Sunday Daily Sun, a lost generation. The Sunday Telegraph, taunted to death. Over and over, ad infinitum, ad nauseum. And this degree of synergy became even more obvious when you looked into the editorials of these newspapers. Each of these have a different editor. Each of these is supposed to be a different publication. And yet, when you look at what these editors are writing in their editorial columns, the degree of similarity is kind of scary in terms of how synchronized they are. Social media hurts our kids, it has to stop. We need to do it for our kids, and we need to do it now. Sign in to save our children. We need to do it for our kids, and we need to do it now. We cannot fail our children. Social media hurts our kids, it has to stop. We need to do it for our kids. We need to do it now. Again, to remind you, these are different editors of different newspapers, and yet you have the exact same sentence, word for word, in 3 out of 4 of these examples. That's crazy. Now, not only that, because it wasn't just the private interests, it wasn't just the private corporate interests that were seeking to do this, that were seeking to define this agenda. No, because the state was doing this as well. Between the 13th and 18th of June, in this year, the Australian government launched a advertising campaign designed around teaching parents about the, quote, hidden trends of disrespect, end quote, online. Now, the funny thing is, and it's kind of ironic as well, they also paid for ads on Twitter that would show this video that they made about the hidden trends of disrespect, and it happened to crop up on my feed around the same time as Dr. Disrespect was being cancelled as well. So that was a little bit of a funny jump scare for me while I was scrolling through Twitter in that period of time earlier this year. But essentially, to sum up, this was supposed to be a domestic violence prevention campaign that the Australian government launched in conjunction with the BMF, which was basically an ad agency. And the premise of this was supposed to be stop it at the start. Reveal and teach adults about the new hidden trends of disrespect in young people's online and offline worlds so they can help them navigate it. And if you go to their website, you start to see a little bit more of this kind of fear-mongering language. The hidden trends of disrespect. Social media and online platforms are a normal way to maintain relationships with people, read news, watch videos, and play games. But, do you know what's influencing your kids? Young people spend so much time online. Never mind the fact that parents actually get to control this, by the way. It's presented as if it's something that the parent has no control over. Especially during their teenage years, and the content they watch can influence and shape their views and behavior. Most social media platforms are powered by complex algorithms that show us profiles or posts they think we're likely to engage with. This means, as well as seeing posts that may make us happy, we may also be exposed to disrespectful and aggressive content at any time. As parents and carers, it can be difficult to censor or moderate the content young people may be exposed to online. To support young people, we need to develop a better understanding of what they are seeing and hearing, and the impact this may have on their perceptions of respect and respectful relationships and violence towards women. Oh, won't somebody think of the women? Oh, won't somebody think of the children? And so on and so forth. Now, I want to check out this. I want to show you guys their website for a little bit. But first, I want to show you guys the 1-minute ad that they released in conjunction with this campaign. So give me a second to open this up. Let me hop over to the React scene. Mercurius Olicus, thank you for the 2. I disrespect being lectured by government Karens. That makes quite a few of us, Mercurius. I don't think there are many Australians that like or enjoy this at all. Okay, let me open up this link. All right, there we go. Hold on. Let me turn off the BGM. Okay. Can you let me know if the audio is working fine for you guys? Hold on. Is that coming through? Can I get a 1 in chat if it is? Pain. Oh, this is so cringe. Agreed. They cut this up into 15 and 30-second ads as well that they can, post onto Twitter and wherever else they're advertising this as well, which is kind of funny. 1? Yes? Okay, great. Now, Philip, are the comments enabled for this video? As you can probably see, they've been switched off. It always tells me that they have great confidence in what they've made when the comments are turned off and the dislikes have been disabled by the owner. But in any case, let's watch this. Let's see what the Australian government has to say about hidden trends of disrespect in online social platforms. Flurry of internet sounds, my beloved.
Life is a war for status.
Get it? Because that's supposed to be like a red pill manosphere influencer where life is a war for status. Man, the superior gender. This has all of the subtlety of a garbage truck on stilts. How is that caption helpful for deaf people? You know, that's a good question. Unfortunately, it is evidently beyond both my and the government's ability to answer that.
Be kind. They want you to control them. If you're not in control as a man, you're a beta.
Oh, this is so cringe to watch. Oh, only alphas get the girls. This is actually like, if regardless of your thoughts on Andrew Tate or any other manosphere influencer, this is a parody of what they do or say. If this was the extent of their messaging, they would not have an audience. But unfortunately, because this ad is only a minute long, they kind of have to condense it all down to what would otherwise be satire like this.
Who are you texting?
I know you left me on scene.
You're gonna regret blocking me. You call as a man.
James. Is everything alright?
Yeah, it's nothing.
So, you're definitely alright.
Do you know what's influencing your kids? Learn the hidden trends of disrespect before they lead to violence.
I like how they phrase it as if it's like a Vietnam flashback where you open up your phone and instantly you're blasted with all of these things that infiltrate your mind and turn you into a manosphere simp until, you know, you just like a post and it magically you magically become a misogynist somehow. But in any case, yeah, that was the entire point. Now, a few things about this ad. It comes across as something that has very evidently been made by people who think that the internet is some sort of magical wonderland. That's not really how it... Billy Aoki, thank you for the 2. Protect the kids by showing your... by showing your feet. Oh, wait. Thank you for keeping up the tradition. It is very kind of you to super chat. I look forward to them whenever they happen. You know, it is interesting that they didn't include any references about, you know, online degeneracy, because I guarantee that showing a parent furry porn on the internet, or the kind of porn that is posted on the internet, will be infinitely more effective at scaring them into wanting to keep their kids away from social media than this. Like, whatever you might say about manosphere garbage, or, you know, or misogyny online, or getting called beta, cuck, or alpha, none of that compares to the sheer power of disgust at all of the degenerate Rule 34 that routinely gets put out. But unfortunately, since this is a government-made ad that is, you know, authorized by the Australian government, Canberra, it means that they are things like showing Thomas the Tank Engine porn is off limits, so that they can't really get at that disgust impulse, which is unfortunate, because at least if they did that, I'd be able to laugh at this. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 5. I keep seeing these adverts which are disrespecting my intelligence. Oh, yeah. But again, this comes across kind of out of touch, and that's not even getting to the website itself. So let me boot that up. Let me check to make sure it's actually showing. Okay, let me adjust this slightly so that you can actually see all of this. Hold on, I'm going to add another window capture so that I can show you guys the full extent of this this beauty. Hold on. There we go. Okay, it's a little big. Let me reduce its size a little. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Excellent. All right. Did they... Chris Brawl, thank you for the £5. Did they hire Darman for this? I have unironically seen better acting in Darman than I did in that ad. Honestly, they could have hired Darman. I would have preferred immensely if at the end of that, the dad and or the boy just turned around to the camera and said, "So you see," before explaining why and how becoming a misogynist online is a bad idea. But in any case, so this is the way that the website looks. the hidden trends of disrespect and all of those things that I talked about earlier. But funny thing is, they also have a quick escape option at the top in case this becomes too triggering for you to read. But at the bottom, they include a whole bunch of stuff about to define all of the different areas of expertise that they have, all of the different subjects, the difficult conversations that they are trying to tackle here. Introduction. The Stop It at the Start campaign aims to end violence against women. So, call back to the what might as well be the Me Too stream that I did a few weeks back. They have turned domestic violence, and they have essentially turned it into a gendered topic, where they are only going to bother with tackling violence against women, which is fun. Most victims of family, domestic, and sexual violence are women, and most violence against women is perpetrated by men. However, we know that there are many different ways in which people experience violence. This guide aims to support adults to understand the hidden trends of disrespect that young people are exposed to. As to how they define disrespect online, they have a list. Harmful content and disrespectful behavior online can look like degrading or sexist language in comments, discriminating language or treatment of women in gaming, sharing personal or intimate photos or videos of someone without their permission. Now, this is the only one that I think is like really, it's self-explanatory. Sharing intimate, sexual, or violent content with other people. Memes or jokes about rape, stalking, or women being inferior to men. Now, I'm going to make the bold and controversial statement that these are not the same in terms of significance or gravity. I'd say that this is a lot worse than this. And I'd say that jokes about this are a lot less, they are a lot worse than jokes about this. Promoting attitudes that excuse and minimize harassment and violence or blame the victim. Slang words and phrases that originate from harmful or disrespectful language. Now, as to what those slang words are, they'll specify later on. Influencers or people with large followings that are disrespectful to others or perpetrate dangerous behaviors and thoughts about gender norms. You wouldn't want your kids to have the wrong thoughts. No, no, no. And better to prevent wrong think than to actually have a discussion and present arguments and make sure that your kids understand the reasons why people believe what they believe, not just telling them that certain beliefs are entirely off limits. No, no, no. We wouldn't want any of that. It can be easy for young people to fall into the trap of thinking the posts they see on social media reflect real life. Most of the time, they are exposed to exaggerated personas of people trying to get attention. Now, this is true, absolutely true. The only problem is the context in which this is presented. The pressures from social media are very real, and they can have consequences for all of us. They can affect a young person's mental health as well as change their attitudes and behaviors. It's important to help young people to understand and deal with negative and challenging content. By talking openly and often, you can help a young person develop the skills they need to have a healthy, respectful interaction with others online and in the real world. Now, while I do partially agree with this statement that what people see online, especially what young people see online, can affect their attitudes and behaviors, I disagree with the magnitude at which it can do this. Because the thing is, when it comes to children, young adults, they are essentially people who are trying to form a worldview by absorbing data. They need more data about how the world works before they can form a solid worldview. And when they interact with things online, that is how said online material influence attitudes and behaviors. That becomes a source of data. Now, the thing is, if you don't allow your child to have other forms, other outlets for expression, other sources of data, then their attitudes and behaviors will always be affected by what they see online. By contrast, so long as a young adult has plenty of sources of data as to how the world works besides online, besides what they see online, this won't really do much. What they see online won't really do much to affect their attitudes and behaviors. Again, it's all about how you parent. So as a result, when you worry about this, you're really worrying about the wrong thing as a parent. Because if your child doesn't touch grass, then no shit, they're going to instantly believe that what they see online, or whatever they see most commonly online, is a reflection of the real world. They don't have any other source of data to counteract that belief. So, as a parent, it is your job to oversee your child and how often they get to touch grass. You need to act as a controlling factor, or a guiding factor in where they get their knowledge of how the world works. That is the entire point of parenting. If I have female friends, it doesn't matter if I watch 10,000 hours of Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit. It's not going to be able to change my view of women that much, if at all, because I have plenty of sources in real life as to how women think, behave, and act. So to the point where I don't need anything online to build up my worldview, to understand how a specific part of my life or the world operates. It's all about giving the person seeing the content more sources of data. And this links in with what I said previously as well on stream, which is that prejudice is pattern recognition. Prejudice is a belief, an assumption about the world and others in it based off of previously absorbed data. If you want to eliminate prejudice, you have to change the data that the person is consuming in order to form their worldview. There is no point in shaming someone for their prejudice. That doesn't work. There is no point in condemning prejudice. That also doesn't work. The only way that you can change somebody's prejudices are by giving them different sources of data. And the thing is, if your goal is to combat the possibility of your child developing prejudices against women, the only solution to that is to make sure that they have opportunities to meet, speak with, and befriend good women. And, well, as to what you mean by good women, that's up to each individual to define themselves. However, in general, if all of the experiences that your child has with women, meaning with their mother, with their female siblings, with, girls that they meet in class or whatever, are negative, then it's not going to take a big push for online material to convince them or to simply give them words to vocalize their already negative view of women. In line with what I just said. However, by contrast, if all of their relationships with women in their actual lives are healthy, for example, that they have a healthy, supportive relationship with their mother, that they are close with female siblings, that they have quite a few female friends, and or maybe even one or two healthy relationships, romantic relationships with girls or women, then it doesn't matter what they see online because it's not going to be able to affect their view of women. Prejudices cannot be settled as easily as simply cutting off someone's ability to access certain material. But in any case, they then expand further on what they mean when they talk about social media algorithms and harmful content. Again, a bit of a recurring theme when we look through this is getting the parents to focus on the wrong things when it comes to how to parent, right? If you have a son and he turns out to be a misogynist, you probably need to start looking at his relationship with his mother or lack thereof. Likewise, if you have a daughter and she grows up to be a misandrist, you probably need to look at her relationship with her father or lack thereof. So none of this has to do with online content, though, because while online content may exacerbate those prejudices and attitudes, and while online content may affirm those beliefs that are already in the child's head, give them words to express what they're already thinking and feeling, it's not going to be the origin point of anything that the child ends up expressing. So, in other words, parenting needs to start offline. And if parenting is competently accomplished offline, nothing the child does online is going to be able to hold a candle to that. But in any case, Social media algorithms affect what we see. Many algorithms tailor themselves to show us the content that we interact with the most. For example, the more a young person engages with a post by liking, commenting, or sharing, the more likely they will start seeing similar posts about the same topic in their feed. Now, again, this is true. This is just basic function. This is the basic design philosophy of every social platform. Following an account often means that similar accounts may be suggested to the young person. It also means that if they report or unfollow an account, the algorithm is less likely to show these again. If someone engages with potentially harmful content, including content that is disrespectful to girls, women, and people who are gender diverse or fluid, or contains misogynistic, homophobic, and or violence supporting messages, it will lead to them seeing more of the same material or increasing harmful material in their feeds. Sometimes the algorithms can contribute to content going viral by spreading it quickly and widely, and this can amplify misinformation and extreme views. Now, this isn't really related to this, but something I've noticed more and more is that for some reason women are always lumped in with people who are gender diverse or fluid, and with the LGBT groups, essentially. For some reason, it's always women and LGBT, as if the two are inseparable from one another, which is interesting, considering the fact that, well, the rate at which they are affected, each specific group is affected by domestic violence, can differ quite significantly depending on which group you are looking at. Because if you look at women, okay, sure, the percentage is pretty high when it comes to the percentage of domestic violence victims that are women. However, if you start dividing by other genres, like, for example, homosexual relationships, you then need to look at homosexual relationships between men and homosexual relationships between women, because the rates at which either of those groups suffer domestic violence are quite different. For example, the rates at which homosexual men experience domestic violence are actually quite low, especially when you compare it to the rates at which homosexual women experience domestic violence, which is relatively high. And there have actually been studies done in Australia that prove this fact, but those studies have not been very popular to talk about in news agendas and any such political discussions or social discussions, which is why every time I see this lumping in of women with gender diverse or fluid or homosexual or whatever, I always feel like it's a little weird that every single time they are always regarded as if they are the same thing. So, yeah, Snowy, because they're all just, quote, non-male, I think that's exactly. And it is a very weird way of trying to tackle human issues, of just separating it into male and non-male. And it's stuff like this that does convince me that Western society, at the moment at least, have a deep systemic cultural and social misandry problem, where men are only ever perpetrators of problems and never victims of problems, which is that's a whole discussion for another stream. But in any case, sometimes the algorithms can contribute to content social media influencers often target young people, including young boys and men, with this content, even if they don't look for it. Sometimes the content can be disguised as positive or helpful by initially focusing on healthy lifestyles, sporting achievements, and mental health. This can pull young people in, while subtly or openly introducing and weaving in more harmful content, which can then intensify once they interact with it. Now, here's the thing. What exactly is harmful content? Is it, for example, harmful to affirm gender roles? Is it harmful to tell a man, for example, don't express your emotions in an uncontrolled manner? Is it harmful to tell a woman that beauty standards are equally defined by other women, if not more so, than they are defined by men. That the standards for fashion, beauty, etc. are not really, that the social pressures surrounding how you present yourself in front of people as a woman are not really contributed to by men as much as they're contributed to by other women. That it's not a result of patriarchy, but female empowerment. Is that harmful messaging? Because the way that this is phrased, they haven't really defined what harmful messaging is. And so any one of those points that have to do with gender or affirming a particular role or that can be construed maybe as a criticism of one or both genders, you can start to see how this vagueness is a little, I would say it's a little disingenuous. Because simply talking about those things is not a form of hate speech. Simply having those discussions, again, it doesn't matter which side you take in these discussions, but simply having those discussions, I would argue, is not in and of itself harmful. But based off of the way that this has been phrased, it might be, because who knows, right? A lot of what we are shown is influenced by what we search, watch, and engage with. The more positive content we engage with, the less offensive or disrespectful the content will be. The less offensive or disrespectful content will be shown to us. It's important to remind young people that they don't need to engage with everything they see in their feed. Now, this is a message I can get behind. Knowing when to close the app, knowing when to keep scrolling, knowing when to simply not comment, like, dislike, argue, whatever. Learning when to disengage is a good thing. However, again, this is one good a little pearl that has been thrown in among the sewage, especially if it upsets them or makes them feel uncomfortable. Reading stuff like this is mentally exhausting because it doesn't feel normal. Yeah, this is very much somebody trying to teach you to breathe manually, when in actuality you've been breathing just fine. And it's tackling a problem that is not solved by the solutions it recommends. Because, like I said, if your child resonates with content that is misandrist or misogynistic, then that means that you've fucked up with the way that you've raised your child, and no amount of cutting them off from the internet is going to fix that. You can also familiarize yourself and your young person with ways of, why not just say child or kid? It's a little clinical. Your young person with ways to block or report accounts or posts that are promoting harmful or disrespectful content. This will help ensure you see less similar content and could even result in the harmful content being removed. Again, I am all for teaching people that algorithms can be controlled, that your feeds can be curated, that you don't need to engage with everything that you see. However, to present this as if it's some sort of substitute for actual parenting, or if it's some sort of pernicious thing that you as a parent can't control unless you follow what the government says, I just don't buy that. Now, the next thing that they go through, the link between online disrespect, violence, supportive attitudes, and violence. Now I'm breathing manually. Good. With young people spending so much time online, what they see and do can impact their behaviors and beliefs. Online disrespect is one of many ways in which violent, supportive attitudes can start to develop. Increasingly, we are seeing a number of harmful online influencers rising in popularity. These influencers specifically tailor their content to appeal to young men and boys, initially through posts or memes about health, sporting achievements, and business success, and then through posts that subtly or openly encourage boys to be misogynistic, homophobic, disrespect women and girls, and people who are gender diverse or fluid, and engage in violent behavior. Armchair Expert, you're going to be aware of your blinking now too? Damn you, funnelists. No, but the thing is, in converting the issue of domestic violence into a gendered topic, it has now also, and this bit of the ad campaign has also now converted the online influencers that promote harmful behavior or harmful ways of thinking. This has now obscured the fact that there aren't only male online influencers that promote harmful rhetoric. There are also female influencers that do the same. Think about every single... think about female influencers that, for example, preach men ain't shit or something similar. Or how many creators very casually say very misandrist things. Like, for example... oh, men are all trash, or something along those lines. And as a result of the way that this topic is framed, those influences don't get acknowledged at all. It is purely presented as a problem with male perpetrators and female or gender diverse or gay victims. That's pretty much it. Over time, these posts can lead people towards online communities with extremist views. For example, the incel, involuntary celibate movement. They say this as if 4B isn't a thing. They say this as if femcells are not a thing. They say this as if it isn't a trend among online creators. And actually, this is something that I've observed quite a lot in VTubing as well, where people will pretend that they can't get any purely because of the fact that it's a social trend. It is very trendy for creators, both male and female, to pretend to be involuntarily celibate. And again, this is not a gendered thing. This is something that both sexes do. And yet, the way that it's phrased here, it's presented as purely one-sided. Over time, these disrespectful views can start to be normalized and impact behavior. Would you look at that? It's kind of crazy. And if you want an example of normalized behavior where these disrespectful views are taken for granted, look no further than the way that, for example, right? And this is just an example. Male VTubers. Now there have been quite a few high-profile sex pests, but overall, men have a tough gig in VTubing for a variety of reasons. But one of them is definitely casual misandry. And when I say casual misandry, I don't mean among audiences. I mean among other creators as well. And if left unchallenged, can shape the type of person and partner they grow up to be. You know what else shapes the kind of person and partner they grow up to be? Their parents. If you have, like I said, if you have an absent or abusive father, you will probably become a misandrist. If you have an absent or abusive mother, you will probably become a misogynist. It is certainly the case that people are raised to be both without having anything to do, both or either, without having anything to do with online material or content. It all comes back to parenting correctly. Sorry, give me a sec. How is involuntary celibate a movement when it's literally voluntary? Involuntary? Yeah, exactly. That's a good contradiction that you point out. It says the incel movement, which glossing over the fact that movement implies choice and incel implies involuntary. So that's a good spot, Ayane. But yeah, I don't think they thought that deeply. I think they just thought incel, trigger word, bad thing. And then they decided to use this as an example. The thing is, incel is basically, among people who aren't really entrenched in online culture, incel and troll are used interchangeably pretty much. So, yeah, according to the government. What? Chair, how dare you say that Dawkins had father issues? Yeah. Contributing to disrespectful content. Communicating online should be approached with the same care and respect as face-to-face interactions. Now, on paper, I would agree with this. However, I've had entire streams in the past dedicated to explaining why this isn't really possible. Not because people are evil, not because people are inherently bad or disrespectful, but simply because of the constraints of the mediums that we use to communicate with one another. Yes, I can extend to you guys care and respect, just as I can, just as I can expect the same from you. But we're not going to be able to simulate the same thing as a face-to-face interaction, simply because for you guys, I am a talking chair PNG on a screen somewhere, and for me, you guys are names typing up messages in a scrolling chat. Neither of us are people to one another, especially in the moment that we are interacting with one another. We are aware of the concept that we are both people behind the screen, but we can't interact as if we are, because the medium that we are using doesn't allow us to do that. Sometimes, online, people feel the need to engage in or voice an opinion on everything, or share shocking things they see with others as entertainment. Interacting with and sharing disrespectful content amplifies it and causes more of the same, or more extreme harmful content to be shown. People can feel a sense of anonymity online, forgetting that our online comments and images or information we share have a real impact on other people's lives. What you do online can have real impact on other people's lives is almost always a talking point that is used in favor of removing anonymity. And I'm always suspicious whenever I see that being used in any sort of government messaging. Wow, way to dehumanize us. Look, Billy, I do so with affection. I do so because I like you guys, and as a result, I will be honest about how, to me, you are not people. You are less than, well, no, you're not less than people, but you are footstools and backseaters. Again, none of those things contain human, just as I do not contain human. I am just a talking chair. Remember that. Actually, in all seriousness, though, one of the things that I never really get tired of is the fact that with my persona, it is extremely easy to recognize how I am essentially an object in the eyes of you guys. And I like how easy it is to accept and understand that premise when you just look at me. Because when I'm talking, right, you don't see like a pretty anime woman or a stunning anime man. You just see a fucking chair. That's like raising an eyebrow at most. Now, when I start using the VTubing model that I have been most generously given by Shezin01 all those moons ago, then that will be different. Then I will be a moving chair. But in that particular case, I'm still an object, right? And it's, yeah. You are less than, well, no, Armchair 2024. But yeah, the more time goes on, even though it does kind of kill my searchability because of the fact that there is I think there's a podcast series that has 50k subs or something that has the same name as me. I like the name and the brand that I've made for myself. I enjoy it for that reason. Although apparently I did some SEO testing the other day, and if you enter armchair with an I instead of with a 1 instead of an I, and you don't type expert, then my channel comes up first. So that's an interesting little quirk with YouTube's search engine. I always have to search armchair expert VTuber to find you on YouTube. Yeah, so next time if you search up armchair by itself with just a 1 instead of an I, it should come up on its own with my channel as the top result. However, yeah. Armchair feeling objectified. This is what I mean, right? When I talked multiple times before about how being, embracing objectification can be and this is going to sound kind of cringe, but it can be kind of empowering, right? If you understand that you are a brand, you are a product, and you are the only one who gets to control what that brand or product is, you are the one who gets to, form a community around yourself that together ends up fleshing that out even more. It's a creative endeavor that you don't often get from any other places, right? I would make the argument that understanding, accepting, and embracing the objectification that comes along with VTubing it's not unlike the experience of really getting into character as an actor when you're filming a movie, for example, or on stage. and building up that, you are the writer, the director, the actor, all in one. And if you have all of that power, why not use it, And I do think it's a bit of a waste when objectification is just blanket, when it is blanket assumed to just be sexualization and nothing else, and two, when it is always assumed to be a bad thing. When I think there is still quite a lot of agency to be had in embracing your own objectification, especially in this industry. But yeah. Interesting. I did Armchair Expert and YouTube autocorrected it to Armchair Expert. Yeah, exactly. That's why it happens. So if you drop the expert and you only type in Armchair with a 1, then it should bring up my channel, I think. Hopefully that's replicable, but yeah, in any case. I have a rough road ahead of me before I'm able to bend YouTube's search results to my will. But in any case, objectification in this case, would it be like idolatry? Kind of. It might encourage idolatry, but ideally, and this has to do with creators fine-tuning things like boundaries with their audience as they build up their brand image alongside their audience. Ideally, it wouldn't get to that point because it would just be, you would be able to turn yourself into a self-created symbol of an idea that you would like to embody. And there is a lot to be said about how fulfilling that can be once you get started on doing that, once you see that being accomplished. So, yeah. We just need to bot you to 100 mil. For legal reasons, that is a joke. There will be no botting, YouTube. Relax. So in any case, to continue with what is written on this. Liking or sharing rude or humiliating content can be harmful to someone's mental health, their privacy, and or reputation. Disrespectful language. This killed me when I first started reading it. An example of how harmful attitudes can start to feel normal is the use of disrespectful and degrading language. Slang terms or phrases are often used online. Oh, sinful semiotics? Exactly. That's exactly what I meant when I was talking about semiotics in earlier streams. These terms are rapidly changing and their popularity grows and shifts over time. As adults, it can be difficult to understand what they mean or keep up with the language being used by our young people. The language can sometimes have multiple meanings, but very often it is intended to be negative and insulting. Here are some of the current terms commonly used online that are rooted in disrespect. And now here's the funny thing. You start looking at the terms, and the first one they have, well, just to list them off, they have beta, they have gyat, they have simp, negging, and alpha. Like, how out of touch do you have to be to think that gyat and simp and beta are worth being regarded in a similar manner to, actual misogynistic, misandrist, or homophobic slurs? Alpha, like, come on, you have entire songs that are dedicated to shitposting by stringing all of this Zoomer speak together, where gyat and alpha are gyat, alpha, and beta are common terms that are used without any malice whatsoever. But in any case, the way that they define these is hilarious. Beta. This term is used as an insult to describe a less dominant man. It promotes aggression, domineering behavior, and reinforces harmful stereotypes about masculinity. If you listen to a woman, you are pandering to her. She's in control, and you are a beta. I really hope they actually quoted this off of a Manosphere influencer or something, because if they made this sounds like something an alien would say. Like, if you programmed an AI to try and imitate Manosphere talking points, this is what they would come up with. I have yet to encounter a single person who would use the word pander in the same breath as they use the word beta. Because this does not at all, this does not make sense as something that someone would actually say online. The next one, gyat, a term used to express excitement after seeing a curvy woman. It encourages young people to see and treat women as objects. No, that's not... It happened once when Kai Cenat said that on stream and then it became a meme. There's no inherent objectification that comes along with it. It's just a funny word. And this is how I know that these people who wrote this are out of touch with the young people, as they put it. Because nobody uses gyat seriously. I mean, look, imagine for a second that you are at a bar, you sidle up next to an attractive potential partner, and you look them up and down, you get going, you get a conversation started, you're all laughing along with each other's jokes, you are getting on royally. And as a proposition, you say, damn, you got a gyat on you. Mood instantly dead, right? No one uses gyat seriously as a way of expressing, it's just a joke. It's supposed to be used as a joke because it sounds dumb. Nobody actually refers to a butt as gyat if they're actually being serious about, if they're serious about expressing genuine sort of sexual romantic excitement, or if they're, of any sort of serious objectification. No, it's just a joke. It's a funny sounding word that started off as a meme. That's it. Simp. Now, this is where I start getting flashbacks to Twitch community guidelines. This term is used to describe a man who is subservient to a woman in order to win her affection. It's often used to criticize a man for being attentive, respectful, or supportive of women. No, it's not. It's used to describe men who put women on pedestals, for so-called nice guys who attempt to get into people's pants by duplicitously acting like an ally or a supporter. That's where simp is used. It's not used for this. It's used as an insult to describe duplicitous behavior, spineless behavior, not being attentive, respectful, or supportive. And the examples they got here: you got her flowers, ew, you are such a simp, stop being so desperate. Now, come on. This just all strikes me as so very out of touch. Negging. This is a pickup technique where someone emotionally manipulates another person by giving them a backhanded compliment or veiled insult. This is designed to make them feel insecure and seek the perpetrator's approval. This is a form of verbal abuse, often used as an element of controlling behavior. Oh, you put on makeup today? You don't actually look so bad when you put effort into your experience. The thing is, depending on who you're describing, negging can be a pickup technique, or it could simply mean that the people in question are British and or Australian, because we do this all the time. It is a cultural pastime and norm to insult the people that we are close to. And it doesn't even mean that we have romantic intentions. It's just a sign that we are comfortable around you. That's it. And the thing is, it's wild because this was written by the Australian government. It's almost like this was written by a bunch of bureaucrats that haven't interacted with the general population in years. And then the final one. Alpha. This term is often used to describe and idealize a man who is dominant in his relationships with others. It promotes aggression, reinforces harmful stereotypes about masculinity. An alpha is high status, demands respect, and doesn't cater to women. Here, there's something really subtle going on here, where being dominant is itself being presented as an inherently bad thing. It's not. Being dominant, knowing what to do with your agency, is, at times, very helpful, even necessary, because if no one had that ability, society would fall off of a cliff. So, again, there's a lot of very subtle things going on in this entire webpage when they're trying to describe what the hidden trends of disrespect are. But overall, it really comes across as a bunch of people who are not only out of touch with the internet, but out of touch with even the general population that they are supposed to be catering to. So, to go back to the slides, hold on, there we go. In addition This campaign also involved the creation of something called the algorithm of disrespect, an interactive online tool that was supposed to help parents visualize this. Now, because I don't want to spend too much time on that website, I'm not going to go through it, but you can search this up for yourselves and try out the algorithm of disrespect if you're curious to see how this agency, the E-Safety Commission, the Australian government thinks that social media algorithms work. Social media allows young Australians to connect with others, maintain relationships, and express themselves, and can expose them to a world of disrespect. Social media algorithms designed to prioritize and favor provocative and polarizing content can automatically serve disrespectful content and violent, supportive attitudes to young Australians every day. During their teenage years, this can influence their views and behavior, ultimately shaping the kind of person and partner they grow up to be. It can be difficult to censor and moderate content, etc., etc. Basically the same thing that we read before as well. But again, that's what this tool, this entire campaign, was designed to do. Now, this wasn't the only sign that this was coming up, because there were also a few red flags about the did they consult the Doctor of Disrespect chairman? I suspect not. Although that may or may not have anything to do with the fact that I'm not even sure that they know he exists. Let alone they would think to consult a creator like him. But in any case, there were also red flags as to the possible effectiveness of this act, let alone the fact that it even existed in the first place. Because between the 7th to the 8th of November, earlier this month, around 3 weeks ago, something around that time, there would be plenty of news articles being published where, in a bizarre twist of fate, in a bizarre deviation from the norm, instead of filleting the long shaft of the government, the news media actually started to criticize this policy. Australian states back national plan to ban children under 16 from social media, PBS. Australia bans under 16s from social media, but can't say how TikTok, Instagram, and others will enforce it. Meta says it will comply if required, but the technology is not ready to enforce proposed age limit across up to 40 apps. The Guardian. The government plans to ban under 16s from social media platforms. Here's what we know so far. This was from the ABC. I forgot to add the label. Australia proposes world-leading ban on social media for children under 16. By, I believe this was Reuters. Now, the funny thing is, whenever you start seeing world-leading being used as a descriptor for new government legislation, they can be right. It's almost always referred to as a good thing. The thing is, being a leader in anything depends on what you are leading your population to. The first lemming to jump off a cliff face is also a leader. That doesn't mean it's automatically a good thing, though. However, this wasn't the only red flag, because on the 9th of October, about 1 month earlier, an open letter was written to the Australian government by the Australian Child Rights Task Force, warning them that this was a bad idea. Dear Prime Minister and Premiers, regarding the proposed social media bans for children under 16 years old, we write to you about the proposal to ban children from social media until the age of 16. We understand that the risks of social media has for children, we understand the risks that social media has for children and young people, and these are well documented. Addressing these risks requires a careful and evidence-based response that acknowledges the role that the digital world plays in contemporary childhood. The online world is a place where children and young people access information, build social and technical skills, connect with family and friends, learn about the world around them, and relax and play. These opportunities are important for children, advancing children's rights and strengthening development and transition to adulthood. Any restrictions in the digital world must therefore be designed with care, and we are concerned that a ban is too blunt an instrument to address risks effectively. Damn, would you look at that? Common sense. Some concerns include that bans affect rights to access and participation. Parental consent does not fix unsafe products. That's a really big one. Parents and carers are often not the experts, but will be asked to make informed decisions. Implementing a ban effectively remains a challenge. It creates even more risks for children who may still use platforms. and it fails to drive up safety standards on platforms where children will be allowed. It fails to drive up safety standards on platforms children will be allowed to use. Again, this isn't really solving a problem. It's just shifting around the problems that you are proposing to fix. They did not say the part where social media is also where children become ultra-far leftists exactly. Although, to be fair, being a leftist is not viewed as a problem, right? Never mind the fact that progressive views seem to have a disturbing correlation with extremist rhetoric, online especially. And it's not nearly talked about as often as right-wing extremism or conservative or extremely conservative opinions are portrayed as problems. So, yeah, it is very unbalanced in the way that these problems are being discussed. No, that's not the implication. I don't trust government implementation of it, and I don't want to be subject to the enforcement. Agreed. And the way that this letter ends, as an alternative, systemic regulation has the capacity to drive up safety and privacy standards on platforms for all children and eschews the issues described above. Digital platforms are not just like other products and can have safety standards imposed. We welcome the commitment to the development of a children's privacy code and the review of the enforceability of the basic online safety expectations. There also needs to be a focus on supporting and empowering children, families, and carers. A blanket ban will create a challenge for those children and young people who feel their access has been unfairly restricted. The work of keeping platforms responsible and building awareness of risk and responsibility amongst all users is a challenge, but will provide longer-term benefits. And this document was signed off by 140 academics from different institutions. Now, generally, I don't tend to put a lot of stock in academic experts for various reasons. But if you have 140 of them from different institutions all telling you that you fucked up, maybe that's a sign that you might need to go back to the drawing board and have some serious evaluation about what it is you are proposing. Now, the thing is, Labour did seem to understand that there needed to be evaluation, that something needed to be changed. Unfortunately, I think they learned the wrong lesson. Because instead of changing the policy, all they did was start talking about it less. So essentially, with the exception of the memorandum that we saw right at the beginning of this section, that explained briefly what the propositions were supposed to be, we have only had, the Australian public being we have only had a few sources to understand the nature of this bill and how it was progressing. One of them were official press releases by the office of the Prime Minister. For obvious reasons, I don't think that's a very reliable source when it comes to criticizing or even being completely transparent with what this bill is. Public sentiment has been pretty uniform that a lot of people who know what this bill is proposing are not in favor of it, for very obvious reasons, as we'll get into later. However, ironically, the other reliable source of information has been Twitter, specifically Twitter updates of the members of parliament that are sitting in the houses as this bill is being debated. So pretty much the only two things we have to go off of as the general public as to how this bill is progressing and what this bill contains consists of only two sources, one of which is fucking Twitter, of all things. And this is the platform that they want to regulate, which is extra funny. But in any case, we can start off by looking at the actual memorandum itself. What does it say is the goal of this bill? And if you just look at the outline, it seems pretty applaudable. I'm going to take a hydration break. If any of you have any water on hand, I would recommend drinking as well. Is it cold over at Oz? It is decently cold. We're having quite a few weather fluctuations here and there. A2, there's something incredibly ironic about Facebook studies finding that social media is damaging. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But a lot of the studies that social media companies have commissioned about themselves has all found the same thing, that, you know, they are not healthy to use. Social media is a bit like junk food, best consumed in moderation and with purpose in mind. But also, what was it? Lol, Twitter being a reliable source. Yeah, the thing is, right, at least when you go off of the accounts on Twitter, one, the MPs are actually in the House discussing this bill, and two, more often than not, we will get clips, if not screenshots of the bill itself that are posted along with those tweets. So that's a good deal more than the government that's pushing this bill has been willing to share with the public. So, ironically, yeah, it's actually a thing where Twitter is unironically an important source for understanding how this law is being pushed, or as I should say, has been pushed. So, Armchair, when are you running away from Australia to Freedom Land? I actually have I have passport problems. So I don't actually have a passport at the moment, despite the fact that I was born here and I've only lived here my entire life. So that's an entire conundrum that I'm fixing on my own in the meantime. But I don't know. If I'm being completely honest, visiting America sounds interesting as a proposition. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do it, but at the moment, your country seems to be going through a bit of a how do I say? Bit of a cultural melting point, at least until January of next year is over. Then I will see. But in any case, yeah, where is Freedom Land? Yeah, Aussie politicians don't want their business to run away. Yeah, I can be your passport, bro. Go to Taiwan. That has been tempting. I've had family try to convince me to go over to Taiwan, despite the fact that, you know, it's not really my choice because I don't have a passport just yet. But yeah, my country is Brazil. Don't come here. Oh, Gabriel, your country has quite the reputation. Cultural revolution. I guess I could describe that as a cultural revolution. Yeah. Funny thing for this is a funny story. The first thing that I have ever received from Taiwan in terms of like an actual product was when I had a friend travel there as a Christmas on a Christmas holiday, and while there, she came across a store that sold these pink penis-shaped candles. And when she saw them, her first instinct was to snap a photo and post it into our friend group's group chat. And because of the fact that I have quite a few health conditions that make buying me souvenirs or food quite difficult, she decided to buy that for me instead. So in my room, I have this unboxed penis candle just sitting on a ledge somewhere. I haven't used it yet. I have no clue how it smells, but it's just waiting there. And whenever I feel like I want to get a bit more in touch with my ancestral roots from Taiwan, I just gaze over at the pink penis and I think to myself, yeah, that looks about right. I feel very in touch with my ancestors. But yeah, that's if any of you go to Taiwan and if you're in a relationship or whatever, or you just want a funny souvenir to send to your friends, I highly recommend just going over to the candle shops and seeing if you can buy a penis candle. It's supposed to be some sort of, according to superstition, local superstition, it's supposed to boost your fertility or whatever. So if you're trying for a child, then who knows? Maybe the penis candle might make all the difference. But in any used it yet. Don't say that in quotes, Ayana. You make it sound so much worse. So did you burn the tip? No, I haven't. I've been reserving it for a special occasion. It's been a while since I've been in a relationship, but maybe when I get into the next one, I can use this to, set the mood with my partner, so that I can set the mood with my girlfriend, my wife or fiance. Whip it out for a special occasion to really, to show off my culture. Just the tip, yes. It was probably for something like this, yeah. We took a huge detour to end up on PP Candle. That's true. Anyways, back on topic. The Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, or otherwise referred to as the bill. A candlelight dinner. That would be so cursed, Yugure. Oh, can you imagine that? You put so much effort into we'll get back to the bill in a second. This is more important. But can you imagine putting all of the effort into actually learning, how to cook, making, for example, a nice roast dinner, really flexing your skills to your significant other, so that, apron and everything, can you imagine taking that food off of the stove or out of the oven, plating it properly, making sure that everything is set up, you have your tablecloth, your cutlery, everything perfect, symmetrical, perfect. And then to finish it, just the final detail to complete the scene, you whip out your pink penis candle, stick it in the middle of the table, and light the tip. If that's not the ideal Valentine's Day dinner, I don't know what is. But in any case, get the PB-shaped pasta to... Oh. Now, look. I'm not gay myself, so I am understandably not really a fan of penis, despite the fact that I have one, and I am, well, I enjoy having one. But I do wonder if it would be quite... I do wonder. I do have a few gay friends. Unfortunately, I think all of my gay friends are lesbians. So, I was going to say it would be a really funny thing if you if you set up like a date for your gay friend and their significant other where everything was just penis themed. And again, before anyone accuses me of being stereotyping, homophobic, whatever, blah blah blah, I have yet to meet a single gay person that cannot see the humor in that. But in any case, it's unfortunate. It really is such a waste. In a way, I say this as a joke, but it's such a tragedy that all of my gay friends are lesbians, so that all of the various penis-shaped items that I have received as joke gifts over the years cannot then be passed on to somebody else, where the joke would actually have that extra ring to it. But yeah, it's just bros being bros. Don't worry, you have the gay pass. Oh, I have no doubt I have the gay... Actually, you know what? Another funny story. Many years ago, I think pee-pee is very funny. Yeah, I agree. The penis is just inherently funny. Many years ago, when I was going on a date with a young lady, we'd been talking for quite a while, and we resolved that we would meet up one day to, I think the date concept was we would meet up to carve pumpkins together or something along those lines. And as someone who used to play piano as a child, I'd gotten into the habit of keeping my nails clipped very short. And when I met up with this girl and we started carving pumpkins together, at some point she looked down at my hands and she said, "Oh, you have really nice hands." And naturally, being a young man, I was instantly stun-locked by that compliment for a few seconds. And I think she saw my reaction because she then started elaborating even further. And she said, "You look like someone who's, you look like someone who really takes care of themselves as well." And because I couldn't think of anything else to say, I just said, "Yeah, I like keeping my nails short." And I'll never forget this. Immediately after hearing that, she said, "Oh, you sound like a lesbian." She just looked at me after I said I like keeping my nails short. She was like, "Oh, you sound like a lesbian." Now, before anybody gets offended, don't worry. She was bi, but it wasn't until I asked my gay friends what she meant by that I fully understood how that was supposed to be a compliment. And so to all the people in chat who are men interested in women, I hope that someday a cute girl also tells you that you have the hands of a lesbian, because that can only be a good thing, as far as I am now aware. But yeah, keep your nails short. Keep your nails short if you're seeing a woman. Femboy arc? No, Sinful Lad. That's quite something else. I don't want to contribute to femboy erasure by saying that was an example of me being a femboy. No, that was quite different. But, in any case, it does seem to be a thing where keeping your nails short is, at the very minimum, you want to keep your nails clean. But if possible, keep them trimmed as well. You'll thank me later. But yeah. Noted. You learn something new every day. Yeah. The more you know. I keep my nails short because I need to feel that ka-thunk when I press the keyboard. Yeah. What a handy man. Death penalty, Sumo Knight. Alright. In any case, getting back to the bill. Until now, the incentive for social media companies has been to optimize user engagement and time spent on platforms, as previously articulated by the chief executive of a major video streaming service. We're competing with sleep on the margin. Fancy that, the Netflix CEO quote by Reed Hastings that I brought up all those weeks ago when we did the tech /Me Too stream has come up yet again. It is a pretty famous quote. While this impacts all users of social media, it is particularly detrimental to children and young people, who are generally more vulnerable to the harms associated with platforms. As a result, digital natives are growing up in an online ecosystem where the protections put in place by platforms have not kept pace with the harms. So, if this bill was purely expressing concern of the fact that there doesn't seem to be good regulation, or at least effective regulation, for protecting children from the more brain-hacky aspects of social media, then yes, I would be completely on board. The problem is, that's not the way that this has been written at all. I'm going to skip this paragraph, but safeguarding the health and well-being of the youngest users of social media platforms requires a strong regulatory response from the Australian government. Australia has consistently demonstrated leadership in the global online safety arena. Australia has consistently demonstrated leadership in the global online safety arena, and with the introduction of the bill, continues to be a jurisdiction that like-minded governments look to for guidance. Now, if that sounds like this is a worldwide movement, or we want this to be a worldwide movement, that's because that's exactly what they are trying to say here. So if you live in the EU, if you live in the US, I would advise paying close attention to how this bill ends up functioning over the next few months or years, because more likely than not, at least if you are part of the EU, this is something that your government might try to implement as well. During the development of the bill, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts conducted extensive consultation with young people, parents and mental health professionals, legal professionals, community and civil society groups, state and territory first ministers and industry representatives. Preferences for the minimum age for social media typically range from 14 to 16, with some support for 18 years old. Parents and carers felt unsupported to make evidence-based choices about when their children should be on social media, and many are overwhelmed by pressure from their children and other families. Now, this may come off as a little controversial and or insensitive, but if you are a parent and you are under pressure by other children and other families, or your children, and you cave under that in order to neglect enforcing restrictions on your child's use of social media, that is a skill issue. That is not something that the government can fix. That is not something that the government should be entrusted with fixing. That is something that involves you changing as a parent to start acting in accordance to your responsibilities in a proper manner. You, as a parent, need to start defining boundaries with your child and enforcing them, not going along with whatever they want or whatever other parents or other families happen to be doing. It doesn't matter if they allow their kids to become TikTok poisoned zombies. You shouldn't be allowing your kid to do that on top of that as well. It's your responsibility. You are a parent. That is your child. You have complete control and responsibility over their use, even if it means just giving them a flip phone until they turn 16 years old. There's nothing stopping you from buying a brick phone. A Nokia works wonders for the average teenager if you're worried about social media addiction. And there's nothing stopping you. You can buy them for less than, I'm pretty sure you can buy them for less than $100, or maybe at most less than $250. It's been a while, but I was one of those kids who did own a brick until I was, halfway through my teenage years. But again, this is all something that should be defined at a parent's discretion, not left up to the state. So this argument, frankly, is a little baffling that it's taken this seriously. They still work in Australia? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, there is a reason why. There's a reason why the government is putting so much stress on emphasizing how harmful social media is, how daunting an enemy it can be when you're a parent trying to control your child's social media use. Because they want to present it as a problem that needs outside help to solve. Because that's the whole justification for them to make new laws like the Online Safety Act of 2021 and this amendment, which they have now made. So they are incentivized to ignore the possibility that parents could simply dictate things like what sites are blocked according to their internet, or what devices they give to their child to use in the first place, or even having open and honest discussions with their child about responsible social media use. Not just saying that, you are not allowed to go to these sites, but explaining why they are not allowed to go on these sites, why they are having limits imposed, how these sites are designed to hack your brain, etc., etc. It's all about communication, stuff that a competent parent is going to be able to do, but is always any parent's personal responsibility to do. And that's the problem. Because this bill, fundamentally, in its justification for its own existence, has to ignore personal responsibility. Eddie, the Nokia brick is good for self-defense? You know what? That's funny you bring that up, because Australia's recently been going through a whole other controversy where the government keeps refusing to introduce self-defense laws or expanding the range of different items that its citizens can use for self-defense. Pepper spray is banned in Australia, to my knowledge. So, unironically, having anything that you can use as a weapon in self-defense, especially when knife crime in Australia is worryingly prevalent, if you take the news seriously, having something that you can use as a weapon, whether it be a Nokia brick or whether it be some sort of equivalent to pepper spray, it might actually be something that catches on in popularity among the people here. But in any case, establishing an obligation on age-restricted social media platforms. Obligation. The bill introduces an obligation on providers of an age-restricted social media platform to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account within the platform. The onus is on platforms to introduce systems and processes that can be demonstrated to ensure that people under the minimum age cannot create and hold a social media account. It is not the intention that the bill would punish a platform for individual instances where young people circumvent any reasonably appropriate measures put in place by the platform. However, a systemic failure to take action to limit such circumventions could give rise to a breach. The onus is on platforms. There are no penalties for age-restricted users who may gain access to an age-restricted social media platform, or for parents or carers. Now, this is going to become a little bit of a gaping hole in the premise of this policy, because later on, if you go through this document, well, we'll just go through it, this particular section. It is impossible for governments to completely prohibit young people from accessing harmful products or content. Again, if you can't ensure that that happens, what's the point of this bill? Because you don't even have a guarantee that you can catch a majority of cases, let alone a complete shutoff. And what's the point if you can't even guarantee a majority of cases will be prevented by this law? Like, what is the point of this law? Australia should be prepared for the reality that some people will break the rules or slip through the cracks. However, the bill will set clear parameters for our society and assist in ensuring the right outcomes, much like other age-based laws that seek to limit or minimize access to known harms, such as the sale of alcohol or cigarettes. Reasonable steps. The bill does not dictate how platforms must comply with minimum age obligation. And here is where we run into a massive problem. If it's not specific in dictating how platforms are supposed to do this, it's asking for the impossible. Basically, what this bill has said is, we expect you to keep under 16s off of your platform and to take reasonable steps to do that. As to what reasonable steps are, oh, we don't know. Figure that out yourselves. Like, what the fuck? What is this supposed to mean? What did they mean by this? However, it is expected that at a minimum, the obligation will require platforms to implement some form of age assurance as a means of identifying whether a prospective or existing account holder is an Australian child under the age of 16 years. And this is the reason. This is the fundamental sticking point of why any such policy, any such legal government policy that tries to ban minors off of the internet is such a bad idea. Because inevitably, you have to ask the question, how do they know when a minor is using the internet? And the only possible way they can do that is through age assurance, which is a very euphemistic way of saying that they need to keep record of the IDs of all internet users from that country. You can't tell who is or isn't a minor if you don't get everybody to sign up to some form of digital ID. When they talk age assurance, they are talking the death of online anonymity. Because the only way to tell if somebody is a minor is if you have their real-life identity linked with their online identity, at least in some form, and if platforms are able to use this as a way of preventing minors from accessing their services. So, in essence, a ban on under 16s will require everyone above or below 16 to hand over their information to the government and or the social platform. What was that about privacy? Yeah, they don't really give a shit. Whether an age assurance methodology meets the reasonable steps test is to be determined objectively, having regard to the suite of methods available, their relative efficacy, costs associated with their implementation, and data and privacy implications on users, amongst other things. The outcomes of the Australian government's age assurance trial are likely to be instructive for regulated entities and will form the basis of regulatory guidance issued by the Commissioner in the first instance. So, in other words, over the next few months and year more precisely, before this takes effect in 2026, the Australian government is going to be testing a variety of different ways of trying to get an age assurance system working. Now, quite a lot of these will probably involve doxing all of its inhabitants in some form or other, creating some form of digital ID that is then implemented across everyone in order to find out who the kids are. And the problem? Well, how do you get tech companies to operate on that if they don't also have access to that information? And I, for one, do not trust either the government nor tech companies when it comes to retaining my real-life information, my government-issued ID of any sort. Because, no shit, that's a bad idea. An obligation to undertake reasonable steps that include age assurance methodology and technology allows for platforms and the age assurance industry. Again, age assurance industry. They're planning for an entire industry to crop up around this alone, which is wild, to evolve over time and continue to comply with the obligation without the need for legislative amendments. That's why they are keeping this vague, by the way. They want to make sure that it is usable in all cases without the need for amendments down the line. Now, when it comes to regulatory instruments, as to what they would use to ensure this kind of, what they would use to ensure this regulation, while the definition of age-restricted social media platform casts a wide net, flexibility to reduce the scope of further target the definition will be available through legislative rules made by the Minister for Communications. In exercising the rule-making power, the Minister will be required to seek and have regard to advice from the E-Safety Commissioner and may also seek advice from other relevant Commonwealth agencies. This will ensure that users under the minimum age retain access to platforms that predominantly provide beneficial experiences, such as those that are grounded in connection, education, health, and support. A rule-making power is also available to provide additional conditions that must be met in order to fall within the definition of age-restricted social media platform. Basically, this is a really long-winded way of saying, we understand that our rules are really broad as of right now, but no worries, we can always specify more later. And then they go on to say that they are going to add exclusions to social media platforms that are under the umbrella of this rule. And the exclusions that they've specified include messaging apps, online gaming services, and services with the primary purpose of supporting the health and education of end users. Now, a lot of the credibility behind the claim that this is for child safety is going to hinge a lot on seeing which apps they do or don't allow according to this rule, which apps they do or don't exclude under this rule. And, a little bit of a spoiler, Snapchat is a messaging app. It also happens to be an app that is notorious for people sharing intimate images with one another, sending real-life photos of themselves to one another. And yet, according to this stipulation, Snapchat is not going to be banned for users under 16 years old. Yeah, I'm starting to think that this is a government that doesn't really know what it's doing with this bill, or isn't really intending for this bill to do what they say it does. But Curious Orcus, thank you for the two. Trust me, bro, she'll be alright. Yeah, that's basically what this bill is saying. Now, they go into more detail as to what the age assurance trial is going to be. The government provided funding in the 2024 to 2025 budget to conduct a broad three-phase trial of age assurance, including an assessment of technologies to examine options to protect children from harmful online content, including on the social media and age-restricted content such as pornography. I want you to remember that specific sentence. The assessment of technologies to examine options to protect children from harmful online content, including on social media and age-restricted content such as pornography. That's going to become very, very relevant in a few minutes. The objective of the trial is to determine the effectiveness of available age assurance technologies as an option to prevent access to online pornography by people under the age of 18, and age limit access to social media platforms for an age range of 13 to 16 years old. 3 key elements to the trial include a technology trial, where they test currently available age assurance technologies. Now, in case you don't know what that means, that's again a very euphemistic way of saying digital ID, biometric data, or biometric technologies that creating a biometric ID that they can use to identify your real-life identity and your age. Research, including consumer research into Australian attitudes towards the use of age assurance technologies for access to the 2 use cases, and finally consultation with targeted stakeholder groups. Now, I don't really trust the government to find actual representative stakeholder groups that will do a good job of showing what the general population thinks or acts like, but that's besides the point. The technology trial examines available age assurance technologies and methods, such as age verification, age estimation, age inference, parental certification, or controls. Yeah, parental certification, like being certified to be and act like a parent, and technology stack deployments against a range of criteria including accuracy, privacy protections, and data security. The technology trial invites Australians to participate in testing these different age assurance solutions in a live environment. The funny thing is, up until even as recently as last month, you had very frequent examples of Australian news outlets talking about things like how China is such a surveillance hellhole, how China is always watching and keeping an eye on citizens. And at the same time, this is legislation that has only recently just passed in Australia, and it's basically the same thing. We're not very far off from having the exact same social credit system that China currently has. Privacy protections. Now this is where things get important. The bill introduces robust privacy protections, including prohibiting platforms from using information collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose, unless explicitly agreed to by the individual. Compliance with the minimum age obligation will likely involve some form of age assurance, which may require the collection, use, and disclosure of additional personal information. Platforms must not use the information and data collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless the individual has provided their consent. Now, while the platforms on paper are not allowed to use this for any other purpose, that's not to say that the eSafety Commissioner can't order them to. Now, the funny thing is, remember, earlier on in the Online Safety Act 2021, it was stated that the eSafety Commissioner can force a platform, or can order a platform to disclose the identity of an end user. Here, with this legislation, they can now not only do that, but they can ensure that the identity that is disclosed, the information that is disclosed about the end user, is actually accurate, and therefore trace everything you post and say online back to you, your real-life identity, if you live in Australia. That shit is very, very worrying. In fact, that's currently what the UK seems to be going through with their attempts at policing social media. Now, when we get to the end, where they outline the penalties for this is where it becomes a real joke. Serious and repeated offences of these privacy provisions could result in penalties of up to $50 million under Section 13G of the Privacy Act. Now, the funny thing is, 50 million, that's fucking pennies when you look at an actual big tech corporation. Imagine Meta paying 50 million. That's just the cost of business. Congratulations, you've just handed them very, very, very accurate information about all of your Australian users. And if they choose to use it for advertising or other purposes, first, you're going to need to find them out. Second, you're going to need to find them. And even if they get found out and they get fined, which is even less likely, well, 50 million, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what they might actually stand to make from using this information as part of advertising. So that's a nice little sentence to pretend that that's going to do anything or even act as an effective deterrent. But fuck no, that's not going to do shit. Because the companies you're trying to regulate don't care about an odd 50 million here and there. And to assume that they will is naive at best and disingenuous at worst, and I tend to lean towards thinking of it in the worst way. Now, this is where the whole thing about, not penalizing parents and wanting to make sure that this is for child safety starts falling through. Because this is a major hole in the way that this policy tries to enforce itself. In section 29 of this document, under the headline, Having Accounts, the document states, the obligation is framed as preventing age-restricted users from, quote, having an account, end quote. This places an obligation on platforms to stop Australian children under 16 from creating and holding an account in their own right, but not from accessing content on the platform if the content can be accessed in a logged-out state, i.e. without logging into the account. In honing in on account holding, the obligation seeks to mitigate the harms that arise from addictive features largely associated with logged-in state of social media platforms, such as algorithms that tailor content with infinite scroll and persistent notifications and alerts and likes to activate positive feedback neural activity. However, in Section 30, they also state, the obligation does not preclude a parent or carer from allowing their child to use an account that is held by the parent or carer. In case it hasn't become obvious, you've just come full circle. Because, again, since this law has no mention about parents allowing their children to use these sites using an account that is made and held by them, congratulations, we've looped back around to this entire issue being solely a matter of individual parenting, of decisions made at the discretion of the parents. This bill, with this one section, has completely invalidated its own right to exist. Because if it's going to be up to parents anyways, it was always going to be from the start. And there was no reason for you to make this bill. Because parents had the last say anyways. And parents, should they choose, can completely invalidate the existence of any such legislation on the internet. And this doesn't even place a restriction on how many accounts an individual person can have. So guess what? If a parent makes 2 or 3 accounts for their 1 or 2 children, well, that makes no tangible difference to the way that your law operates. It now only exists as an excuse to force users to give you their IDs to link their online presence to their real-life identity as a blanket order supposedly to protect the kids. And here we have exposed the actual intent behind this bill. Because if you try to judge it by function, the function isn't there. So all we have left is the more realistic thing, the actual things that it's going to do. It's not going to make children safer. It's not even going to prevent them from accessing social media. The only thing it will accomplish, the only outcome that will be brought about, is the mass disclosure of identity, of real-life identities for Australian users. The only outcome that will actually be achieved is the death of online anonymity in Australia. When you judge a system, you cannot judge it by intent. You must judge it by the outcomes. And that is the outcome that is waiting on the other end of this bill. Omen, thank you for the 5. Regarding user consent for your information to be handed out by social media platforms will just be circumvented by the EU LA like they always do. Exactly. They have no stipulation that they need to make the EU LAs readable. They just need to make it transparent. So it can be a wall of text that's 50 pages long using complex jargon that no one understands, but it doesn't matter because technically that is transparency, as we've talked about in prior streams. So yeah, that's this bill. This is insane. And it is insane that the government seems to have ever thought that this was a good idea. Or, well, maybe they knew it was a good idea, but the fact that they sold this on the premise of child safety, and there were even a little bit of people a small minority of people that bought that, is insane to me. Because when you read through what they are proposing, yeah, child safety is not a part of the agenda at all. Now, in the further bits where they talk about age assurance, they specify the following. Age assurance may be required to ensure that social media platforms know when to apply child-specific protections. Where an entity wishes to use the personal information obtained for other purposes beyond age assurance, they must seek the individual's consent in accordance with subsection 63G. This establishes an elevated level of consent informed by the 2022 review of the Privacy Act. Finally, age assurance technologies may be necessary to provide information to platforms on a user to determine whether they meet the minimum age. To the extent that the measure limits the right to privacy, any such limitation is reasonable, necessary, and also proportionate to the achievement of a legitimate objective, noting that the bill protects the use or disclosure of any personal information collected through age assurance through strict privacy protections. Yeah, that's a fucking joke. The privacy protections mean jack shit. Now, they go on to have another section titled Reasonable Steps as to what they mean by platforms needing to take reasonable steps to provide age assurance. Section 63D does not prescribe what reasonable steps platforms must take. Again, it's a sort of do what you think is right type approach, and if it's right, we'll endorse it. However, it is expected that at a minimum, the obligation will require platforms to implement some form of age assurance as a means of identifying whether a prospective or existing account holder is an Australian child under the age of 16 years. Age assurance encompasses a range of methods for estimating or verifying the age or age range of users. Whether an age assurance methodology meets the reasonable steps test is determined objectively, as we've said before. Section 63D would not preclude a platform from contracting a third party to undertake age assurance on its behalf. Can you see a problem with that? Because if these platforms are held to a standard where they have to maintain privacy, that law doesn't explicitly state that the third party that they contract to do the age assurance has the same requirements. So, again, there are plenty of gaping holes in this bill that make it plenty clear that there was absolutely that child safety was, and I have no hesitation in saying this, probably one of the last priorities in the minds of the people who drafted this up to begin with. Fuck's sake. On its behalf. Similarly, it would be open to a platform to enter into an agreement with app distribution services or device manufacturers to allow for user information to be shared for age-assured purposes, subject to the consent of users in compliance with Australian privacy laws. In addition to age assurance, compliance with minimum age obligation is also likely to require platforms to implement systems and procedures to monitor and respond to age-restricted users circumventing age assurance. So, yeah, oops, all loopholes. Yeah, pretty much. That's a pretty good way of describing this entire bill. Now, the thing is, right, it is already a garbage piece of legislation. There is no world in which this should have passed through Parliament. But lo and behold, it did. However, this is just the explanatory memorandum. This is just what was put out ahead of when this bill was put through the House of Representatives. Now, the next thing that we are going to look at are the tweets that were put out by the members of parliament that were actually looking at this bill as it was being debated in parliament. And this is where the real shit show begins. Starting from November 25th, a bunch of high-profile Australian Twitter accounts started putting out clips and statements from MPs reviewing this bill that talked about what exactly they were now seeing when they tried to ask questions about how it would be implemented and what its specific stipulations are, or lack of specific stipulations are. Hold on, let me see if this video works. Let me make sure that the audio is coming through. Oh, I forgot to turn the music back on. My bad. I'll turn it back on after this. But in any case,
I know you've said it clarity, but I'll go. It's so important.
is that audio working for you guys? Can you hear that? Could I get a 1 in chat if the audio is working properly with that particular video clip? We hear it? Excellent. Okay. Let me rewind.
I know you've said it clarity, but I'll go. It's so important. No, there'll be no link to the digital ID. It's verboten, off limits, won't be there.
This has nothing to do with the digital ID.
But what, you won't allow the platforms to use that?
There's no requirement for platforms to use the digital ID.
Note the wording there. There's no requirements for platforms to use digital ID. And while they say that this has nothing to do with digital ID, the actual proposal does not rule that out in any way.
System to comply with the obligation.
Jane Doe, the COVID vaccine passport was a trial for this. I can absolutely see that being the case. And to be honest, yeah, I believe that rat, honestly. And this is, like I said, since 2021, when the Online Safety Act was passed, it has been a long road and 2 different governments to this point in our nation's history. And again, the campaign against free speech does not happen overnight. It is always gradual. And it starts with implementing the measures required to tie back everything you say to you.
Prescribing digital ID as a means with which to verify someone's age.
I think that would be, it'd be hard to see that would be permissible under the
Well, can you point me to the bit in the legislation which restricts the e-safety commissioner from designating digital ID as a means of age verification?
I can't see how the e-safety commissioner would do that.
We've got to pass a law, and once it goes through the Senate, that's it. I don't get to touch it again. Is there anything in the law that says that? That says the e-safety commissioner
There's nothing
cannot
in this
do that?
law that says that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So to clarify, that Senator Matt Canavan asked a question saying, is there anything in the bill that prevents the e-safety commissioner from allocating digital IDs to people? And although the constituents of the government that are pushing this law tried to say something along the lines of, I don't see how that would be the case, I don't think that would be the case, at the end, they were basically forced to admit, yeah, that's entirely possible, because the bill in and of itself does not contain anything that would prevent that from happening. And remember that in the version of the Online Safety Act 2021 as it exists right now, the e-safety commissioner basically has carte blanche to do whatever is necessary to, quote, fulfill their function. So yeah, they didn't say no, and towards the end, right at the very end, they were forced to agree with Canavan's assertion that there is nothing in the rules that would prevent that. Now, this is where things get really fucky, and this should instantly kill any assumption that this was really done for kids. Because the funny thing is, right, when they say that they want to ban children off of social media and harmful platforms? Well, it turns out that according to the definitions of various different types of platforms in this bill, Twitter would be something that they look at for banning minors off of, but Pornhub isn't. This is a child safety bill, an online child safety bill that proposes to ban users under 16 years old in the name of child safety online that for some reason has a hole that is large enough for Pornhub to fall through.
If YouTube's categorised or covered by 63C, returning to Senator Roberts' question, what is Pornhub covered by? Why wouldn't it be? It's just explicit material, but it's covered.
Yeah.
So it is covered.
No.
Well, the first limb of 63C1A is that the platform's sole or significant purpose is to enable online social interaction.
But if YouTube's covered, I mean, it has a video sharing for non-explicit content, video content, why wouldn't Pornhub be covered? Is Pornhub covered?
I think they have very different purposes.
Yeah.
Explain that to me. Sorry, I think this is...
Under the definition, we wouldn't see Pornhub as falling within scope. It's not seen as social media.
Just explain to me in simple terms how, if YouTube is covered, how would another video sharing service with explicit material, admittedly, not be covered?
Again, notice how when they were first trying to answer the question, they couldn't even get complete they couldn't even get complete agreement between the people who were arguing for the bill. There was a mixture of yeses and nos because they weren't even sure which way they should answer. Because according to the way that the bill is written, as of right now, YouTube and Orange YouTube have functionally no difference in the eyes of that law.
So, again, Senator, it comes back to the commitment that the government's already made in relation to...
No, I'm not
YouTube.
asking for a commitment. I'm asking in the law. We've got to pass the law, not government's commitments. So, in the law, how are these two services different?
I think YouTube and Pornhub are completely different.
I agree with that, but how are they differently defined in the law?
Well, Pornhub is a site for accessing pornography, which children are not permitted to access.
Show me in the law where that is excluded.
Well, it comes back to the evidence before about how Pornhub is subject to a suite of other rules and regulations.
Again, is that in the law?
And it's also not in, and I just want to sort of go through this very carefully. There's a question of whether Pornhub is treated as a digital platform as part of this this bill, and the evidence is that we don't see it as having the characteristics of social interaction. It's a site for. I don't speak from any experience here, but
I don't speak from any experience here, and he laughs it off as a joke. Why are you making laws if you don't know the nature of the platforms that are going to be involved in the implementation of those laws? Now, if he actually knew what he was talking about, and I think we're all adults here, so we can have an open conversation about this, Pornhub has comments under the videos. You can reply to other people's comments. You can like other people's comments. So if their definition of a social media platform is something that enables some form of social interaction, congratulations, Orange YouTube is now included. And if they're going to exempt YouTube because it is a video sharing site, well, so is Pornhub technically.
Based on the evidence, it's a site.
I'm struggling to understand here. It's not a site that falls into the definition of social media. Very vague.
Also, I'm going to say that when he says he can't speak from experience using Pornhub, I'm going to call cap on that one. I think he has definitely used Pornhub at least once before. Like, there's no way. I'm not buying that for a second. He's a politician. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Lumi Raiders. We are watching the Australian government. We are watching the Australian government try to pass an online child safety law that fails to exclude Pornhub from... that allows Pornhub to be accessed by children. So, yeah. It's You've joined at a very cooked time in the stream. Oh, fuck's sake.
And unclear to, I think, any reasonable person about what's in and out.
So, essentially, you were reading Berserk. Oh, that's okay. That probably might have prepped you for this. What? Yeah, accurate. Yeah. So, essentially, to bring you up to speed, we are currently looking at the Australian government trying to pass a bill that would ban everyone under the age of 16 from using social media sites. The problem? The way that they've defined social media sites is something along the lines of anywhere where there is possible social interaction between users. And the thing is, Pornhub, according to that category, is a social media site. And they have made explicit exemption for YouTube, which is a social media site that hosts videos and contains material that exists for educational purposes. Unfortunately, according to that definition and that exemption, technically this law would also have to exempt Pornhub. So this is a child safety law that bans users under 16 from accessing all social media sites that doesn't catch Pornhub within that net. And this senator by the name of Matt Canavan has managed to put that question forward to the politicians that are trying to push this law into effect, and those politicians have failed to make that distinction between YouTube and Pornhub effectively, which basically means that in the law itself there is nothing separating the two, and therefore both are exempt. This is a clusterfuck of a bill, and we're just going through looking at what it's doing. In addition to that, though, now, that thing that they said earlier about how, this has nothing to do with digital ID, although despite the fact that they had to admit that the e-safety commissioner could theoretically force people to adopt a digital ID once this law was in effect, this was then proven to be, the idea that this had no link to digital ID was later proven to be an absolute fucking lie. Because an MP by the name of Malcolm Roberts would tweet out on November 27th, breaking, Liberals to cave on digital ID to access social media. Liberals are supposed to be the opposition party. And I say supposed to because there has been essentially zero pushback against Labour by their opposition for passing this bill. This is where all the uniparty accusations come in, by the way. The government has circulated their amendments to the Online Safety Amendment, Online Safety Act 2021, in the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, the Under 16 Media Ban. And he's included a screenshot where it says, under Section 63DB, use of certain identification material and services. A provider of an age-restricted social media platform must not collect government-issued identification or use an accredited service for the purposes of complying with Section 63D, for the purpose that includes... So essentially what it means is a social media platform cannot use government-issued IDs to enforce the enforce the minor ban. However, in the next part of that section, it says subsection 1 does not apply if the provider provides an alternative means. So essentially, if they have a way of using digital ID that does not involve using a government-issued one, it doesn't matter, as long as they are capable of using some form of age assurance, some form of digital ID, some other form of digital ID, I should say, an alternative form, subsection 1 no longer applies. So, again, to clarify, subsection 1, a provider of an age-restricted social media platform must not collect government-issued digital ID and use an accredited service for the purposes of complying with Section 63D, or for the purposes that include the purpose of complying with Section 63D. That basically means they're not allowed to use government ID or an accredited service. But then the second subsection of that part then invalidates that completely by saying that, oh, as long as they have they have an alternative method of tying your real life identity to an online identity, none of that matters. It's completely fine. Then, on top of that, the topic of VPNs is then brought up. Because on paper, at least, or you would assume that if you don't like these laws, if you don't like being treated like a, really like a highly monitored Australian citizen online, you could just use a VPN, right? Well, apparently not, because when this got discussed, they essentially stated that the e-safety commissioner would have the ability to completely invalidate the use of VPNs by tying the geographical location of users to their online identities.
What about VPNs? I mean, about 1.5 billion people in the world have VPNs. Is this going to be able to cope with VPNs, this particular legislation?
We had a discussion about VPNs just before. Did you want to go back to that?
Yeah, sure. So that will partly go to the reasonable steps requirement that the platforms are required to take. As we discussed before, like it or not, people put a lot of information on a platform. When you post a photo, typically the photo is geotagged. You may also talk about the location you're in. So the obligation is on the platforms to have systems, to take reasonable steps, to check if that age-restricted users, so under 16. So it's a binary, is this person under or over 16? No other information. That's what it's looking at. So in terms of the steps, if someone is using a VPN, but over the course of a year, their posts are, I went to the Bulldogs Roosters match today, I'm at Bondi Beach today, then the platform will be able to see that and take the reasonable steps to at least require some other form of age assurance from that person, because there is a reasonable assumption that person is in Sydney, for example.
Okay, so, yeah, and I'd sort of call that a form of surveillance, but...
we'll get you to wrap up, Senator Rennick.
Okay.
Senator, I'd just point out that people put that data on platforms.
But isn't this going to cost the platforms a lot of money? In the end, they're going to start on charging this?
Senator, the charging that happens with social media is through advertising. That's how they make their money. The point that Mr. Irwin's making is that of the...
Lumi, why is Australia backwards? First your toilets flush in reverse and now this. We are when you consider countries that are ripe for foreign powers and interests to use as a guinea pig to test their policies, Australia is the ideal subject for that, because we are a relatively wealthy island nation with a lot of natural resources, and because of our natural resources, we've been given quite a lot of room for our government to fuck up consecutively on a lot of things. And, well, since we rely on foreign powers for quite a lot of the things that we import and export, it is quite difficult for our government to put its foot down and say no to ideas that come in from the outside that are absolutely awful. And the thing that I want to establish to all of you guys is, when you see the Australian government experimenting with things like trying to tie things like creating an e-safety commissioner, things like trying to create a regulatory framework that applies worldwide to social platforms, when it comes to things like digital ID and tagging your online identity to that digital ID, government issued or not, this is not supposed to be tested in isolation, and Australia is not the only country that is looking for the outcome of what this is. Because this, I guarantee this is a measure that other countries are eyeing up and considering themselves. And all of this becomes even more suspicious when you remember that our e-safety commissioner is a member of the WEF, World Economic Forum, plus a whole bunch of other international agencies and NGOs that are whose goals are to create some sort of global universal standardization when it comes to how online platforms are regulated, how people behave online and in society, etc., etc. So it sounds like a conspiracy theory to say global agenda this, global agenda that. But unironically, this is what is probably going on with Australia. We are being used as a testing ground for certain suites of policies and regulatory frameworks. So if you're... to answer your joke question seriously, Lumi, this is why our country can be really backwards sometimes when it comes to things like free speech, especially. Free speech in particular, Australia has a bit of a touchy relationship with for reasons that we'll get to later. But, yeah. Also, for the people who weren't here before, our e-safety commissioner, you know, the appointed, unelected official who's in charge of all of these things, she was almost a glowy. That's a fun tidbit of information where when she graduated college, she was immediately offered a spot at the CIA, which she declined. But yeah, our e-safety commissioner is not just Australian. She's born in America. And I'm not going to lie, I don't trust that. I don't trust that. But yeah.
The existence of a VPN or the use of VPN does not let platforms off the hook in relation to the age requirement.
So, that senator just asked about what about VPNs? And the reply was essentially dodging around that and saying, they're going to have to geotag them anyways. So, if you're going to use a VPN to try and avoid this, unfortunately, according to this law, the platforms are going to be obligated to try and find out where you are anyways. And if you disclose any information that might lead them to think that you are even in Australia, let alone that you are a citizen of Australia, they are going to need to find some way to geotag you. And in case you're wondering, how the fuck is this supposed to interact with tourists? Or people coming in from the outside for whatever reason, for holidaying or whatever? Yeah, the government doesn't know either. It's not actually a point that they are very clear on in the law or in the subsequent debates about the law. Now, not answering the question, classic politician. Exactly, Alan. Exactly. Now, the first step, by the way, the first step to killing free speech is making sure that everything that everyone says can be tied back to them. That surveillance is the first step to killing free speech. Now, on top of that, Senator Canavan, who you might remember from 2 clips ago, Senator Canavan tweeted out on November 27th, publicizing the fact that the government was going to try, that it started to look like, it was looking like the government was going to be able to pass the bill through the House of Representatives. Because, well, Labour is the elected party, and Labour is the one pushing the bill. And as a result of that, and also on top of that, their opposition, quote-unquote, is not actually offering any real pushback to this either. They're essentially both complicit in this. Now, because it was looking like it was going to make it through the House of Representatives, they also wanted to make sure that it was going to make it through the Senate. So they started pre-gaming. And the way that they started pre-gaming was by planning to do something called a guillotine. Now, a guillotine is a slang term for when a bill is passed through the Senate so quickly that there is little, if any, time for debate before the members have to go to a vote on the bill. And essentially what was being planned is that Labour, before this bill was presented to the Senate, Labour was planning to basically hide it amongst an entire suite of about 30 other bills as well that they were supposed to get through that same over the next 2 days. And as a result of that, this bill wouldn't really get that much time to see proper debate and examination before going to a vote. And guess who has a Senate majority? Labour. So this was to say that this was a comedic violation of actual democratic process, or the way that the houses were designed to function as a sort of restraint on the lawmaking process. Yeah, that's an understatement. This was a fucking joke. And And on top of that, it was even confirmed by the communications minister from Labour. You could probably tell that she was Labour just by looking at her for no particular reason. They even said as much that they were planning to get these bills passed as soon as possible.
And I acknowledge the sentiments contained in her amendments. The Senate is expecting this legislation today, so we need to pass this bill to allow that debate to commence. I thank all members for their contributions, and while the government will not be supporting amendments in the House, I call on all members to support passage of this bill.
Now, Alan, you said, damn, it was rigged. The thing is, it appears rigged, but it didn't need to be this way. The thing is, if our current government's opposition actually did their job and opposed the government, because there was plenty of reason for them to do that, the popular sentiment among any Australian that actually knew the details of this bill was that it was horrendous. Experts, academics of all flavours were coming together to say that this was a bill that was as airtight as cheese. And as a result, the opposition had plenty of reason to push back against this bill. It's just that for some reason, they didn't. And the only possible conclusion that an Australian citizen can then make after looking at this absolute farce is that this was a bipartisan decision. This was a bipartisan goal. Both Labour and Liberal, the two major parties, were in agreement that they wanted more and more powerful bureaucracy, that they wanted to empower the eSafety Commissioner to crack down on online speech, online platforms, and essentially erode the whole concept of online anonymity. This was started by the Liberals, but this has now been finished by Labour. Because this amendment essentially takes the one weakness of the previous iteration of the bill, which is that the eSafety Commissioner could demand your information but couldn't ensure its accuracy, and patches up that weakness by making sure that now everyone needs to provide accurate information, ostensibly, so that kids can be protected. That's why this has all been so fucked. And that's why every Australian who's been aware of this has started doom posting about it on Twitter. Because not only was this bill awful, not only was this rushed, but this was a bill that never had any real opposition, because it was entirely cooked up and passed by state bureaucrats, by our elected politicians. We had no say in this as the general population. Lo and behold, as recently as yesterday, the 29th of November, this bill has passed the Senate and is now simply waiting to be given royal assent by the Governor-General before becoming law. Now, there's still 1 year. There is, an off year in 2025 when governments are going to be testing out various age assurance technologies or whatever. But in 2026, this bill will finally be implemented across the board. We have 1 year between when it has passed and when it actually starts being used and applied. Yeah, it took 3 days for them to jam this bill through the Senate. Well, 2 days for them to jam this bill through the Senate. And again, when you ask people why they don't think that our government is actually any real choice, this is one of the reasons why. Is because when you get bipartisan support for unpopular decisions and policies like this, it can be really, really it can be really, really doom-pilling for people to see. This is fucking awful. This is fucking awful. But yeah. However, that being said, as far as, this thing goes, there may be some people who watch this VOD or stream who are Labour supporters, who have voted for Labour in the past, and who believe that Labour in general does a pretty good job as a government. However, the thing is, there is plenty of reason not to trust Labour, that Labour has good intentions. Because this is not the first time within their last 3 years in government that they have tried to pass a law that would erode freedom of speech. As recently as earlier this year, so starting from May, or as recently as in November, they tried, and thankfully failed, to pass another bill about misinformation and disinformation. Now, those of you who've kept up with some sort of Australian politics would know Friendly Geordies. He's basically a content creator, a commentator who's Australian. He does a lot of political commentary. He's a better journalist than journalists because he's not afraid to actually attack politicians. And he released a video earlier this year breaking down why this bill was such an awful idea. I highly recommend going to check out his videos. They're, in addition to actually being informative, if you're Australian, they're just fun to watch. He is a pretty funny person. However, to sum up his points and the reasons as to why this bill was utter dog shit as well, at 2 minutes 16 seconds, Geordie specifies how this bill attempts to define misinformation and disinformation as the following: content that, quote, is reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm. However, when it comes to what they mean by serious harm, that is then defined in Section 14 of this bill as, quote, the vilification of a specific group based off of a shared characteristic, nationality, ethnic origin, sexuality, etc., or of an individual under the belief that the individual is part of one such group. And in addition to that, serious harm also includes things that have the potential to cause significant and far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or a segment of the Australian community. Now, in case you don't realize how awful this is in terms of how vaguely it's worded, politicians are a segment of the Australian community. And if you say, for example, that a politician is a liar, or if you make the statement that politicians in general are liars, well, technically you have vilified a segment of the Australian community, and therefore you have committed the grievous sin of spouting misinformation and disinformation. However, what's even worse about this bill is that, as Geordie specifies at 9 minutes 6 seconds, it attempts to create exemptions for, quote, parody, satire, and religious content, end quote. And it also states explicitly that the media, academics, and government officials are exempt. What that means is it only applies to everyday citizens. That's fucked. Now, thankfully, this bill was so widely clowned, so panned universally by experts, the opposition, everyday people, and content creators, funnily enough, that Labour chickened out at the last minute and they ended up putting in a motion to kill their own bill. They aborted this in the third trimester, and as a result, this bill was, at the last minute, defeated alongside Labour because they made the decision to kill their own bill. And while this bill didn't really make it through, right, I do want to briefly consider, because while it has been defeated this time, there's nothing stopping Labour from trying again in the future. I want to briefly go through why this is such a fucking awful idea. Why it was such an awful idea to specifically create misinformation, disinformation laws that created exemptions for politicians and legacy media. And we'll start by looking at why legacy media does not deserve exemptions for misinformation laws, assuming that they do come into effect. In Australia, we have a little bit of a problem. And that is that all of our legacy media falls into one of two camps. On one side, you have the problem that a lot of our legacy media is highly consolidated around private corporate interests. Essentially, you have little pockets of monopolies where you have a bunch of different publications that are all owned by the same people. For example, big one, most obvious one, News Corp. News Corp owns a whole range of magazines, newspapers, and news companies. For example, the Daily Telegraph, The Australian, News.com, Vogue magazine, Sky News, Foxtel. All of these different sources are all owned by the same company. And this isn't a one-off case. Plenty of other media outlets in Australia are also similarly owned by only a handful of individual corporate interests. However, on the other side, you have state-sponsored legacy media outlets. This is stuff that relies on taxpayer money, taxpayer funding, in order to stay operational. For example, the SBS and the ABC. Now, you can probably guess as to why a media outlet that relies on taxpayer funding might not be the most effective critic of governments and government policies. Because they rely on the government for funding. See you, Alan. I just... Hold on. Did he leave? I'll be leaving, Chairman. I'll check out the VOD later. I hope the VOD turns out fun for you upon later viewing. But yeah. So you can probably see why relying on a government-funded media outlet for, criticism and pushback is a bad idea. However, you will be glad to know that there exist entire suites of academic papers that spend exhaustive amounts of time and detail using complex academic theories and big words to explain away the troublesome, common sense misconception that just because a media outlet is government funded means that it's automatically a poor critic of the government. Surely that's something that only your average uneducated plebeian clown would think and assume. And thankfully, before you are allowed to be educated, quote unquote, and graduate any university with a media degree, you will have to read at least 3 to 5 of these papers and write some form of assignment that agrees with their perspective before you are allowed to graduate. It is terrifying, the amount of media students that I have spoken to over the course of completing my degree who wholeheartedly buy into this idea that being funded by taxpayer dollar does not at all affect the ability of these two media outlets when it comes to criticizing the government and criticizing government policy. Because it is one thing to simply, speak out against key government officials, but what you will notice is that more often than not, these outlets will have political leanings of their own. They will have agendas of their own. And as a result, their agendas more often than not end up aligning with at least some part of the government, whether it be a small cabal, whether it be the opposition, whether it be the government that's currently in power, at least one of those. And the only commonality is that they don't really work as a critic, or they're not very effective as a critic, or they are way too selective in what they choose to criticize, the point where they end up obscuring, if not outright ignoring, issues that the general public actually care about. So, yeah. And the worst thing, if either of these outlets commits a fuck up, if they end up accidentally defaming somebody or, actually getting caught publishing misinformation and they get penalized, the penalty comes in the form of the taxpayer dollars that were paid to them. So there's not really any real consequences there. And again, it's just scary to see how the depth of the literature that exists to deny common sense in universities, especially when it comes to media degrees. Because again, these students who buy into that way of thinking unironically point to these papers that were published by media academics, many of which are retired people who worked in at least one of these outlets, written by these people who make the argument that, oh yeah, they're perfectly fine, unbiased, and they're reliable even though they rely on the government for funding. So it's crazy. But yeah, in any case. On top of that, though, that's not the only flaw that exists in Australian legacy media that makes it rife for misinformation and being the spreader of misinformation. You might also notice, if you've ever seen, especially people who live in Australia, if you've ever seen a YouTube video published by an Australian news outlet and you go into their comment section, you will notice that regardless of what the outlet is, maybe with the exception of one or two of them, I know that Sky News is one of them, pretty much all of them have their comments turned off. Australian legacy media is one of the most incestuous, institutionally sanctioned echo chambers that exist that I would say exists in the world. And when it comes to seeing how all of their comment section turned off, there's basically no way of the audience to engage with them beyond simply liking, disliking, or viewing it, right? There is actually a reason as to why this is the case beyond simply the idea that they are all too sensitive to handle criticism. Undeniably, that does play some role in it, and it will play more and more of a role as time goes on. But there is a reason as to why this is the case, a legal reason. And it has to do with a court case, a defamation case, that happened between, I think 2019 to 2021. And this was a court case that was called the Dylan Voller defamation case that appeared before the High Court and was essentially a case where I think a football player by the name of Dylan Voller sued Fairfax Media Publications over defamatory comments that had been left on Fairfax Media's Facebook posts. And the claim was, according to Dylan, that because the defamatory comments were left on Fairfax Media's posts on Facebook, Fairfax Media were liable for the defamatory statements. And the crazy thing is that the High Court agreed. The High Court ruled that these comments that had been left on the social media posts of Fairfax Media were indeed posts that Fairfax Media were liable for. And as a result, every media company since this case has had to take into account the idea that if they allow comments on their publications, on whatever they publish, their clips, their videos, their stories, whatever, and those comments happen to be defamatory, they can be sued for them. So this is the reason, or at least this is one of the reasons, as to why they seem to be so allergic to any sort of feedback or discourse happening under their posts and stories. On top of that, legacy media is also very guilty itself of misinformation. Earlier on this year, and this is something I've talked about before, there was a mass stabbing in Bondi Junction, or the shopping center in Bondi Junction. And 7 News, in their infinite wisdom, in an attempt to get a story out as quickly as possible, they identified the wrong guy. They grabbed a random person from Sydney University and named him as the killer. And, well, this was pretty, case closed case. This was pretty, this was a closed case of it being defamation. It was only settled earlier, a few months after the original story was put out. However, this was a pretty blatant case of misinformation, because not only they didn't make this claim once, they made this claim twice on air, and they only realized their mistake afterwards. And they issued an apology. They settled the case. I believe it was outside of court, although I'm not sure on that. But again, this is not a one-off case, because in an article that was written by ABC News, this was an article written by ABC News talking about how this guy was wrongfully pinned by 7 News. However, in a twist of irony, the ABC, as recently as only 1 or 2 months ago, was embroiled in a court case where they were being investigated for altering war footage in a documentary they made about Afghanistan. So, in this article published by The Guardian, ABC to review editorial policies after investigation finds gunshots inadvertently added to Afghanistan footage. Director of News Justin Stevens apologizes for, quote, editing errors, end quote, in the video clips. The ABC will review its editorial policies after an independent review found 5 additional sounds of gunshots were, quote, inadvertently but inaccurately, end quote, introduced into footage showing a commando firing from a helicopter. Now, in case you're wondering why it's such a big deal to edit in 5 gunshots to footage of a soldier in a war zone, the difference between 2 gunshots and 7 gunshots is a soldier trying to issue a warning versus a soldier trying to kill somebody. So this is, although it might sound trivial, this is a national broadcaster funded by taxpayer money. I don't think that is an error that is very easy to make. Personally, being someone who has edited videos in the past. And if you make that mistake, I don't think you deserve to be paid taxpayer money. But the review by former ABC editorial executive Alan Sunderland said there was no evidence. For fuck's sake. There was no evidence that anyone at Australia's national broadcaster, quote, deliberately doctored, falsified, manipulated, and distorted information, material, or evidence in order to mislead audiences, end quote. So, the intent wasn't there, but the misinformation was. It also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was, quote, potentially misleading, end quote. So, excluding Australian legacy media from misinformation laws, yeah, I don't think they've earned that right. Not at all. However, that wasn't the only group. If you'll remember, politicians were also exempt from misinformation laws. And the reason why they were exempt was not actually something that was written into the law itself per se, but it has to do with some other part of Australia's constitution. And to understand that, we're going to have to go back to Friendly Geordies and the case of Friendly Geordies versus John Barilaro. For those who don't know who John Barilaro is, John Barilaro was the ex-Deputy Premier of New South Wales. He hasn't been that in several months, but when the Liberals were still in power all those years ago, several years, when the Liberals were in power all those years ago, back in 2022 and 2021 and etc. beforehand, John Barilaro was the Deputy Premier of New South Wales. John Barilaro is also a politician that has a history of weasel wording and dishonesty. The thing is, he sued Friendly Geordies and Google over, supposed defamation because of the fact that Friendly Geordies published several video documentaries that, outlined the various lies that Barilaro had made over the course of his political career. And the defamation case sort of worked like this. John Barilaro accused Friendly Geordies of defamation. However, in Australia, one of the most potent defenses against defamation claims is the defense of fact. You can't be said to have defamed somebody if you are stating a fact about them. The problem? Friendly Geordies claimed that John Barilaro had told lies in Parliament. And the thing is, his defense, if it was proven that Barilaro lied in Parliament, or if it could be said that John Barilaro lied in Parliament, this would now hold up as a defense. However, the problem was, this defense was shut down because a politician, according to the Australian Constitution, is allowed to lie in Parliament. In the Constitution, we have something called parliamentary privilege. And by the way, for the Americans, in case you're wondering, Australia doesn't have free speech in its constitution because free speech is not a right over here. It is a privilege, a parliamentary privilege. According to this fact sheet by the Australian, by the Parliament of Australia website, the privilege of freedom of speech. The privilege of freedom of speech is often described as the most important of all privileges. Its origins date from the British Bill of Rights of 1689. Article 9 of the Bill of Rights provides that the freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place outside of Parliament. Essentially what that means is that you can't use the things that a politician says in Parliament in any court case outside of Parliament. And this was why Friendly Geordies was essentially left without a defence, because even though it may be true that John Barilaro told lies in Parliament, what he says in Parliament stays in Parliament, and therefore can't be used in a court case outside of Parliament, even as a defence. So, politicians are allowed to basically say whatever the fuck they want in Parliament, and they can't be held to any sort of standard as a result of that. Not even in the case of... They can't even reliably be called a liar for lying in Parliament, because if they sue you for defamation, you can't use what they said in Parliament as a defence. So, to go on. As this was one of the privileges of the House of Commons in 1901, it was inherited by the House and the Senate under the terms of the Commonwealth Constitution. Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act preserves the application of the traditional expression of this privilege, but spells out in some detail just what may be covered by the term proceedings in Parliament. The practical effect of this is that those taking part in proceedings in Parliament enjoy absolute privilege. It is well known that members may not be sued if they make defamatory statements when talking in debates in the House. However, privilege has a broader scope than that. For instance, privilege protects members from being prosecuted in a debate if they make a statement that would otherwise be a criminal offence. For example, a member who felt it necessary to reveal a matter which was covered by a secrecy provision in a law, such as personal tax information. In other words, there are no speech laws that can be applied to politicians as long as they are speaking in Parliament. This also includes lying. And in any other circumstance, I would say, sure, if you want free speech, you must also defend people's right to lie. However, my problem with this is how you are unable, as a member of the public, to call out a politician for lying in Parliament, because they would then have the option to sue you, so long as they haven't done too many lies outside of Parliament. And since Parliament is where all the decisions get made with regards to our laws, you can start to see why the public may have a little bit of an interest in ensuring that not too much lying goes on in there. But in any case, again, I can't stress enough how idiotic it is that the laws that have been pushed keep exempting legacy media and politicians from their stipulations. Because if anything, these are the two groups that have given the most evidence to the general public that their speech needs to be regulated. And the thing is, right, the really insidious thing about this is that, like I said before, free speech is not a right according to the Constitution. It is a privilege that is only afforded to politicians. And since every law that these politicians pass make a deliberate distinction between the general public and politicians, where politicians are allowed exemptions that the general public are not, that then brings into question, okay, what motivation do they have to keep curbing free speech? Why is it that free speech keeps getting targeted? And the answer comes from taking a little bit of a bird's eye view of all the various policies that our governments have tried to implement. Because these two policies, the misinformation policy, the U16 bill policy, the U16 policy, those weren't the only bills that the Labour government has tried to push while they were in power. Because when the Labour government came into power, they also tried to change the Constitution. And they tried to change the Constitution in the way that it pertains to the Indigenous people. History doesn't always repeat itself, but it does often rhyme. And the mistakes that politicians make in the future are no guarantee that they won't make the same mistakes. Sorry, the mistakes that the politicians made in the past are no guarantee that they won't make the same mistakes in the future. Because in 2023, I believe, the Labour government attempted to change the constitution by having a referendum around a new bit of bureaucracy, a new bureaucratic body that they called the Voice. The voice of the Indigenous peoples, the Aboriginal voice, the Indigenous voice to Parliament. Now, essentially what this was, as stipulated by all of the advertising, was, quote, a proposed law to alter the constitution to recognise the First Peoples of Australia by establishing an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. Do you approve of this opposed alteration? This was the question that was posed to the Australian population. And the new chapter and section to be added to the constitution are Chapter 9, Recognition of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Peoples, Section 129, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. So Aussies are not evolving from the jailer state. They were seemingly alive and well. Your parliament is basically wardens. The rest of the AU are inmates. Yeah, describing us as inmates is actually not very inaccurate at all. But yeah, essentially, the way that this bill was described by Labour, the government that was pushing it, in recognition of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, or the First Peoples of Australia, 1. There should be a body to be called the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice. 2. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice may make representations to Parliament and the Executive Government of the Commonwealth on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And 3. The Parliament shall, subject to this Constitution, have power to make laws with respect to matters relating to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice, including its composition, functions, power, and procedures. I'm starting to get deja vu. Guiding Principles of the Voice. Senior Counsel and Referendum Working Group member Tony McAvoy outlined the principles that might be held about the proposed advisory body. The Voice will be given independent advice. The Voice will give independent advice to the Parliament and government. Again, there's that word again, independent. 2. It will be chosen by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people based on the wishes of local communities. So this, at the very least, makes it sound like the Voice is going to be made up of a bureaucratic committee that have been elected, not appointed, but it's been very unclear as to how exactly they will be chosen by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Because ironically, this Voice is supposed to be, it's supposed to fulfill the objective of diversity, equal representation. The problem? It essentially is premised on the idea that all of the individual tribes of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the same. They're going to have the same interests, they're going to have the same priorities, they're going to have the same, values, etc., etc. And so when they elect this body, it's going to be able to do something. It's going to be able to act as one. That is fucking preposterous, because if you know anything about Australia, if you know anything about the Australian Aboriginal people, that's not how it works at all. Despite the fact that it is very tempting across a lot of legacy media to treat Aboriginal people as if they are a monolith, they are not. They come from an extremely diverse array of different tribes. And sure, over time and over history, those tribes have decreased drastically in number. But at the same time, to assume that all Aboriginal people, all Indigenous people are the same, or at least similar enough to the point where if each community elects a member of a single government bureaucratic body, that bureaucratic body will be unified enough to do anything, that is simply fantasy. That is not how this works at all. But 3, it will be representative of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, gender balanced, and include youth. 4, it will be empowering, community-led, inclusive, respectful, and culturally informed. 5, it will be accountable and transparent. To whom? Never mind that detail. You just need to know that it's going to be accountable and transparent. 6, it will work alongside existing organizations and traditional structures. 7, it will not have it will not have a program delivery function. And 8, it will not have veto power. So, when you eliminate all of the points that are basically trying to fillet it, the government trying to fillet itself on coming up with this idea about how inclusive, how diverse, how culturally sensitive and respectful it is, you start to realize that it's pretty vague. This law, this proposal is pretty vague. You don't know how they're going to be elected. You don't know whether it's even going to be any sort of election or whether they're going to be appointed by a community that has been predetermined beforehand. You don't know what it is they do. You don't know who they are accountable to. You don't know what their explicit goals are. You don't know what their functionality is going to be. And that's pretty much all of the information we have as the public. And where this gets interesting is the difference between the different campaigns that asked people to vote either yes or no. On one hand, with the campaign, with the no campaign, they raised a bunch of points about concerns of, they raised concerns about additional bureaucracy. Funnily enough, that's also what I'm doing in this stream. They warned about how adding more bureaucracy wasn't guaranteed to fix any problems, and if anything, was probably more likely to simply add more. The No campaign also emphasized how a governing body that represents only one group of Australians is unnecessarily divisive. Again, you have an Indigenous voice to Parliament. What about an Italian voice to Parliament? Or a Chinese voice to Parliament? Or a German voice to Parliament? Why is it that only Indigenous people get this? And again, I get that people might say, oh, it's because they're the First Nations people. It's because they were here first. Well, that's only if you assume that they are a monolith. They are not. They are no more a monolith than all Italians or all Chinese people or all Asian people or all white people, because that's not how it works. And then finally, the final thing that they kept emphasizing in the No campaign was that it will not be representative of even all the voices it claims to represent. And this is pretty common sense of a position, right? Because, again, you can't get a bureaucratic body that is guaranteed to equally represent all of the different groups of people across Australia, because people across different parts of Australia, and especially who come from different backgrounds, regardless of if they're all Indigenous or not, they are going to have different values, different priorities, and different goals. So if you try to create one bureaucratic body to represent all of them, well, congratulations, you can give them absolute agency, but you will also give them zero direction. So they're not going to accomplish anything. They are simply going to soak up taxpayer money while not really having any set goal or direction. And you can see why that might be a bad idea. It's just more bloat onto the state bureaucracy. By contrast, when you looked at the Yes campaign, their talking points focused more on how the indigenous quote-unquote community, again referring to all of them as if they are one solid mass, has been asking for this for a long time. And that is funny considering that there were quite a few people in the No campaign who had an Indigenous background. On top of that, the Yes campaign also emphasized how the referendum represented a chance to right historic harms and injustices, that Aboriginal people had been put upon by the government in the past, that they lacked a voice, and therefore, by creating the voice, you would be making up for all of those mistakes in the past. Now, you can probably see why that doesn't really make sense when you start to consider the stolen generations not just as a lesson in intergenerational trauma and racism, but as an example of the dangers of over-bloated bureaucracy and state paternalism. And when you look at The Voice, it was basically another example of the state bureaucracy trying to expand itself and attempting to speak on behalf of all Indigenous people. I don't know about you, but I think that if, for example, if my house was flooded, I would much rather make my case to the government and get them to send me some form of aid that is tailored to my specific predicament than for them to simply elect a minister of flooded houses instead. And finally, this is the crowning part of the Yes campaign. They resorted to simply calling people who vote no racist It all boiled down to the same thing. Oh, if you vote no, the only reason you might vote no is racism. Never mind that the government has done fuck all to clarify what exactly the voice is going to do. Never mind that the government has done fuck all to explain and justify the expansion of the state bureaucracy. Never mind the fact that if you've actually been paying attention to the lessons taught by the stolen generations, the voice is not really a great idea in the grand scheme of things. But no, it must be because of racism. None of those reasons apply. It must be because of racism. And this seeing this happen, because the thing is, this wasn't just, government-sponsored ads that were going with this. It was also informal ads on social media, people making TikToks and stuff that were pushing this same view, that the only reason people would possibly vote no is because of racism. And seeing how this can actually shape people, how this can radicalize people, was terrifying to watch. Because I had a friend who, unironically, because of the fact that most of her media consumption comes from TikTok, started to buy into the idea that racism is the only reason that people would vote no. Because, lo and behold, when it actually came time to this referendum, when the people actually went to the polls, the overwhelming majority of Australia said that they didn't think this was a good idea. By the time the referendum was done counting the votes, 60.1% of Australians voted no. All of the states voted no, or at least most of the states. We'll get to which one didn't afterwards. And only just under 40% voted yes. When you look at each state individually, you start to see a pattern where almost all of them have above 55% of people who voted no. When you calculate the median no vote percentage among all states, you get 61.2%, which is even, a little bit above 60.1, which is the national total. And when you average all of those states out, you get the average no vote that adds up to 61.1%. So pretty consistent, right? Around 60% of Australians, regardless of whether you look at the country as a whole or states individually, voted no. They thought this was a bad idea. However, a lot of you may realize there is one state missing from this total. The Australian Capital Territory, which in a weird reversal basically flipped all of these percentages on its head. 61.3% of the ACT voted yes, and only 38.7% of them voted no. So I have to ask the question, why is this single state so drastically out of line with the rest of the country and the rest of the general population? Why is it that they are so out of line that they are basically a complete inversion, a polar opposite to the general Australian population? And the only answer I can think of is that this is the state where all the bureaucrats, all of the cronies, all of the government officials live. And so we get into a little bit of a problem, where this referendum has revealed to everybody, statistically, that our government, our ruling body, is fundamentally disconnected from the population they are supposed to be presiding over. And when you think about governments that are disconnected from the populations they are supposed to serve, that feel comfortable making laws that restrict freedoms for so-called protection, when they feel comfortable expanding bureaucracies under the pretext of being socially progressive and compassionate, you start to see a little bit of a worrying pattern across the last few hundred years in Australia. This is why it is so dangerous, in my opinion, that the stolen generations is not taught properly. This is why it's so dangerous that children are not taught the dangers of bureaucracy, of paternalism, and they are only taught about racism and intergenerational trauma. Because racism and intergenerational trauma, yes, they can happen to everybody, but they only tend to happen to certain groups of people. The problem that we are dealing with here, a bureaucracy that is insistent on expanding itself outwards, that is fundamentally disconnected with the people it's supposed to rule over, this is infinitely more terrifying, in my opinion, because it is a problem that does not have an expiry date and will never be restricted to only one group of people. And when you look at the policies that have been enacted between 2021 and 2024, you start to see this pattern emerge. The Online Safety Act of 2021, want to protect Australians from the internet? Empower more bureaucrats. The Voice referendum, want to empower Aboriginal people? Hire more bureaucrats. The Misinformation Bill, want protection from harmful speech? Empower more bureaucrats. The U16 bill, want to protect the kids from social media? Empower more bureaucrats. All of these solutions to all of these supposed problems, online safety, Indigenous disempowerment, misinformation, poor parenting, all of the solutions fall on the same thing. They all converge on the idea, oh, that must mean that we need a bigger government. Oh, we need more bureaucrats. Oh, we need to give our bureaucrats more power. All of this results in the expansion and empowerment of the ACT, the Parliament House, Canberra, whatever. All of this gets funneled into this single body of people, and it doesn't have any sort of tangible results for literally anybody else. And so what you tend to see is when you start applying the lessons learned from the stolen generations, you start to see that this is not a cycle as it applies to Aboriginal people. No, this is a cycle as it applies to Australia. You get the same cycle of citizens being deemed incapable of living independently of the state by government bureaucrats. Oh, we need to intervene. Oh, this is a problem that individual citizens can't solve by themselves. Aboriginal people can't look after themselves. Parents can't parent their own children. People on the internet can't look after themselves because, oh, what if they get cyberbullied or trolled or whatever? And then after that, paternalistic policies are then established by the state bureaucracy to expand itself under the pretext of protection. Whether it be misinformation, whether it be racial discrimination, whether it be, some form of online abuse or whatever, all of that needs, you need to be protected from all of that. So we need more government policies. Then, after that, regulations are then enforced through surveillance, control, displacement, which disrupts the lives and livelihoods of average, everyday citizens. Imagine if you are a child who cannot access social media and talk to other people in spite of the fact that, let's imagine that we have the next pandemic, right? After the U16 bill has taken effect. Let's say that children are not able to use social media to communicate with other people even though we're all in lockdowns again. Can you imagine how stunted that would make the children? And this is not me trying to advocate for children on social media. If I had my choice, if I had the ideal scenario, I would take them off social media entirely. But the fact still remains, if they aren't parented properly outside of the online world, if they don't have enough opportunities to, be kids, play, socialize, touch grass, whatever, outside of the internet, taking them off the internet won't do anything. It won't solve any problems. So I'm under no illusions that this is some sort of silver bullet to improving child well-being. And that's the thing. Because these regulations don't do what people claim they will. Don't do what the government suggesting them claim that they will. Don't do what the bureaucrats advocating for them say they will. And then finally, citizens experience a reduced quality of living. Our ability to socialize with one another has already been shot to the fucking high heaven. Not shot to high heaven, but, shot to hell because of the fact that we've had to live with these policies for the last 4 years, or sporadically over the course of the last 4 years in response to trying to get the pandemic under control. And as a result, we have all experienced a lower quality of living. And as a result, this creates a self-perpetuating cycle. Lower quality of living means that we require more external assistance, or at least it's easier to argue that we require more external assistance, which means that the citizens can then be deemed incapable of living on their own without state intervention or without some more policies to aid in fighting some problem or other, which creates, more policies that worsen more people's lives, etc., ad nauseum, ad infinitum. And this is the reality of what it means to live under an overbearing bureaucracy. a bureaucracy that has the tendency to keep expanding outwards with no oversight, no limiter in sight. And these are lessons that are so, I can't overstate this, so important to learn, especially so important to teach to children before they grow up, so that they can learn to make informed political decisions, not on the basis of some sort of stupid identity politics, but on the basis of actually seeing and evaluating how well their government does what it promises. And yet this is not taught to children. Because it's easier to teach about racism and intergenerational trauma than it is to teach about why bureaucracy is bad, what bureaucracy even is, and what even paternalism is, and why that is bad. And yet, I don't think our Department of Education even tries. Because we have plenty of programs that deal with Aboriginal history, Aboriginal culture, etc., but none of them touch on things like this. We have social sciences units in high schools, but none of them touch on this. Whenever the Stolen Generations is brought up, it's the same thing over and over. Everyone is racist. We all need to apologize to the Indigenous people. Not a single word about things like the difference between state and nation. Not a single word about how these bureaucrats got the idea into their heads to commit these heinous acts and implement these abhorrent policies. Not because, well, not necessarily just because they wanted to eliminate Aboriginal people, but because they believed, some of them genuinely believed that they knew better than individual Aboriginal people when it comes to their own well-being. And they thought that they had the permit to implement whatever policies were possible in order to solve a problem that they identified themselves. And again, none of this is taught in schools. This is not even discussed that much in universities, because you get frowned upon whenever you suggest something along the lines of, oh, not everyone in Australia is guilty about, needs to feel guilty about the stolen generations. Yes, it is perfectly fine, normal, even healthy to feel sorry for Aboriginal people, but feeling sorry for something and feeling responsible for something, feeling like you have to be sorry in the sense that you're responsible for the thing that is, hurting somebody else, those are two completely different things. And for too long in Australia, there has been no distinction between them, whether that be in tertiary education or primary education or high school education. Or secondary education, I should say, sorry. Because it always profits our government when the citizens don't make any distinction between state decisions and what they voted for. Because the harsh reality of our country is that most of the things that our government does, we don't have any say in that. We elect the party in power, but that's pretty much about it. That and referendums are the only points where we actually have, as a civilian population, a direct say in what our government does. And sure, that's fine because, well, usually our government doesn't do something too stupid. Usually. But the problem then becomes twofold, because what if our government does do something idiotic? Like they have here with the U16 bill. What if our government is actively trying to foster a culture where we end up sharing in the responsibility for their mistakes? And the result is what we see now, where it doesn't really seem to be the case. Where I feel like, for some reason, Australians are very, how do I say? For all the jokes about us being a group of people that are very quick to rib on others, very quick to, make jokes at the expense of others, albeit in a friendly way overall. We are, as a country, generally speaking, we are quite appalling when it comes to trying to stand up to our government. We are generally a group of people that are so politically unmotivated that our governments essentially have carte blanche to do whatever the overwhelming majority of the time, and the only pockets, people will only speak out against it in pockets. And the thing is, when you talk about the destructiveness of identity politics, the thing that I want to emphasize, and this applies to all other countries as well, like America, like the UK, whatever, it's not just an Australian thing. The kind of identity politics that people tend to focus on are things like saying that, things like drawing delineations between different groups of people based off of arbitrary traits like race, like skin color, like sexuality, sexual orientation, gender identity, whatever. All of those individual things that don't actually matter. And that is the manifestation of identity politics that a lot of people focus on. But an equally devastating form of identity politics comes with the state trying to humanize itself and diffuse its own responsibility by convincing the civilians that they made decisions that they didn't make, that the mistakes made by the states, its politicians, its bureaucrats, are also mistakes that were made by the people for simply electing them based off of promises that they didn't even keep. And that is the thing that strikes me as completely ridiculous and grossly under-discussed. Because you can't blame a civilian population for the actions of the people who rule over that society, the politicians, the bureaucrats that govern that society. Because yes, these politicians were elected by those people, but they were elected on promises. And if you try to count up the promises that are kept versus the promises that aren't, you quickly learn to see that the promises that they were elected on the basis of were fucking lies. The overwhelming majority of the time, they were fucking lies. So, are you really going to blame the civilian population for the actions of the government? No. And anyone who says that you should or that it's normal to do so is either indoctrinated to the point where they are no longer capable of rational thinking, or they simply lack the faculties for rational thinking. To be fair, it's kind of difficult to tell if there really is any sort of difference between those two. But the fact remains that that is the case. Tomahawk, thank you for the 2. Really not beating the jailed society allegations. No, we're really not. And the long and short of this is that the only thing that is really worth protecting, and in my opinion, the only thing that is really worth judging politicians based off of, is their support for free speech. Because you can't guarantee that a politician is going to fulfill their promises to implement whatever policies or whatever. But you can try to force politicians to allow you to complain about the fact that they failed to live up to what they promised. So, long and short, the thing I want you to take away from this entire spiel, this entire saga about how we got to this point where the governments are trying to ban minors off of the internet or ban minors off of social media, and why that is such a bad idea, and what the Australian government is trying to accomplish by pushing this awful idea, is that a government's most dangerous weapon is not its army, but its size. A government's most dangerous agents are not fanatical soldiers, but appointed bureaucrats. However, both of them, government and bureaucrats, share one critical weakness. They both wilt in the face of a nation that is free to speak its mind. Free speech is the key to be able to fight both of these dangerous encroachments on your societies, both of these threats from within. But that's a long-winded way of saying something that could probably be said simpler. So, in other words, in simpler words, if nothing else from this stream, I want you to take away this: that when you're standing up to the government and its constituents, it is never enough to simply know your rights. You must also be able to name their wrongs. So long as you can maintain that separation between state and nation, so long as you can stand up to your government and say, you did this, not us. You made that decision, not us. The responsibility, the fallout is yours and not mine. So long as you're capable of doing that, there is still hope. there is still hope of hanging on to free speech. There's still hope of, changing your government in some form or other, implementing some form of reform, some form of, in very severe cases, rebellion. But it all starts with this. Being able to, again, not only know your rights, but name their wrongs. Don't let your government get away with fucking up. Don't let your government get away with pinning their fuck-ups on you. But yeah. The key might be something I shouldn't talk about, but free speech isn't bad either. Yeah. That's why community notes on Twitter is actually so good. Yeah, I agree. Twitter, it's undeniable that community notes is one of the best features on Twitter and ever has been that has ever been implemented on Twitter. But yeah, again, if you're not able to, the first step in making one of the, how do I say this? One of the most potent weapons that the government has in making sure that you can't point out and speak out against their mistakes is making you feel complicit in them as a group of citizens. Because if you are complicit, then you're a hypocrite if you speak out, right? If the genocide that they committed against, let's say if the genocide that they committed against a foreign enemy, right? If they don't want you to speak out against it, they will convince you that you voted for this, right? You wanted you wanted to go genocide a foreign enemy or whatever, right? And the fact is, that's not that's not what's going on. That's not actually what happened, because you voted the party in power on the basis that they would fulfill certain promises that they made to you. And if, on the other hand, they fail to fulfill those promises, they don't actually fulfill any of those promises, or if they do, only a small minority, and then they go off and do whatever the fuck they want, when they do whatever the fuck they want and the consequences for that arise, that's not your fault as a citizen. That's not your fault even if you voted for the party that is doing that thing. Because so long as that wasn't the thing that you voted them in for, you have no responsibility in what has happened. And understanding that, unlearning that guilt that is so in this intergenerational guilt that is so entrenched in so many societies, especially in the West, that is the first step in finding, getting your balls back, essentially, so that you can start raking your government over the coals for failing to do their job. But yeah. Man, Armchair streams are great to watch. Too bad he will be in prison when Australia finally ends free speech. Unironically, there is a world out there, there is a future where I get taken to task for referring to our e-safety commissioner as a glowy. Even though technically, I'd be hard-pressed to say that that's not the case. Billy Oki, thank you for the 2. 5 hour of Yap TLDR, government is gay. You're not wrong. Someone said it adequately. I think it was Musk. I'm paraphrasing. The best way to fight misinformation is with correct information. The point of free speech is the freedom to correct misinformation. Exactly. And the thing is, right, one of the things that I've said in the past is that I feel like good propaganda is a lost art. I mean good both in effective and ethical. And the reason why I suspect it's been a lost art is because people have started picking up censorship as a way of dealing with misinformation and dissenting opinion. So instead of fighting over who does a better job at persuading a shared audience, people have instead resorted to simply trying to eliminate the person who's saying something different to you. And this trading propaganda for censorship is one of the worst things I have seen happen to Western society over the last decade that I've been alive. Because it has made conversations, both individual, societal, global, so much less interesting, so much less effective. And it's just been an utter drag to participate in. But yeah. How do you think a solution would be actioned? A solution to... Jane, a solution to what exactly? A solution to Australia's problem of passing awful laws? Honestly, it's tough to say. At this point, a lot of people are saying we need a third party where, we need to break away from only having the two-party system. The problem is to make that an actual viable alternative, you are going to need to... how do I say? There's going to be a bit of a painful transition period where there are a lot of people who vote for third parties, but it may or may not do anything. And then you essentially need a wave where everyone is so sick of the two-party system that you have enough people voting for a third party that they are actually a serious threat to one of the existing two. And when they are taken seriously as a threat, then only then can you possibly get, the emergence of a third party potentially. But to answer the question of how do you stop governments from being this, this overbearing, paternalistic, and bureaucratic, it requires a bunch of things. First, that, you're essentially going to have to overhaul the education system. Because unless children are taught things like rejecting collective guilt, understanding the difference between state and nation, understanding the dangers of bureaucracy and paternalism, they are not going to grow up into adults that are politically astute enough to understand why, when you vote for governments, you don't just consider policy, you don't just reject identity politics, you have to also look at their stance on free speech. Because it is all too easy to say, oh, it doesn't matter if my government is a little bit more authoritarian because they have good policies. Well, if your government is more authoritarian, but they don't have good policies, but they have good policies, it also means that once they get into power, what do you think they're going to prioritize first? Making sure that you can't complain, even if they fail to live up to the promises about their good policies, even if they fail to implement their good policies. So again, a politician can always lie about their policies and their positions, but not every politician, not every party is in a position where they can stop you from complaining about either of those things. And so long as you maintain your right to complain, there is hope that you can pressure them into doing something different, or at least better than what they're currently doing. Jordan, thank you for the 5. Wouldn't be too surprising if the slag was receiving funding from one of the CIA slush funds as under-the-table salary. Honestly, because she is a member, because Julie Grant is a member of the WEF and a bunch of other different, NGOs and stuff, I have no doubt that she is receiving some form of benefit that doesn't come from, the pay that is on paper that the Australian government gives her. And that may or may not be affecting her decisions. I have no trouble believing that, even though it is not substantiated in any regards, and this is just my personal belief and opinion. But yeah, it's fucking depressing. It's fucking depressing to think about. Gabriel Barberio, thank you for being a member for 2 months. The Western world is pregnant with a revolution. I don't know if we'll get that far, because generally when you look at the various populations across the Western world, people tend to be a little reticent, a little slow on the uptake when it comes to actually doing something about their governments. Like, again, what I've been talking about, recognizing all of these latent threats that come with government bureaucracy and paternalism, even getting this idea more mainstream, talking about this more, as cringe as a term as it's become, educating more kids about these concepts, this is something that's going to lay the groundwork to actual effective revolution, rebellion, or even just protest. Thankfully, it may appear there is a 50-50 chance that the Labour government has essentially shot themselves in the foot in 10 years' time, when all of the teens who are old enough to understand when they are having a restriction imposed on them grow up to become voting age adults and have a personal experience with why overbearing bureaucracy is bad. Maybe, just maybe, they become an active voting base that has enough personal experience to have real gripes with the government that exceed the amount of indoctrination and programming that the schools have impressed upon them from a young age. Maybe. I am cautiously hopeful about that. Not optimistic, but hopeful. Because holy fuck, unlearning the guilt about our country's history with the stolen generations and all that stuff, that is a very tall order for any child. Simply because the problem is, right, if you're going to teach about the stolen generations, and this is my personal perspective as both a teacher and someone who's gone through the Australian schooling system from K to 12, how do I say this? The stolen generations are a lesson that is ripe to be taught about things like government structures and overreach. It is an almost perfect lesson in that. The problem is, it is an appealing lesson for the issue of racism and intergenerational trauma. The problem is, how do you teach a child about the psychological, emotional gravity of intergenerational trauma? How do you impress upon a child, and remember, that is what these people, these young people, quote unquote, that is what they are. They are just children, overwhelming majority of which have nowhere near the degree of rough life experience needed to understand any of these concepts. Because, they're children. And more often than not, they are children that have actually been raised by at least one parent who loves them. The thing that made the stolen generation so fucked up was the fact that the government decided that they were better parents than the actual parents of the Aboriginal children that were abducted from their families. And a government is a parent that can never love you. That will only ever be a cold and dead facsimile of something even loosely resembling a family. And the thing is, how it is an impossible task to impress upon a child what it means to go through that level of trauma, to understand how that changes a person, how the hurt that happens as a result of that will remain a stain upon the soul long after you are no longer a child. And when that is the only lesson, the only angle that upon which you insist on teaching about the stolen generations, it is no surprise that the majority of kids emerge from school having absolutely no idea about how to apply the lessons taught by the stolen generations on a more broader social scale beyond just racism is bad. When I was in high school, we have drama classes here, so theater classes if you're American. I'm not sure if you guys refer to it as drama as a subject, but yeah, we had drama classes when we were in high school, and in one of these drama classes, we were taught about the stolen generations. This was a subject that we had to tackle for an entire school semester. And the thing is, for the overwhelming majority of the kids in that class, they had never heard of the stolen generations prior, or at least if they'd heard about it, it was only they had heard about it with no idea as to the magnitude of what it meant, what the term signified. They had no clue what had happened during the stolen generations, what the effects of it were. And so, when we were given plays written by people who had been through the stolen generations, depicting the absolute horror that was this period in Australian history, you had a lot of kids that simply didn't know how to cope with that information. They simply couldn't handle it because they lacked the frame of reference needed to process all of the information, psychological, emotional, as well as, intellectual, that was being fed to them. And so they resorted to, it was fascinating to watch at the time, even in spite of the fact that I was I was just another student in the class, not a teacher or anything. But what was fascinating, and this is a memory that will stick with me forever. My curious Orcas, thank you for the gift of memberships. That's very kind of you. Eternal Land, I hope you enjoy that. Welcome to the club. one of these plays that we were given was a play called Stolen. And, well, I mean, the title is pretty self-explanatory. And as a natural consequence of this play being about in part, the racist attitudes that led to the paternalistic policies that destroyed Aboriginal families across Australia, it contained a lot of slurs that were being used for Aboriginal people, or that had been used over the course of Australian history towards Aboriginal people. And when we were performing this play in class, a lot of us had to reconcile the cognitive dissonance between being taught our entire lives that slurs are bad, you shouldn't say them, that, etc., with having to try and put as authentic a performance of this on as possible so that we could understand the material that we had been given, to understand the lessons that were being imparted through those words, taboo or not, on the page. And so you had a lot of kids that simply could not, that they didn't know how to approach this, right? Some kids coped by simply, joking around and spamming the slurs on and off cooldown in class, for example. And these weren't like little kids, by the way. We were in like senior high school at this point in time. And the very first instance of a kid using this approach to try and cope with the scale of what they were being asked to understand was a boy, one of my male classmates, because we had a class group chat on Facebook. This is bringing back memories. We had a class group chat on Facebook, and immediately after we did our first reading of the text, so this was when we first came into contact with all of these slurs and stuff. A lot of these slurs we didn't even realize were slurs in the first place. One of my male classmates made a picture in like Photoshop with like word art or something with all of the slurs just repeated constantly, and he posted it in the group chat as a joke, right? Because he thought, he said he thought it was funny. And the next thing to happen was that you had an entire tiny faction in this class that started raking him over the coals for using those words. Basically doing the same thing that you see on Twitter every day. That's so, that's not cool, that's not funny, I can't believe you've done this, etc., etc. Basically really ripping into him for just using these words as a joke. And the reason why this was fascinating is because you see two very common, very childish responses to trying to cope with information you're not equipped to handle, with information that you simply lack the perspective to process. One of them being to turn the thing that you are trying to process into a joke, regardless of how, so insensitive it may be. And the other being to start acting as morality police in order to absolve yourself of any sense of, guilt or responsibility for any of the things that you are being taught about. Any of the, like I said before, the intergenerational guilt that children are taught about from the moment that they are first introduced to the concept of the stolen generations. Because again, whenever the teachers would describe the stolen generations, it was never the state did this or the politicians did this. It was always we did this. We allowed for this to happen, etc., etc. And when you teach children that, they don't know how to cope. So you will have an entire subsect of children who become accustomed to their knee-jerk response will be, oh, okay, let me look for somebody who's violating the social norm, who's breaking this taboo, and let me exorcise my guilt by trying to police them instead, right? That to make up for the racism that was so prevalent in my country before, I'm going to make sure that never happens again. And just watching this happen in real time was... It was something. You know, one of my mods, Kuzu, I've known him for years now. I'm pretty sure, like... I'm pretty sure, like, over a decade. Well, a decade now. At least a decade. And he happened to be with me in that same drama class all the way back there in high school. And I remember we were both there when we saw this interaction go down in the group chat. And I remember him messaging me going, yeah, I didn't find the joke funny, but I really didn't think that the guy deserved that level of, you know... Well, I don't think the guy deserved to be ripped into that hard. And I remember having that moment where the next day when we met up in class, we talked about it and we kind of looked at one another and we looked at, you know, the people who had been involved in this spat, and we couldn't really look at them the same way after that. Because that's... We essentially watched a cancelling happen in real time. A little bit of social cancelling, and at the time we didn't really register that the response was childish, but that's because when you are a child, especially when you are an older child, right, when you're, you know, around senior high school age, you don't tend to view yourself as a kid, mostly because very commonly teenagers, especially towards the later half of their life, they're in a big rush to grow up and stuff. But looking back on it now, it is very clear to see how that is a fundamental child response to information that the mind of a child is simply not ready to handle. And this is why I think it's such a crime that the only angles that we teach about the stolen generations are not only the racism and intergenerational trauma thing, but also the fact that it's always this implied group guilt that we impress upon kids routinely when we do that, or when schools do that, I should say. I'm falling into the bad habit myself. Okko, welcome to welcome Okko Raiders. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about how Australia is bad at teaching about horrific things that our government did in the past. Armchair Expert, I asked this earlier on the stream, but you missed it. Wasn't the systematic removal of native children to cause the extinction of the native population simply just a fancy genocide? Yes, it was. It was a fancy genocide. But the worst part is, it was a fancy genocide it was justified under the supposed reason of, oh, it's going to be better for them in the long run. Oh, their population is declining anyways. Oh, they're not living in civilized society, so better that their generation, the future generations that are at least half white, have a chance at, you know, integrating into a more civilized society. So yes, to answer your question, it was a fancy genocide. But it was a fancy genocide that was made all the worse by the fact that it was implemented with, at least with some cases, good intentions. And this is why I say that it's really important to judge things not by their intentions, but by their outcomes. Because if you judge things by their intentions, every genocide in the world was justified. Eddie, sounds similar to the problem with current Filipino youths believing that Marcos' dictatorship never happened. Yeah. So again, teaching kids about horrible things that happen in your country's past is really complex. But again, the reason why I find the way that we teach the stolen generation such a crime is because it would be a lot easier if you led with using it as a lesson in, you know, the dangers of government overreach. If you led by teaching them about bureaucracy and paternalism, because those, while they are complex concepts, they are nowhere near as psychologically and emotionally burdensome as trying to convince the kids that they are somehow sharing in the responsibility for committing a fancy genocide, to put it in A2's terms. They are somehow complicit in one of the most fucked up bits of government legislation that the Australian Parliament has ever passed. Because if you try to impress that upon a child, that child's mind is going to break more often than not. And the problem is, the more healthy the child's upbringing is, the more likely their mind is to break under the strain of trying to process not only that information, but that guilt as well. That's why it's so fucked up, the way that our schools teach about the stolen generations. And I would expand that in general to... it's hard because I do believe that there is value to teaching students about Aboriginal culture, Aboriginal history, etc., etc. But the way that it's taught is just so awful, because it often falls into one of two extremes, where it's either extremely tokenistic or it's just extremely fucked up. And again, it's fucked up for all the reasons that I said before, collective guilt, intergenerational guilt, tunnel visioning on racism and intergenerational trauma, that kind of stuff. But yeah, if I could snap my fingers and completely change the way that children are taught about the stolen generations, I would do so in a heartbeat. Because as it stands, it is a great lesson that is wasted on traumatizing kids for no good reason. And there may be some people who hear me say this and go, oh, but, what about the Aboriginal kids who were taken from their families? Don't you think that they're traumatized? And again, it's the same sort of problem where it's not a competition. It can, what happened to the generations who were taken from their families by government policies? That's fucked up beyond belief. But it's also fucked up to try and teach children who had no say in any of that they share in the guilt for that somehow, or they should share in the guilt for that somehow. I don't believe that for a second. I didn't always think this way. It required quite a bit of examination as to why I felt as uncomfortable as I did when the topic was first being taught to me as a kid. And it's something that I've needed years to figure out how to articulate without giving people too much room to simply label me as a racist and dismiss what I'm saying. But I do think I've finally managed to work that out now. So, yeah. Trauma Olympics, yeah. The bureaucratic class largely care more about being seen as caring than actually doing anything to fix problems. Yeah, 100%. I personally think that childhood is the best time to be blamed for anything. Imagine the sense of empowerment you get from learning that you can kill a zillion people by playing Fortnite. True. I disagree. They traumatize kids for a good reason that makes it easy to control them. Yeah. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, a group of citizens who feels complicit in your crimes are less likely to call you out for them. Like, this variation of identity politics has just been so poisonous on for Australia. And the sad thing is, if you say this, the overwhelming majority of legacy media is not even going to entertain this idea. And the overwhelming majority of people, even though it may resonate with them, they may reject it simply out of habit because they've been taught to reject it from childhood. So, yeah, telling kids that they're in the wrong for the actions of their ancestors is fucked up, yeah. Then again, I'm not raised on the family that believes in original sin, so I guess I'm kind of lucky. The thing is, how do I say this? The way that I conceive of the concept of original sin is that in the way that it's originally been used in Christianity, and this is me speaking from my understanding of my own religion and faith, the concept of original sin does not exist as this kind of hammer that floats above my head, threatening to come down at any second. It is more supposed to fulfill the function of preventing people who believe in God from taking God for granted. It is there as a tool to remind you that although God loves you, if you love him back, you should never accept that you can simply do whatever you like and simply count on the fact that he will always forgive you. So, in religion, at least in my understanding of religion, original sin is not used as a tool to inflict guilt so much as it is supposed to act as a barrier to recklessness. In the way that original sin has been adapted by various governments around the world, though, it is more used as a tool to diffuse responsibility. It is supposed to be a punishment that is shared so equally between politicians and citizens that citizens are no longer in any position to criticize politicians, lest they think themselves as hypocrites. Think of themselves as hypocrites, sorry. But yeah, actually, yokai, that's a good way of putting it. The point of original sin is to be a warning and not a punishment. Yeah, exactly. John Wick, what if I love God but hate everybody else? That's one of the commandments that God gives, or one of the 2 commandments that Jesus gave when he was asked to interpret the 10 commandments that were originally there. He says, first, love God above all, and second, love your neighbor as yourself. So basically, there's a lesson in that second point where, if you can only love other people as much as you love yourself, as well on top of that. But yeah, the whole point of original sin is not supposed to be a weapon that is wielded. It's not supposed to be a whip that you use to self-flagellate, contrary to popular belief. But again, it's supposed to be a cautionary tale more than anything else. A cautionary tale against taking God for granted and throwing away your own, or making bad decisions simply because you can, or even being attracted to things that are ultimately more harmful than helpful, and disregarding how harmful or helpful something is before you pursue it. Because a big part of the story of original sin is how Adam and Eve tried to partake in a fruit simply because it promised them knowledge and power, without any regard or thought for what would be the consequences of gaining that knowledge and power. So yeah, it really depends on the denomination. Some branches of Christianity do hold that original sin is something that every human is born sinful, some but not all. I agree that, every human is born sinful, but the thing is about sin, it really depends on what you mean by sin, right? Because there are some denominations that teach that sin is you have done something wrong, and from birth you have done something wrong, right? But there are other denominations that simply teach that sin means distance from God. And I do believe that the moment you are born, you are not one with God, right? There is still a path to go. You still need to first become a conscious human being, and then 2, make a conscious choice to try and seek out God. That is the way that you overcome original sin, or in other words, your default distance from God. First, you become conscious enough to realize that there are some things that God embodies that you lack, or that you are distant from God in some way. And then after you become conscious of that fact, you move to remedy that. And that is how you earn the exoneration from original sin. Because that is a distance that you have now made the conscious choice to overcome on your own. And that is, again, that is what the concept is supposed to be, at least in my interpretation of it. Sin in the original meaning was a mistake or a deviation. Yeah, I think deviation is a closer, I would say deviation is closer to my understanding of the word. Remember that there is evil done by every moral figure and vice versa. Yeah. Didn't know that? Yeah. It's about the knowledge of good and evil means you know how to do the maximum amount of evil. Exactly. You can't understand the concept of evil without also being tempted towards committing it. Because, well, let's be honest here, there are certainly going to be situations in life where the evil thing to do or the immoral thing to do is very appealing. Because, well, all of the things that you can get in life, power, companionship, love, adoration, resources, all of that can be gained through both evil and principled means. And sometimes the evil means are simply appear easier. So you opt for those instead. And since we are all mortal creatures, we have a limited amount of time to achieve what we dream of while we are still on this earth. Sometimes it is completely understandable, if not justifiable, that we choose shortcuts, and those shortcuts may be evil. In the word of the original Hebrew, it meant roughly to miss the mark, in the same sense of missing a target with an arrow. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Evil is always the path of least resistance, yeah. Nobody can control what they start, but they can control where they are heading. Yeah, that's a good idiom. That's a good idiom. Oh yeah, there was one thing I was going to say as well. When the results for the referendum, the voice referendum came out, I had that friend that I talked about earlier who bought into the Yes campaign's propaganda about how the only reason you would vote no is racism. I had one of them casually pop into a group chat after the results were announced, and they said, I can't believe, this was completely deadpan by the way, no irony, no joke. They said, I can't believe that 60% of Australians are racists. And when I saw that scared the shit out of me, because that was actually watching someone get radicalized in real time. Thankfully, though, me and the other person in that group chat were able to sort of talk them down and reason them out of that assumption. Oddly enough, by using the same analogy that I talked about earlier about, if you were an average Australian, this is not about, the average Australian voted no, not because they don't like Indigenous people, but because they don't trust the government to add on more bloat and do something useful with it. And I use the analogy of, okay, let's say your house was flooded. Would you rather the government send you aid for your flooded house, or would you prefer that they elect a minister of flooded houses? And thankfully, the analogy seemed to work. I don't know what I would have done if that analogy didn't work. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. It is kind of reassuring that when this referendum, for a second there, it was a little touch and go, right? As to whether yes or no would prevail. But thankfully, yeah, it was oddly reassuring to see that 60% of Australians were capable of going, yeah, nah, we don't want this. Actually, kind of off topic. If you've ever wondered why Australians say yeah, nah, and what we mean by that, I've been trying to figure out how to explain this for a while, and I don't know if this explanation will apply equally to everybody. But in my experience, the reason why Australians say yeah, nah is because when we speak, we don't actually make a distinction between subtext and text. So we end up addressing both out loud. Like, for example, if, let's say, an Australian says, yeah, nah, I don't think the voice is a good idea. The yeah is an acknowledgement of the subtextual assumption that they understand what the choice is. And the nah is their response to the textual question, do you support this? So, whenever you speak with an Australian and they say, yeah, nah, the reason why they do that, at least in my experience, is because they are addressing both the thing that you are asking out loud and the thing that you are asking silently. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. It sounds like the American left this most recent election. It's scarily almost bar for bar. Yeah. No, I saw the exact same thing when I was looking at people melting down over social media over the announcement of the results. Because again, like, if you are going to say that all people who support, all MAGA people are racists and bigots and, homophobes and whatever, like, you have to be incredibly ideologically captured and simply poisoned in the mind in order to genuinely believe that. And it is scary how many people in your mainstream media your legacy media actually seem to have that opinion and that worldview. And that is, I'm not gonna lie, that is scary. That is terrifying. But yeah. I'm genuinely surprised that people voted no and that it was as decisive as it was. That's the thing, right? Because the no campaign is, you see, if you voted yes, if you plan to vote yes, you told everyone about it, right? Because your campaign told you that the people who would have voted no are racist, and you don't want to be a racist, do you? However, if you're voting no for the reasons as you are, you probably aren't going to be bothered explaining all of your reasons to other people, because you are probably going to just get into an argument with someone who believes you're a racist right off the bat. So you don't say anything. So as a result, the no vote won by as large a margin as it did without being expected to win, because one of the sides resorted to ad hominems, resorted to identity politics, resorted to calling the other side racists instead of actually trying to engage with their very real, very valid points. So I understand being surprised at this result, but I think this is really quite logical, really. But yeah. Yeah, I understand. No, I don't agree. It's like, yeah, that's terrifying. The silent majority is real. Yeah, exactly. It depends on how loud and how venomous the toxic, the vocal minority is, right? If they simply attack everyone who expresses a different opinion, then, well, the majority is going to become silent by, quite naturally. Yeah, I had a comment about that got eaten for reasons I cannot determine. Damn, YouTube might be censoring you. I assumed it was meant to be emphatic, like you're acknowledging you could say the opposite and denying it. It's easy to put things into chaos rather than in order. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Now that I think back, if this had gone ahead, if this had gone through, I genuinely think it would have been the start of a very dark portion of Australian politics and history, where identity politics would have become the norm. The whole practice of trying to train children to have intergenerational guilt would have become even more solidified than it is already. And on top of that, I genuinely do think that it wouldn't get to the same degree of awful as the Stolen Generations, but it would undeniably. I am convinced that The Voice, given maybe a few years, maybe a few decades, would have suffered at least a few scandals as a result of its function or lack thereof. Because I genuinely don't think that this. I don't think this was. Looking back, I don't think this was ever going to be a viable idea. I don't think this was ever going to be a justifiable expansion of the bureaucracy. And it only, I really do think it only would have been used for bad. But yeah, I think the pendulum is swinging back, but how hard it will swing, I don't know. I think Asmongold talked about this a while back, where he said, it looks like we are about to pivot for a return to quote-unquote family values. And while I don't think that the pendulum is going to swing very far, I do hope that we can finally do away with the identity politics. Identity politics is undeniably the thing that has poisoned the West the most. That and covert Marxist infiltration in various institutions, including, but not limited to, academia. But yeah. I will wait for 10 to 20 more years to see if something will happen. Fair. Off topic, but what was the name of the state that you called the Alabama of Australia? Tasmania. It's a joke. But it's funny. The good old fashioned values that we used to rely, yeah. I do think we can do with a return to values like, individual over the collective. That one is long overdue. I think we can do with a return to values such as personal responsibility and, how do I say? I think sexual liberation has gone way too far, where it's become not only accepted but glorified to commodify yourself in a sexual manner. Again, I blame the lack of distinction between sexualization and objectification on the sexual liberation and the ideas that it has advocated for, because I said this in a previous stream. I think this was the collab that I did with Proctor Zakharov over a month ago, where how do I say this? Sex has the potential to be a lot of things. It has the potential to be intimacy, vulnerability, loyalty, depth of emotional connection, etc., etc. It can be all of those things, but not the kind of sex that you buy. And the commodification of sex has, I do think that it has eroded people's understanding of sex as an act of intimacy, connection, security, etc., etc., vulnerability, all of those things. And there is, yeah. Also, I really want to leave behind this insistence on victim mentality that has become so prevalent, especially in the West, as if being a victim of something is empowering in and of itself. And for that, I blame Marxism becoming as popular as it has become. But I'm sick and tired of people demonizing power and for want of a better word, superiority, inequality. I think we are overdue to return to an acknowledgement that inequality is not always a bad thing, and that strength is not always a bad thing. And, funnily enough, masculinity is not always a bad thing. I despise the normalization of misandry, because while I agree that misogyny is bad, I would say that misandry is no less bad. I cannot, I think it is acknowledging and accepting that inequality is natural is going to work wonders for society, because you cannot force equality, and equality is a luxury that we can ill afford nowadays, because every country seems to be running out of money that they can use to buy the illusion of equality. Again, the analogy I always use to explain why inequality is not always a bad thing is because inequality is caused by a difference in inequality is caused by a difference in capabilities and a difference in qualifications and a difference in traits. And if you want to force equality, you have to naturally flatten everything out to the point where you ignore all of those differences. And the thing that I always use as an analogy is, let's say that you want to go in for a surgery, and a life-saving surgery, and you are consulted as to whether you think you should go ahead with the surgery. Let's say that you and your doctor say yes, but then your insurance company says no. In that particular scenario, should the insurance company's opinion be regarded as equal to the doctor's opinion? The answer, I would assume, if you're not a psychopath, is no. That particular inequality exists because of a difference in qualification, a difference in knowledge, a difference in expertise, in competency and responsibility. So as a result, it's the same principle applied even outside of that one specific scenario. If you are ever wondering why people achieve unequal outcomes despite being given equal opportunities, that is why. Simple difference in capability. And I think it's long overdue that we went back to acknowledging that. I have no problem with inequality of outcome, although I will fight for equality of opportunity alongside anyone, right? I believe in equality of opportunity, but I also believe in understanding, acknowledging, and accepting inequality of outcome. Because, well, no shit, no two people are the same. So they're going to have different capabilities, and they're going to achieve different things, despite the fact that they were given the same start in life. So we should acknowledge our weaknesses and strengths to help one another naturally cover the fields that we and others can't cover. Exactly. And the problem is nowadays, this emphasis on inclusivity has made it so that people don't want to acknowledge that they are fundamentally different from one another, that people are good at different things. And when you make everyone the same, when you try to force equality and inclusivity as if they mean the exact same thing, the problem is you end up eliminating any concept of individual difference, individuality, and you are ill-prepared to deal with the consequences of that. Yeah, they sell you on a problem and tell you there's no solution. Amazing how many people fall for such an obvious grift. Amen, agorist, amen. But yeah. Ooh, so the best part. Yeah. The differences are the best part. The inequality is the best part. Inequality, ironically, keeps the cog of the wheel of society turning. Yeah, I agree. I also think that, and this is going to sound controversial, but for far too long we have tried tackling prejudice by trying to shame the people who hold them instead of looking at the reasons why they have them. Because like I keep saying, prejudice is based off of data. Prejudice is a form of pattern recognition. The thing is, right, let's say, for example, that you have a prejudiced idea that all Chinese people, right, all Chinese immigrants are ruthless, unethical business people who are only there to snap up property. Well, the way that you cure that prejudice is not by shaming people who hold that. No, it's by acknowledging, one, that is a little bit of a trope when it comes to Chinese immigration, where very often you will get Chinese nationals who go to foreign countries to buy up property as an investment. And two, you look at ways of curbing the amount of data that they have to affirm their prejudice. For example, the way that you break people out of thinking that is not to simply say, oh, you're racist, but, for example, to start taxing people, people who don't have a citizen, by taxing overseas owners of the properties that you hold. Or, for example, actually, this is something that's quite relevant. I think not too long ago, Xi Jinping considered, or I forget whether he just considered this or whether he started doing this, but I think there was a proposition to start taxing Chinese nationals based off of their overseas properties as well. And that is more effective a way of remedying the data for that prejudice than anything else. Because once that tax is announced, people start selling off their properties or at least reconsidering their use of properties as an investment. So the prejudice naturally resolves itself because it no longer has as much data to support its own existence. So again, if we want to do things like combat prejudice, I think we are overdue for a return to acknowledgement of why they exist and accepting that there might be other measures that need implementing in order to curb the prejudice, for example. But yeah, and yes, mainland immigrants are pretty much gentrifying these places. Yeah, exactly. Because if there are any Chinese people in chat, you will probably be able to affirm that when it comes to Chinese people, in general, we tend to view property as the safest form of investment. It has been backed up by, it's backed up both by the historical policies of the Chinese government, but it also seems to be something that's deeply ingrained culturally for some reason. But yeah. Like that one guy who talked to the KKK and dismantled the operation with simple conversation. Yeah, exactly. Kirsha's stories about this when she was growing up is an excellent example. Yeah. Again, I think we need to get rid of the knee-jerk response of every time we spot a prejudice, we just go, ah, they must be racist, or ah, they must be homophobic, or ah, whatever. And we need to start looking more at the data, that the patterns that cause them to adopt those attitudes. I think that's overdue. The Chinese government would have an incentive for them to own more property overseas that's dependent on some that discourages acquiring them. Yeah, I might not be citing the example correctly, to be fair, but yeah. Japanese companies did that in the 70s, sort of. Young, I have no enemies. But yeah, hold on. Most of the people in the sinosphere value housing highly. I know I do. Oh yeah, that's completely understandable. I mean, this is something that's I don't mean to say it's entirely a Chinese thing. It's definitely something that's more common. But yeah, at worst we can turn that property into a farm. True. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to switch over to the abduction screen, and let me briefly see if I've missed any super chats from earlier on in this stream. Oh, jeez, I just got flashbanged by my screen. Okay. Hold on, let me take a look. I need to go right to the beginning of the stream because I think I've read all of them past the midway point. Growing up in... Actually, I think I might have read all of the super chats. Damn, I was really on top of this for this stream. That's crazy. Regarding consent... Yeah, no, I think I caught all of them. I'm becoming a real streamer now. We have freedom of association, but I don't really think that socially ostracizing people with hateful views is conducive to a civilized society, although it doesn't reinforce hate. Yeah, exactly. And again, I want to emphasize that irrational hatred is very rare. Often the hatred will be based off of some form of data that you can identify and the person will tell you about if you ask them. And this is the thing, by making hateful people or people who we think are hateful unapproachable, we have cut ourselves off from fundamentally regaining a portion of society, I do think. And again, the thing is, if you want to, the sources of that data may be extremely, it could be inaccurate, it could be false, it could be whatever, but it is going to be there. And when you identify where the data is coming from, that's the real thing that you need to target when it comes to changing hateful behavior. But that is, that's difficult to accept because in modern day culture, especially in the West, we have been taught that, if you have any sort of attitude that is hateful or prejudiced in any way, then you are automatically in the wrong, right? And yes, that is the case quite a lot of the time. But every now and again, you come across people who are prejudiced for quite logical and, observable reasons, right? If, to go off the example I gave earlier, I think if a non-Chinese person in Australia is trying to get into the housing market and they've only ever seen property get snapped up by Chinese nationals, I think in that particular case, if they've developed a prejudice against Chinese immigrants, I can't really blame them for that. It's all well and good to stand there, point, and say that they're wrong and racist, but at the same time, you kind of have to acknowledge that the way that they feel is based off of an actual thing that may be an actual problem as well. So, Bakusa Okas, thank you for the gifted membership. Zolwiku, welcome to becoming a Footstool. But yeah. All the scuff last stream is the real streamer experience. True and real. I mean, you're not an EN streamer without that scuff, right? Please end the armchair. Please end the stream, armchair. I want to sleep. Fair enough, fair enough. I have been yapping for too long. Thanks all of you guys for turning up to this stream. I'll be putting out an announcement for the next stream, which is going to be, surprise, surprise, a react stream, where I'm going to be going through we need to talk about the Iron Mouse Sea Dog video, and also the Ludwig video where he tries to explain why the Twitch adpocalypse may or may not be happening. But yeah, announcement for that soon. Keep your eye on the community tab. Please, if you are still here and you have watched for any amount of time, like the video. That really helps with the VOD to, get it around and stuff. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I hope you found this to be enjoyable and or informative. I do think that this is a topic that is grossly under-discussed definitely in Australia, but perhaps there is something to be said for discussing this in reference to overseas politics as well. Jane Doe, thank you for the 5. Looks like I lost a bet. We didn't make it to 7 hours. Love the stream as always, armchair. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, and I really appreciate your generosity for all of you guys. Makuras, thank you for the 2. It's only been 6 hours. Yeah, shorter stream. Shorter in quotation marks. I think I've gotten into the habit of streaming for 7 to 8 hours. But yeah. I hope you guys have enjoyed your time here. And stay tuned. More content to come. That collab that I've been cooking, I'm still working on solidifying the details. I'll be contacting the creator I'm collabing with later on today to hopefully iron out something so that I can put the waiting room up for that before too long as well. Cogsworth, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you to do so. Welcome to 5 new footstools to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, I'm going to end stream before any of you guys donate anything more. So, let me look for a good raid target. Let me see who is online. Oh, there doesn't seem to be anybody that I usually raid online. Alright. Well, in that case, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, or morning, or rest of your either, wherever you are. And I'll see you in the next stream. Otsu Chair. Otsu Chair.